Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day in a 14-event stop here on the shores of the Adriatic. Maestral Resort and Casino Triton Super High Roller Series action continuing. Ali Najad alongside Griffin Benger, kicking things off today, easing into it. Just a full day of that 25K GG Millions in the books. Did not crown our first champion, of course, as we're going to need 2 days before we find that winner, but that winner will be found here today. Before we sink our teeth right into it, I kind of want to sink myself into your first day. You know, I asked you for your initial impressions, but now you've had a chance to kind of be at the desk. I'm always curious, you know, what were your takeaways?
I mean, it was really exciting, you know, walking in and seeing the likes of, you know, Phil Ivey and Chidwick walking around, and then getting in the room. I mean, it's bright, it's beautiful, it's got the good color scheme going on. So, you know, it was really really fun when I first walked in. But actually watching the action yesterday, it was really special. We had a bit of a long day yesterday. Brian Rass was busy playing the 25K, so it was just the three of us between me, you, and Randy. But I was relishing in it. I was loving it. You know, just some incredible play by a lot of familiar faces to me, but also some players that I wasn't so familiar with. Yeah. And so that was really exciting as well.
Therein lies the beauty of it. You're going to feel a bit like an astrologist with as many stars as you're going to be surrounded by on any given day here at a Triton. So with that 25K GG being in the books day one, walk me through some of the numbers, you know, with that day one in the books.
Yeah, so 163 total entries, 107 of those being unique. You know, so a lot of the familiar faces we're used to seeing. I mean, everyone's coming here out from the beginning for this 25K. So many implications when it comes to, you know, obviously the money you can make at the event, but the Player of the Year standing. So pretty much everyone is going to be out here and starting with this sort of, you know, preliminary event.
Now, you surprised? Because I know you kind of noticed up front it was about 50 some odd players that had entered. Maybe you would think you wouldn't get yourself to 163 total, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, right away in the first few levels, I did notice there's about 57 players. I'm like, oh, I wonder, not really knowing what to expect. Like, is this going to get well over 100? And then to see it sort of pop up to 163. I mean, these players are very prepared to keep rebuying in, keep having another shot at the event. And, you know, you also get a little more Player of the Year points for every time you enter as well. So I'm sure that helps to incentivize them to keep going.
In a 25K in particular, I would not come to expect that anybody whose bullet gets showered isn't headed straight for the re-entry desk at any given Triton. They go hard and they go as long as possible. That's for sure. So we're going to come back to this day two coverage here today with just 32 of those 163 entries remaining. That's 5 away from the money. Top 27 are going to be paid, and up top we've got $903,000, min cash of $41,000. And on the topic of up top, who's bagged the chip lead?
Yeah, so Brian Kim, who's been having an incredible run of it as late. If you checked in the last series, second in the 150K, won another buy-in earlier on in the series. So really riding that momentum high, coming into here, playing very, very strong. We saw a bit of action from him over the course of the day. So definitely one to watch, as you know, so many stars here.
Right behind him, of course, from the Chinese delegation, we have Ding Biao. Not a tremendous amount of representation under that flag in contrast to our previous stop here thus far, but he is front and center. Plenty of chips and riding kind of a hot streak, a heat wave.
Yeah, also a player that's just been, you know, incredibly successful lately. Won the 50K PLO Jeju, also second in the 150 for 2.87 million. So really amazing stuff.
The Spaniard, Adrian Mateos, also in the picture. 4th in chips right now, his very first title picked up in Jeju. 30K no limit. That was good for a 7-figure score of $1.17 million. Turning our attention away from chip counts, though, to the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. Not unlike in the previous season, we were in Cyprus, I believe it was. Stephen Chidwick was up top with Jason Kuhn looking like he wasn't going to be a threat. And then all of a sudden, he caught fire. 2 titles and a second to Chris Brewer in the PLO. And Chidwick was dethroned. Similar storylines developing here, but the top 3 all showered already on day one.
Yeah, and an early opportunity in one of these, you know, smaller buy-in events to gain some ground. You know, you do get about 400 points for first place in this event, and that's kind of, you know, the separator between that top 3 when you look at it on the actual Ivan Liao Player of the Year rankings.
Yeah, so it's Danny Tang who's currently at the top of those rankings. As you can see here, only 40 points separating he and Daniel DeVoris. And, of course, Kuhn there again, absolutely threatening, just under 100 points back of there. Not to be overlooked, of course, the likes of Phil Ivey and Ike Haxton. In terms of chips, we know those top 3 are busted. Are there any other folks here in these kind of top 10, let's call it, points in the Ivan Leal Player of the Year standings who have bagged something worthy of note?
Yeah, so Ivy is knocking at the door, obviously, in 4th place here, and, has bagged a below-average stack, but we've seen the likes of Phil Ivey navigate a stack like that with just around 30 players left in a tournament before. Also, Ike Haxton, who's 7th in the POY, is sitting 3rd in chips, so a great opportunity for him to gain some ground on that big 3.
Yeah, not to be overshadowed, of course, the Ding Biao factor. We talked about him being 2nd in chips right now, 9th in the Player of the Year race. So who knows, all of a sudden you get hot and maybe a little bit of help in terms of the upper crust of the leaderboard, getting a bit of permafrost, and, we could see some upending over there. So let us turn our attention then to the table that we have on hand coming your way, navigating the Triton Poker Plus app, as all of you at home are free to do. Heavily encourage, if you've not yet done so, downloading it free of charge and changing your viewing experience tremendously. I mean, it's not even close. We find this lineup here, and as you look at the stacks, as you look at the names, and as you look at the seeding, what stands out to you?
Well, right there in the right-hand corner, you see Antonius, just 41 big blinds, but quite a bit more chips than a lot of the players on the table. So with the bubble approaching, maybe expect him to be putting on a little more pressure, exerting a little more of that force. And these players are going to really want to make sure they make the money. I mean, this is an important part of this process, right, is to just, get into that money, make all of this work worth it, and not be losing, 25, 50, 75,000 in this first event based on how many times you enter.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I like kind of the fact that we've sprinkled in variety. There's a few ingredients, some seasoning in terms of characters at this particular table. Of course, that little murderer's row of Ivy, Petrangelo, Antonius. Some focus is going to be placed upon that. Let's not sleep on Ken Tong from Hong Kong. 19 bigs, obviously not in love with that stack depth, but it's the kind that we have to be accustomed to navigating. Justin Saliba, a relative newcomer as well, in the 1 slot. Peter Ertz of Belgium, another guy who knows how to, navigate these waters. This is going to be a delightful little deal. 20 and 40,000 are going to be the blinds, and those 32 are going to be closing in on that bubble. Bubble dynamics, no different here than anywhere else, I imagine you would expect?
Yeah, not really. I mean, the goal is, the first goal is to get in the money. I did have an interesting conversation yesterday with Randy about how, the time banks work a little differently here to ensure, a little faster play so we can get through these events, and all the players seem to be appreciating that we have that in play.
Yeah, obviously, we do have some soft hand for hand that will be employed at some point in time, and if need be, we can go to hard hand for hand. Very fluid environment. Luca Vivaldi and the team always working to make sure everybody's experience is as good as possible. Let's take a peek down toward the bottom of the leaderboard as well to see for whom we have tremendous urgency. 10 big blinds, generally regarded as the cutoff where you don't have tremendous playability to your stack. Some people have shown us otherwise. The likes of Sean Winter come to mind within the Triton ecosystem. Phil Hellmuth beyond it can get very grindy and chisely. But for those names down there, I'm talking about William Wong. I'm talking about Damir Zhugralin of Kazakhstan. Shalot, who had a big stack at the feature while you and I were here at the booth together. And then Zubov. Moves need to be made, and we would expect them to be made with some urgency and in the form of an all-in, wouldn't we?
Yeah, with 5 players to the money, I mean, they can't really wait around on these 6, 7 big blind stacks. Also, you're not in a field with 1,000 people, and a bunch of people can get eliminated any second. It's like, it's going to be very difficult for these players to get knocked out. So they're going to need to find some double ups, some shove throughs that maybe can get some folds. 6, 7 big blinds is getting a little dicey, but will still force some folds if nobody gets a hand worth paying the price. So we'll see how they do and if they're able to run it up.
Average stack currently 1.3 million. That's good for 32 big blinds. We touched on the fact that Ivy is beneath that at 13th place right now overall with his 1.1. Antonius just a click above it, but he will be the chip leader when we get action underway momentarily. I would expect that the middling stacks are going to be a little bit less inclined to get in there unless the deck beckons in a real way, right?
I mean, you know, Antonius only does have 41 big blinds. He's not going to be able to completely dominate this bubble and put, you know, max pressure just because he covers by, say, 5 to 10 big blinds. But it is an edge to have, and I'm sure that he's going to, you know, wield it as best he can.
Well, he and the others are getting settled in, as you see Sunny and Noche getting everyone settled in. Two of our bright stars on the tournament staff side of things. There's a look at your chip leader, Brian Kim, to the direct left of our Moganyan. Kiat Lee there. Lewis Spencer as well. Obviously, you would prefer to be to the left of the chip leader than to the right with your 18 big blinds, if you're Lee.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Spencer, Lewis Spencer, pardon me, yesterday. Played very, very strong on that last day. Really facilitating a nice conversation about, you know, sports, college football. The three Americans were having a nice little chat.
There
so
it
that
is.
was nice to see some, you know, little friendly chatter.
Love me some Lewis Spencer. Great kid. There's Yaroshevsky, Shalot, Moneymaker, and co. Chris, one of those aforementioned middle-ish stacks. There it is, 19 bigs.
What's he famous for again?
I think he won something once upon a time. Look at Ding Biao getting the socials going.
Oh, you love to see it, and that's the chip leader energy.
Yeah, you're a little bit more inclined to be posting when you got 80 bigs than when you're on the nub, right?
Yeah, we only really got to see much of him on the outer tables yesterday and just looked like difficult to deal with. Just a great table presence.
Also, Gregory Ozu there, who apparently is the man that showered Brian Rast, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. He was involved in that pot. There was one other player. I don't know which of the two it was.
Ike. I think Ike.
It was Ike. Forgive me. Uzo was involved, and then.
Yeah. Just do better research next time. You're fine. You're fine. It's fine.
Not research. Seth Davies got a glimpse at him. Morton Klein, and how about Hossein Insan? There, former World Series of Poker main event winner.
Yeah. Looking a little bit less, you know, I mean, he just looked like such a badass yesterday. I mean, he looks good. Don't get me wrong. But yesterday with the all black.
Don't sleep on this. Is the, you know, this is very
tell
much
me about
European
this
badass
fit.
chic.
Yeah,
Montclair,
right.
my friend.
Look, I'm just saying, he kind of looked like a leader of a biker gang or something yesterday. He was incredible with the black.
There's Mateos as we swing around in the other direction. And, of course, Danilo Velocevic, who was very exciting. There's Ike. Some of Rast's biscuits are in the basket. 76 bigs.
Wonder what he's listening to. He's bopping.
You know, I've always wondered that.
We should hire a guy to, you know, like one of those TikTok guys. Like, what are you listening to?
Right.
Around the Triton tables.
Patrick Antonius will bring the chip lead of 41 bigs to the featured table. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Russia's Alexander Zubov, the shorty.
Yeah, and we described Ivy as, you know, below average stack coming into this day, but 28 big blinds, still plenty to work with at this stage. Really not in great danger of not cashing. And we're getting an early shove to start things off.
Yeah, Zubov obviously sub 10 bigs in danger, looking for a spin here early. Paused upon Ivy. Patronage eminent. He has flatted, not sure with what just yet, as you see Antonius stepping away from the small.
Ace-queen.
It's looking like an ace-7, is it, for Zubov? And for Ivy, what have we? Ace-queen.
Yeah,
wow. Wow. Now, I do feel compelled to point out that it's not like Griffin had access to anything before you saw it on your screen. That was a stone guess. And what a good one it was. Benjer angling for a second contract over here already. 540,000 in the middle. Zubov angling for a fortuitous double, and he makes trip sevens.
Very fortunate for Zubov to kick things off. Ivy looking like he's seen this a million times before. Let's just get on with this.
Yeah. No sweat. Well, if we didn't bother to deal flops, turns, and rivers in spots like that, the game would be that much less exciting, but it certainly feels unjust if you're one Phil Ivey. Zubov gave him a little look there just to see. You know, in spots like that, even when you've done nothing wrong, right, as Zubov, and you end up getting that lucky.
Yeah, you've taken something.
You know what I'm saying? I have a sense of guilt. It's not like the people that do it to us feel that guilt, but for whatever reason, I always feel like, oh man, this is gross.
I know you're. You're saying a sentiment that people can obviously relate to, and I know you're joking a bit about it, but there is something there about human nature. I mean, the fact that really you've done nothing wrong, but you still feel guilt because your actions have taken from someone else. It's interesting. It makes you reflect on the human condition.
Things are pretty zero-sum when it comes to poker, though, right?
Yeah.
In order for someone to win, others must lose.
Mm-hmm. And still smirking like he just got away with.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. A little mischievous glow.
Yeah, just sort of grazing a god with your bow and arrow to start the day.
Mm-hmm. Around to the button of Patrick. Big stack, not looking to attack. Dust for Ertz, and Ken Tong will take a walk. What do you have? Queen 9 suited.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I've briefed you on some of the things to expect at any given Triton. Extraordinarily expensive timepieces is another one.
Oh, yes. I would love to hear about this, actually.
This is a Stone Cold watch convention.
Yeah. I'm not a big watch guy, but I'm always interested when someone wants to sort of wax poetic about them to me.
For me, I'm more interested in how it is that one can condense hundreds of thousands of dollars into a small wrist-borne item.
Yeah, me too.
But they can do it.
All right, yes.
Folks over at Jacob and Company, of course, responsible
those look real nice.
Collaborative Epic X watches.
I'm not a big watch person, but when I saw those, I was like, okay, I could win a Triton.
And you know what's crazy? Think about, this is not me calling them out, but World Series of Poker bracelets, seldom do you see somebody wear one when they're out there playing. Anyone that wins a Triton main, I can't think of a player that's done so that has not donned that watch with regularity when they're playing any given Triton. There is so much pride in that.
It's funny you mentioned that. I mentioned this on the stream to Randy as well. I remember overhearing a prop bet at the World Series where whoever lost the bet was going to have to wear their bracelet at the table. And it's like all the players
punishment?
What'd you win? Tell me about which event was it? And it's just, that's your whole, like a 1K or like a 500, and you're just like,
Yeah.
But getting a very different conversation if you're wearing one of those Jacob & Co.
You should just say you won the main or the PPC anytime someone asks. What'd you win? The main. Oh, really? What year was that? And then you just look at them like, no, dude, it wasn't the main.
Antonius going to get one through with the King 5 suited the cutoff. And these are the exact kind of hands that you can kind of, work into at this stage, this bubble stage, just very comfortably. That one blocker suited. Nicely just get it through and add a couple chips to the stack.
Nicotine's good for you, right? I mean, these are certain doses. Yeah. It's supposed to be good for you. I mean, it's good for, work, but.
Wait, what was that?
Oh, I love when the narrative switches on something like that.
Listen, I'm not C. Everett Koop, okay? I'm not the Surgeon General. But I'm pretty sure my entire life I was led to believe nicotine is no bueno. Ivy with a hot take there.
Listen, the thing you have to learn, I think, is just nothing is canon. It can always be shifted and changed. There's always new science. As they're getting into more detail, let's try to listen in.
Ertz flirting with the science of Queen Jack. Zubov gets a peek.
Yeah, tricky stuff here when you're in the big blind. You've already put out that 40K. You have that 40K in the ante as well. A hand with some playability in the Jack 9 off. But it just sucks if, you flop some equity, get it in against a dominating hand, and suddenly you're out in, 31st place. when we are paying 27 Tritonettes out here. And we can see Arts has the dominating Queen Jack, so we're Alexander to call here, and yeah, it does find the right answer. Good discipline, I think.
Little pickup there for the Belgian Ertz. Looking at his Triton track record. What do we see? A healthy Jeju under his belt.
Yes, and 1.88 million in Triton earnings, 6 caches, and 5 of those 6 happening in Jeju.
He played a few rounds.
81,000 for the 15K quite early on at the beginning of March.
Okay,
It's 22nd in the 20K, 29th in the 25. So it was
Injuries
really
from
sort of
that?
knocking at the
Yeah.
door, and then a couple of sort of final table bubbles later in the series.
I mean,
Ivy putting a pin in the conversation with Nikki P, which I presume revolved around golf, something they're both passionate about. Min-raise open here. Pocket sevens for Zubov. The early doubler through Ivy. Is he looking for more?
And again, a tricky spot for Zubov. You know, ordinarily when you're facing an under-the-gun raise and you have something like sevens in the small blind for 11 bigs, it's not an automatic shove anyway. It's one that you have to really consider how your opponent's range is going to be constructed. In this situation, because Ivy should technically be a little tighter than usual at this money bubble,
You need to get
kind of need to fold the sevens, and that's exactly what happened. And here
I've
comes
been trying to
Christopher Wynn.
help him a little bit with like a couple simple things. He's working on it.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, it's obvious what he's doing. But yeah,
So while the sevens decide against getting involved, Christopher Wynn of Germany does get involved and has himself some real issues on the King-King Jack board. Ivy with trips, barreling into this 220, just 40K, looking to retain a wide variety of holdings. And of course, this one rates to be among them. There is the predictable call. Pot up to 300,000. Dry turn. Second check to fill.
Going to be hard to get away from this spot without losing at least 2 streets. You know, if you find yourself folding here, you know, you're really getting bluffed too much from, you know, the ace queens and ace tens, or you know, heart combos. I don't think Christopher's particularly thrilled with having to call twice here, but I think just a bit too high up in his range would be a pretty impressive fold, but I don't expect to see it.
Half pot sizing, you do begin to question what's going on over there for Ivy. Nevertheless, Chris makes the call. We're now playing for 600,000. 10 on the river. Not sure how much ace queen or queen 9 Ivy would think is across the way. Not a whole lot, I would imagine. He blocks with the 9, and maybe some ace queens are going to speak up pre. Third and final check from Chris, who is the covering stack here, just north of 1 SPR for Ivy.
Ivy trying to decode this. What is a jack going to pay off here? have about pot left. Do I really think he would call a shove? And Ivy makes the very, very tight check at the bubble here. Perhaps concluding that the way that that 10 interacts with a hand like ace-queen, which he can have, that maybe a jack is not going to call.
Pretty hunched over. But like the first move off the ball, because he breaks his wrist and takes it side. Club head like back here.
Sure.
So then
Nice
his
pickup
arms
for Phil.
on the way down, they come closer to the ball, and he's at impact basically like even me, like I have my backswing's kind of fucked up, but at impact you can see like a window between your this elbow and this arm. You want to be like there. He's like there, so he's rolling it in and arms coming.
Yeah.
So he needs to work on that. Like the first, like your arms go in, but the club head has to stay outside your hands. Everybody.
Listen, if this poker don't work out for Nicky P at some point, I feel like he could be the pro at any given country club.
Yeah, pretty intricate descriptions of
85.
sort of hand position and stuff. I wonder how good a golfer Nicky P is. That's so interesting.
Free lessons from Petrangelo, who opens to 85,000. Might be blowing up his own spot in terms of a little bit of side cheese on the greens.
Talking about windows between his arms.
Right?
Don't play against this guy.
Ertz binned a couple of eights. Again, we see the impact of the money bubble on display. The check back from Ivy, having lost 2 players already. 3 away from that top 27 that will be paid. Very much influencing choices. You will maybe see some pauses as well, grinding and chiseling out a few extra seconds from hands that don't seem like they otherwise have considerations. Every little edge being pursued. Ace-3 suited being contemplated.
Yeah, and you can see the way that Wynn props up here because it's just a hand that these guys don't really like to fold. You know, whether it's finding some sort of angle, maybe a 3-bet, the occasional loose shove because you're going to be folding out a lot of hands, and then, you know, 30% most times when you get called.
Day 2 in the 25K.
But in this scenario, just 3 from the money.
220.
He does still find it, and see, that's the thing too. Finding this room with like 20 big blinds to, you know, assert this kind of pressure. It's really tough for Nick here because you are absolutely crushed by the value range here.
Yeah.
I had a good day.
But it could also be hands like this that you have good equity against, and it's not a big 3-bet.
He may not anticipate that Wynn would be inclined to really step out there at this stage, 3 away from the money. So
Exactly.
Christopher leveraging that to make this ace-3 suited look even stronger.
Yeah.
King-queen does have the blocker effects against ace-king and ace-queen, kings and queens.
700.
Oh my God,
Hence the 4-bet.
That's just so gangster. Incredible work
The
here.
alley that Chris thought he was going to walk Nick down just got a bit darker, and it's courtesy of Petrangelo leading the way. That really is.
Yeah.
So is this. It's like
World class.
you can start rotating
back to the
your
goal.
arm
Just 4-betting all in at a 25K bubble.
that way.
Where were we?
But
Gotta love it.
Club face, right?
dead.
Yeah.
And if you're hunched over in here, you're really good.
Yeah.
Because you can't rotate.
He doesn't have that short game to like make up for.
He can't. Yeah. I mean, but that stuff like that little move with the wedges is massive. If you start rolling your wedges in.
What I love
You
about
get
that out of
two
Nicky P is there's nothing unsound about folding in that spot. Many would consider it just standard
That
protocol,
compounds on, like,
operating
if
procedure,
You get the club here.
in line with, you know,
arms
GTO, money bubble type stuff,
Close.
and then
down and not.
he just finds the 4-bet with it, you know?
But the nonchalant nature
stretch it
with
out a
which he
little bit.
does it and then continues his conversation, it's like
been a
it's as
struggle for a
regular
while.
to him as ordering a cup of coffee.
Wanna give
You
me
Walk
know?
in the park.
This is it.
Just
This
wanna
is
give
the
it me
lowest
3
buy-in event here at
Well, like,
Triton.
that
It's,
one
yeah,
day I
it's the
played
bubble, but I
terrible
know this
at
guy can
tennis
mess
when I
around a
played
bit
in the
here.
rain.
Yeah.
And I'm all in with my king queen.
Something a little bit like that happens and you stop rotating. That's how you can just lose it immediately.
You know much about golf, Ali?
I know enough to know I'm going to wait until I'm old to start playing it. I got too many other things I'm interested in doing for the time being. Then when I get,
I wanted to set a little line with you about what, based off this conversation, what we think Nick's handicap might be. You know?
I mean,
Do you know a bit about handicaps? Like,
yeah.
okay.
So is 72 scratch golf?
Yeah, let's say 72 scratch. So,
I mean,
it
I
sounds
would
like
say
he's like a 7 or 8, maybe better.
Wow,
I don't know.
That's pretty strong.
I mean,
isn't
I know
it?
it's. I don't know. It's just the way he's describing these things. And
I was going to say
maybe I've been exposed
under
to-
85 was
Yeah.
going to be
Yeah.
my guess.
yeah, I was going a little high just because. I mean, I don't talk about that wrist stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm lucky if I break 90.
Right. Jam and take it for the nines of Zubov.
Slice.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about Zubov, by the way. He's been a man involved on multiple occasions
All match a short game?
thus far.
No? Good short game? Is that how you beat people? Making pods
Trying to-
down and stuff?
Dance between Nikki P.
Yeah, certainly a new kid on the block here.
You know,
Shiju had a couple of
has the
cashes,
best of it.
5th place in the 20K near the beginning of the series there for
I've seen, like, we play with
278,000.
Winter,
So
and, like,
definitely
dance it all over the place.
taking
We
that
put
and
the
running
dance
with it
sometimes
here.
because we got, like,
Also did
crazy
compete in
ability
one
to get the
event
ball
in
up and down.
Cyprus. But this is,
really?
I assume this is going to be the one where he really goes all the way when it comes to volume.
Full slate perhaps on tap and a full cup with pocket jacks for Saliba.
Yeah, so important, I think, at these Tritons to have a little early success, right? Just to get you moving and to have a nice final table like that for Zubov.
Ace 5 relinquishes.
I have a feeling
Same
nobody's
story for
dangerous against
Chris.
you on the golf course. You're not losing to almost no one.
Well, I always have the worst of it because, well, some guys have a handicap that's too low that we play against, and then I have the best of it. But my handicaps were just real, which is not common in poker. They're usually on one or the other, right? Like they have like somehow they're playing as a 7 and they're a 12, and I don't know why. Right, Justin? We play.
I think it's the opposite, honestly. I actually think that most guys overvalue how good they are.
That's what I said.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sometimes they're playing a lot of guys are playing as a 7.
Exactly.
And they're a 12.
Exactly, yeah.
One table has to stop playing, this table has to play this hand and another one, and then you stop. Like,
We're talking about golf. We're talking about golf. That's why yeah.
I like my line, Ali.
But yeah,
He's
there's a
talking
lot of
about
guys who play
7 to
against
12 range.
not getting enough shots.
Yeah.
Justin has a real
That's the
hand.
new
I.e.
age.
under 85?
That's the new school of golf.
Ego
You
golf.
know, that's the new school of golf. You know,
Not back
when
in the day.
Back when I was playing, it was
Everyone was a 24.
Everybody was. Patrick brought a guy out and told me he was an 18 handicap. And he shot 69. Nick.
That's a true story.
I think I'm the largest loser in Vegas. You can
The
figure
guy
it
was
out.
the guy was Nick. They told me he
But
was.
you know what?
They told me he was an 18.
Ass.
They told me he was an
It
18
not,
handicap.
Shot.
Swear to
But
God.
that's what we're
especially
saying.
especially
I said congratulations.
I mean,
Yeah.
they all just basically.
Yeah.
I said
cheat.
congratulations.
18 handicap comes with 3 under.
Yeah.
And nowadays it's the opposite, where
I
everyone's.
lost to everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
There's not one player I'm up.
You know what Patrick needs to do is get everybody that's beat him at golf
14.
over to the Monte Carlo Tennis Club.
You know, a lot of people are getting a
Yeah.
shot a hole.
He'll get it back in a hurry.
Were you also like,
He's nice with the racket in hand.
I'd love to play Antonius in squash. I've been getting really back into squash the last few years. I feel like I could get a point off him.
Is it any different
Yeah,
from
you could be nice if you're not losing more than
racquetball?
a couple
Yeah, it's a
thousand
little
day.
bit different.
no,
Yeah.
exactly.
We have
Nobody's
the
really
black
it
ball on the
doesn't really-
lines,
If we have a bad
glass
day,
box.
it's like maybe
You never played squash?
One time, believe it or not, at Harvard.
Yeah, I would be nice.
Anyway,
I hate
8-4 deuce top pair for Antonius.
Life have you led? I'd love to
Yeah.
learn more.
A7 for Ertz here with the ace of hearts working. He defended.
Playing for a lot of
Or
money,
rather,
you
limp
make
pot
it
per
easy.
Yes,
apologies.
Yeah.
And
Or have a regular.
yeah, Ertz decided to check back.
The new sliding scale thing has been what's kind of going on with
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard
bubble
win,
play.
Throw the handicap out the window, and like when you win, you get one.
Beefy
less
100
than
dimes.
last day.
So if you play against the same guys all the
Into
time,
120 from Patrick.
You see how that represents 10% of Ertz's stack here.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
swear,
casual. Just go out there and just play. Why are you gambling? I mean, money just. I mean, like.
No, that's what we have the matches. That's why we play small, because we like to play 2-on-2 and mostly just to play, but like for something. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little something. So like somebody has
I mean,
to.
some guys like to gamble too. Right? I mean, like, once
Ertz
they're, like,
does make the call, though.
Yeah.
320 in the
Yeah,
middle now.
I mean,
I
Shulman plays.
love golf gambling.
Shulman plays big.
I love golf gambling, and I love to play by myself also.
Yeah, I love playing by myself. I grew up playing. I like going out and messing around by myself, like hitting a million shots, just being out there at the end of the day. You play with Shulman much?
You play some?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
That's the thing. Like that day, or were you even with us?
at 2%.
Like one time, I gave Seth like way too many. I don't think you were with us. I gave him like
Got him.
15, and he shot like
Yeah.
85 or something. I got no chance.
He just didn't pull the drive out of the bag. I just 5 iron.
150 from Patrick.
At TPC Vegas. So I'll play a lot when we get back. I haven't played at all.
I got some new clubs.
Yeah, what did you
Mission
end up getting paid
accomplished.
for?
I got some king irons. I forget the like model or whatever, but
Everybody-
everything's just so de-lofted now. Like, they
Mizzou-
fly.
Yeah.
They just fly.
Mizuno has some sick. A lot of people are getting fit into
Yeah, I,
those
I
Mizunos.
tried some
Yeah.
of those Mizunos. Those Aloha guys like those a lot.
Yeah, they like those. They like the Strixons.
Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't want me to get the Titleist irons I have, but I've always been Titleist.
Yeah.
I like-
Welcome back to the Golf Channel, where continuing coverage of Golf Talk is on tap. I will say this. I'm seeing in the chat a little bit of desire to kind of make sure that we don't cover. As much as you guys want to hear table talk, so do Griffin and I and anybody
Yeah.
who's sitting at this
Don't worry
desk,
about it.
especially given that many of these characters, Ivy in particular, have been very private throughout the course of their careers, can be a bit enigmatic. You don't know much. And when they're willing to be open and kind of have some personal conversations, we're all ears as well. Obviously, do our best to kind of dance around some of the poker that's happening. Keep you apprised of that as well. But we share those desires, no question about it, from the booth. Ivy, 80,000 to go with King 10. Patrick, pocket 5s on the button, a covering stack. There's a couple of guys who have played more than a few hands of poker against one another, tournament or cash, for all the marbles.
Yeah, not going to see a lot of post-flop play at this stage. Much more sort of raise and take it at the bubble, maybe some raise and some big blind defense. But with the two players with 30-plus big blinds, or at least close to it for Ivy, Antonius is going to call this button with probably, one of the worst hands he's going to be prepared to play this with. Maybe we would see some folds from some 3s or deuces, but 5's going to get in there and gets a flop he's going to be pretty happy with.
2 deuces, 2 spades and an 8, 360 in the middle. Ivy barreling. But what does Phil kind of assign to Patrick's range, given both big stack and button, in conjunction with a flat here?
So it's not even necessarily, as he is finding a raise here with the 5s, it's not even necessarily about the fact that Ivy expects a fold on this flop. It's just more about the fact that, he needs to keep telling the story of having this stronger range. And you know what? Antonius sometimes might have Queen Jack of Hearts and just fold on this flop and decide not to, you know, go after Phil. Instead, Antonius is doing a sort of a see where I'm at kind of raise, really pressurizing Phil, forcing him to make, you know, a tough decision here. I mean, what's Phil going to do? Click it here to sort of 450, representing almost half of his stack. You can't really float with King 10 no spade, can you? This is sort of the worst hand you ever really have here, outside of maybe some 9-10s of hearts or whatever. So, yeah, just some great pressure there, and just deciding I want to win this pot now.
When you were playing,
Who was the lowest handicap?
that you got for yourself?
I was like 12. Maybe.
And you guys,
I was shooting bit big.
Well, if you haven't already done so, do yourself a favor and head over to GG Poker. Why, you might ask? Well, because they've got Rush and Cash, where you can win C-Bucks in today's free roll. All part of GG Poker's award-winning poker software. And for new players, sign up using the promo code Triton_2024. Minimum $20 deposit will get you the full welcome bonus and a $50 Global Millions ticket.
is that your favorite place out there?
Yeah.
I'm playing when I get right when we get back. I'm playing in 2 weeks.
Is it your favorite?
Yeah,
Which one?
Shadow Creek.
Ace Queen suited. Zubov operating off of 540K.
You can certainly just shove here with the Ace Queen, but you can also work in some min raises and see how the rest of the table reacts. You know, it's not like if you shove 540K here, you're going to get called by Ace Jack here at the bubble, shoving under the gun. So maybe finding a way to get some worse hands in there, and then also creating an opportunity for you to get out of the way if there's incredible amounts of action from some ranges that are even stronger than such a, you know, light premium as Ace Queen suited.
You guys are always gambling with like Negreanu, Lindgren.
Yeah, I played with Lindgren a few times. Most I played with.
And that is going to
Phil.
do it for Zubov. So coming in as one of the shortest stacks with those 6 big blinds,
I saw Lindgren
literally
actually
double
last time I was at Summerlin.
through Ivy,
He came up and said hi to me.
and now pretty healthy compared to the start of the day.
Was there any actual real players, like people that were real good?
No.
So just sorting out the matches.
If any real player ever played, he always won because, I don't know, just players played bad.
I didn't see it.
Phone down.
Jack 10 suited, unlikely to be down though. High Jack, big stack.
Yummy.
Up we go.
That's a hand.
Plenty of potential. King Queen off in the small for Saliba. Now Antonius does obviously rate to be a guy who's going to be opening with the highest frequency and with the broadest range, given the current setup for him to accumulate chips. And with that in mind, Saliba pushes forward 495.
Yeah, not an easy shove to make for 12.5 big blinds.
How much is it?
You would hate to bust at the bubble here, but with this fold equity, with the perceived wider range of Antonius, with these blockers, I think it's a great shove. I mean, so often Antonius is going to have hands like this. Maybe, you know, just an ace blocker. He's pissed off too because Antonius wants to see 5 community cards here, and the snicker really tells you, I just want to see where this goes. We've all been there with a hand as beautiful as Jack 10 suited. And I bet if you could see Justin Saliba's hand, you would decide, you know what, let's gamble. Really, this one's painting Antonius. Maybe he would be more than happy to make the call with sub 400. But it might just be out of reach for him.
Does lay it down, though. Nice pickup there for Saliba. Patrick facing a little bit of resistance. Foreign feeling for him thus far on the day. Justin, by the way, another one of these guys, not unlike Zubov, that is relatively new in his Triton journey. 2023, when we first spied him, that was in Vietnam. He went 0 for 6, 1 for 4 in London after that. Fairly disastrous Monte Carlo, where he went 0 for 7, but then found his stride late in Jeju. Griff cashing 3 of his last 4 efforts, 12th in the 100K main for 330K, being the best outcome.
Yeah, nice little rush there towards the end. Had a nice run in the 40K mystery bounty as well, and the 25K GG Millions, which is this event right here in Montenegro now.
Ace-5 off. Min raise from the hijack. All the way through, one would imagine. Zubov will milk a few seconds off. Ace-7 suited, though, for Chris Wynn. 555 back, Griff.
Tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Were it against the open of, say, Patrick Antonius with his 2 million, maybe Chris would be more inclined to shove over this open, but this should be a pretty tight range here from the hijack from Ertz. We can see it's maybe one of the worst hands he would open, but, you know, expect not to have as much fold equity as you normally would, so just a call.
Well, to have your ace dominated and then look up at this flop is delightful. Ertz, ace of diamonds working.
Also, could I have one water like that?
220 in the middle, action checked over to him. Really ugly flop for Chris Wynn. $45 dimes to follow through.
But sometimes it's nice just to have an easy decision.
Oh,
You know what?
so nice.
Every pot is can be stressful for these
You ever played
players.
one of those sessions where it doesn't matter what phase of the tournament you were in, it doesn't matter how innocent the spot seemed to be, you just ended up in the blender.
Yeah.
Flop, turn, river, pre.
Yeah.
You're just like, what is happening out here?
Yeah, exactly. And that's probably what these guys feel like. Most hands.
Is that doing well?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
When you consider the talent levels deep in any given Triton, it's really like a handful of Vitamixes.
Just got David
Everybody.
Peters. He's doing some stuff, so he's been fun to do some work with.
Capable of creating discomfort. Queen Jack suited. Min raise from Saliba. Ivy might need a little coffee to get things jump-started here.
He needs that nicotine. Earlier conversation.
Well, he
Him and
needs
Nick.
40K to see a flop with the offsuit edition of the same holding Saliba has across the way. And that flop is jack high and quite dry. And let's see whether or not one of these guys could end up in the muck.
Yeah, I think at this stage, at this stack depth, both of these players are prepared to play for it all. You know, I appreciate it is the bubble. It's 3 from the money. But when it comes to sort of constructing your opponent's range here, you know, Saliba knows he's going to have the best hand here almost 100% of the time, right? I mean, if your opponent has ace-jack, he's probably shoving on you. If he has king-jack, it's just a cooler. And then all the other jacks will probably comfortably get in here, and you're just, you know, crushing them. So, and Ivy is similar in a lot of ways. Really only feels going to be losing to those 2 better jacks, and then the very unlikely queens through aces. The money's getting in here.
Check raise of 3x. 60 becoming 180.
I mean, Saliba might even think his hand is too good and just call. If he's getting some dry check raises from something, let's say like a 9-10 of spades, you can allow your opponent to turn some equity. But all the same, could just see Saliba shove.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and it's just going to call.
So all of a sudden, 580 total in the middle. Saliba, the covered stack. Just about 2/3 pot remaining. 8 on the turn looks innocent enough. But once Ivy's check raise does get called, he has some questions about what Saliba's got, just given this current 30 players left, 27 get paid. He shouldn't really be looking to get into murky water.
You know, he's not thrilled that he sees this sort of trappy-looking flat from Justin Saliba.
Right.
But when you're up against an opponent that is starting a hand with 16 big blinds and you're defending a hand like Queen-Jack, and it comes Jack this dry, I mean, you kind of just have to play for stacks. And that's just, you know, there's how else are you supposed to play the hand? Just call folds, and it's just not, and there is the shove.
Sure enough.
And yeah, the snap call from Saliba.
Relatively predictable situation. And you saw Ivy,
Thought we might have the same hand.
as soon as he got called, this is somewhat best case scenario, I suppose. Maybe some Jack 10, although we don't really anticipate Saliba to be looking for excuses to get involved with such kit. Chop eminent. King makes it official.
That's how a lot of the golfers like to gamble now.
Figured I'd try something new.
I like it. Just want to chop up everything.
Let's figure it out.
Yeah, I think really well played from both players. I think their kickers are very significant. For Ivy, it was kind of better than he should have in that spot, so he can play it a little more aggressively. And, you know, I don't think that Saliba would have necessarily been trapping with the Jack 10, but was happy to do it with the Queen Jack.
Bad news for the shorties. Blinds going up to 25 and 50,000. 45-minute levels. That brought to you by Jacob & Co.
Only 2 eliminations so far today. We saw how there were plenty of short stacks to begin the day.
Pocket 5, second tour of duty for Antonius with this holding. Took a chunk out of Ivy last time around. Comes with min raise at the new blind level.
Another great scarf, Ali.
Yeah, that's the one that was in the
Different
goodie
color.
bags in Monaco.
Okay.
A little bit chilly out in Monte Carlo that time of year we were there. Didn't stop me from getting in the water, though, I got to tell you. I'm looking forward to getting in the water here.
Yeah, me too.
It looks absolutely beautiful. Sunset
Should
was
we,
out
should we
on
do
the
it
terrace
together, holding hands, running
of
in?
the holding hands part is a little bit awkward. I'm not really a good one-armed swimmer. Treading water, not really a strong suit either.
All right.
So
It's just a fantasy
know,
I had. It wasn't weird or
just-
anything.
Yeah, the fantasies about swimming with me also do call some things into question. Griff, you know,
It's
I'm
a slow
flattered,
motion thing. No, it's like, it's
You know, just is there a shower that you were wanting to
no,
watch?
it's new
or something?
partner
What-
energy. It's
Now, partner, I've got boundaries on that. You know, it's kind of just we're in the booth
I guess,
together.
yeah. And there's other,
Not
there's-
domestic,
There's
Griff.
4 of us too. Yeah. No, just right now, I feel like this is a partnership, and you're.
It's supposed to be won by Gary Clay. It's kind of
But no gluten.
I applaud the walk back.
There it's at the 6-3. No bueno. Kentong. What's it gonna be?
To exercising the discipline that so many will be incentivized to embrace here on the march to the money bubble. And this 25K GG Millions Day 2 action, first event of 14 on the docket at this Triton Super High Roller Series from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Zubov wants to think it over.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand that plays as a nice sort of blocker open. The blinds will be going up soon, so, or you know what, they have actually. This is 11 big blinds. So the dilemma here, I think, for Zubov is that all 3 options are kind of on the table. I think I would like a min raise here off 11 big blinds. You have these nice blockers. You know, if you shove here and get called and does find the min raise, you shove here and get called, it is really disastrous because it's going to be a tight range calling you, and King Jack does not play well against it. And folding, well, it just feels too tight, doesn't it? You have these big blockers. Players will raise this off 12 big blinds in early positions, so let's get it through. This is part of the problem, though, is Antonius in the big blind who's going to fight for this pot and finds it in the form of Queen 5 of diamonds.
This is the one customer you're really not looking to book flops against. Sticky will the big stack be here, and with a flush draw on this Jack 8-7 board, Patrick checks over the top pair.
Yeah, and Patrick's going to happily play for stacks on this board. So I think that there's a very good chance Zubov is going to be playing for it all here. And
All in.
yeah, there's the shove.
Not the spot that Zubov really wanted to cook up when he opened this King Jack, but the deck had other ideas. So he finds himself spinning the wheel with 30 left, 3 away from the money, 1.1 million plus, already having doubled, but now at risk of being finned. Kings up, immaterial, save for the removal of the queens.
Yeah, that's nice.
And no diamond on the end. This time, Zubov's double will be meatier than the one before it for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and that's a great swing for Zubov. And it really, you know, is going to knock the wind a little bit out of Patrick Antonius' sails. Had he won that pot, he would be looking at, you know, upwards of 55 big blinds. Instead, is in that sort of 30 range, still having an edge on the rest of the table at this stage. But it would have been nice to create more separation, put more pressure.
Been a good day so far for Zubov.
Very good day. I mean, that vaults him into second and chips on the table. He started the day with 6-7 big blinds, so now at 23, in a pretty good position to find his first cash in Montenegro.
We gotta catch up 3 hands.
So apparently tables elsewhere in the room in the soft hand for hand situation have been paused to allow this group to catch up. 3 hands behind the pace, as I understand it, based on Patrick's response to Sonny, one of our tournament staff. Ken Tong, ace-queen suited, takes us up.
Yeah, really a reflection for me of how, you know, all the details matter here at Triton, and making sure that in the interest of fairness.
I would say all the details always matter, but they're not always tended to. And here, every I is dotted, every T is crossed. We play for the home team. Obviously, you'd be tempted to think there's a whole bunch of bias and a whole bunch of marketing initiative behind that statement. But if I didn't get a paycheck from Triton, if I was being asked about it based on my experience, 1,000% I would have the same exact sentiments. And I marvel at their innovations each and every stop. Any little pain point that they identify is being tended to, is being addressed. They're always player-centric. And you can do that when you have kind of a relatively small community on your hands.
Yeah.
That's certainly one of the luxuries of this fraternity of Triton Super High Rollers. Eretz, by the way, knows a little something about having nut diamond draws. Here he is with King 10 up against top pair, checking over.
Yeah, pretty juicy flop for Eretz, but, you know, not one in, oh, wow. The effective shove from Ken Tong, putting in over half of his remaining chips.
Well, what was the thought that you were embarking on before you saw that
Well,
bet?
I was going to say, I think it's in Eretz's best interest to, you know, play this slowly, right? The range advantage is still definitely on Tong's side. He's not going to fold a big ace, so there's no reason to really check shove on this board. It's going to look a lot like the kind of hand that you have. So now that it comes in the form of just an effective all-in, I think we might see a begrudging, reluctant fold from Pieter, but it's tough to fold these big hands, you know, these big draws.
It just feels so absurd in terms of the eyeball test, right? We know we're
Yes.
drawing to the nuts.
Yes.
But we also know that a poker tournament is an exercise in trying to find the money initially and then get yourself as far up the ladder as possible. And at present, Peter, recognizing the task at hand, check folds after defending the big in spite of that. And, you know, something to be taken note of for maybe those that are earlier on in their poker careers, grinding tournaments.
Yeah.
Because it isn't simply the fact that this is a 25K buy-in that makes that play right. It is, in any given poker tournament, the appropriate course of action. Beneficiary on that occasion, of course, Ken Tong. Fold it around. Patrick with an ace on the button. Up to 110,000.
Easy does it.
Take it, Mr. Big Stack. Well, want to take an opportunity to make sure that we acknowledge those of you who are streaming us live on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or of course YouTube. If it happens to be YouTube, click like, click subscribe. It is all we ask in exchange for free of charge, endeavoring to bring you the finest in streaming poker entertainment. Appreciate all of your feedback, your input, your engagement. Let us know where you're streaming from. Obviously, time zones can keep some of the globe less present for the moment, but always love to know where everybody is joining us from. Gives us a chance to shout folks out as well.
Well, hello.
Ace-3 suited open for Zubov, who's performed well on the day. Looking to keep that streak alive. Will he find resistance?
And more reason to start opening up hands like this in early position. Now you have a chance to really capitalize on the bubble.
Saliba, King Salmon, not in the mood for the seafood. Sends it into the bin. Well, Dubai, Deepak, we see you. Stavros, Cyprus. Amr in Berlin, welcome. Sam O'Kane out in New Zealand. We do have some Kiwis and David Yan and Sosia Jang that play on the Triton Super High Roller Series. I would imagine he's a fan. 1 a.m., by the way. Thanks for burning it. Belgium for GML. I would imagine he's sweating Ertz. Chris Preston says a sunny Edinburgh. Call that obvious bluff. No such thing. Ed from Oregon. Hello. Sandra from Sweden. Melbourne. That's Randy Lou, Nanonoko's neck of the woods. Yakshans. Love to see it. John Malto in the Philippines.
You ever golf at like 6 in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
I will this summer.
it. Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do that.
I
You
heard.
come to Dragon? You don't mind coming?
Yeah, I would. I go there and play with Sean a lot.
Yeah, okay. That's good for me.
Ken Tong with a taste for blinds.
Sean would
Takes
play
it to
with
100,000
early,
with
but
Queen
he plays
5, a
early.
dominating Queen 10 suited for Zubov.
Who else you play with out there? No one.
I don't have any friends.
Yeah, a
man.
bit of an interesting spot here for Zubov.
I don't think you
I
understand.
think your opponent might be
I play with nobody.
trying to just
I play-
take one
I play
off
all
here.
day long, so-
You would like playing
Steal.
like matches, though, right?
Queen
You-
10
I'll play
suited's
with,
a nice little
once
shove.
I play with Ilya or Nick once in a while.
Mhm.
Bobby Ball when I play with.
Okay.
We play 50.
Very
He could
nice.
probably get you out on Summit, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we play 50 a hole. That's our normal game.
How's he as a golfer?
Good. I think he's up ahead on me small,
Oh yeah.
but I'm always super rusty and playing at Summit.
Jam and take it.
You know what I mean?
How's Summit?
Nice game is
Activation for
good, though.
Zubov.
Yeah.
Really good.
What is he, like a 15 or something?
$50 a hole. That doesn't seem like
You
much.
know, it's funny, Griff. I zeroed in myself on the fact that Ivy, who's generally
I don't
pretty
know,
close
yeah.
to the vest with things, said he plays with Bobby Baldwin 50 a hole. Now,
Yeah, it's just
you know, that's never 5,000. It's never 500. It's never $50.
could be. As we get a look at the chip counts here, Antonius, 1.645 million. Zubov, an amazing first level and a half here, up to 1.4. Everyone else under $1 million.
Griff,
But
you understand if you get smoked at 50 a hole.
I know, I've done the math already.
900
no, I know.
dimes.
I know.
Well, I had heard that at some point in time, Ivy was golfing with Michael Jordan down in Mexico. But there's such a specter. I don't never really know what's going on. I will say this about him, though. He feels to me like he's playing some of the best poker he's played in quite some time.
Went down those steps in the middle of the casino.
A father now.
Lucky he lived.
Yeah, I've heard some great
Seems
stories.
to be really looking
Golf
after
stories.
himself. And
Yeah.
yeah. I'm sure he wouldn't trade any of those degenerate, stretches of his youth for anything.
No.
They're really, that's a life well lived. And here's a Queen 10 suited, well liked by Ken Tong. Cut off rip.
Yeah, after having spent about a week in Mexico with Ivy, I have to say his lifestyle is pretty amazing.
Well, in Mexico, one can really stretch the dollar in ways that they can't on the home front, I'll tell you that. If you really ever want to feel like a sultan, go to Bali.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Now, this is not sultan-like, but the first night I was there, I had dinner for 75 cents. Granted, it was fried rice from a street vendor in a piece of newspaper. But the fact that I got full for 75 cents was an impressive feat.
There you go.
No doubt about it. Raise and take it there for Ken. Back to the call-out, by the way. Picking up where I left off. We got North Korea. Call that obvious bluff. JJ7, Christian Roberts, Western Australia, Lawrence Schmidt, Virginia. Bellingham, Washington, Matt Edwards, we see you. Tucson, Arizona, Andrew McMillan, been down around there. Miraval Resort just outside. During COVID, decided time to do a little wellness retreat. Just to bring some balance to otherwise healthy-minded individuals. I needed to be there. A little yang to their yin. They couldn't fix me. But it was great. I enjoyed it. Matthew Curtin from Oakland, California. Keep the door locked, my friend. I'm from that neck of the woods. Fluxliner from Finland. We know who you're rooting for. Michael Chan from Macau. West Palm Beach. That's Jeffrey Epstein. That's a weird handle. No, I'm kidding. Chris Stolfus. Stoltzfus. Apologies. Queen 6 suited, raise and take for Patrick. More folks from Melbourne, New Hampshire, Hong Kong. Love it. Oh, I said raise and take. Forgive me. Ivy is dug in here.
Yeah.
Missed it. Head in the chat.
Could err on the side of caution but Phil wants to play. I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibility to peel here despite being at the bubble, try to flop some equity. Doesn't get the flop, though.
Facing the C-bet from Antonius. Jack 5 crumbles.
Yeah, so it's Danny Tang who's...
Oh, somebody sweating the stream there at the table. Caught that. You'd be surprised how much the players will grind those streams in their downtime or when they're out there looking for intel on the 1 hour delay, obviously, to protect the integrity of the game. Suha, always there in the chat. Good to see you. Moscow, okay. Plenty of Russians in the field. Here's one I'm not sure on because, internet blockages are a thing in this neck of the woods. Tehran, Iran. One of my peeps, maybe. Matin. Okay. Good to have a good VPN in that part of the world. Malaysia, Eastern Utah, Latvia.
Poker, a global phenomenon.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Ace Queen, Justin Saliba, giving things some thought.
350.
Before announcing 350,000. This is a committing declaration here from the hijack. We are on the stone money bubble, it looks like. 28 remaining, Griff. Pocket fives for Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he can conceivably play for these 10 big blinds, and he knows it. But it's, of course, a bit frustrating. It's like, I mean, I'm probably flipping, probably even winning.
F5. Put it in.
Let's it go.
I have fours or some shit.
Everyone, we're down to 28 players remaining. At the moment,
Type way. Too tight to have fours.
Over 20 seconds. Before we continue hand to hand, those two tables are going to catch up in one hand. Okay, so this table is ahead one hand. You're not going to play the first hand. So don't deal until the start.
Sonny debriefing the feature table here on what's going on elsewhere in the room. Pure hand for hand is upon us. Update received. Adjustments will be made accordingly. Pause button pressed in some spots, some catch-up being played in others. There it is, the official money bubble. The difference between going home empty-handed and banking at least $41,000. That's what we're dealing with here and now.
And around the room, seeing a few standouts from day one. We saw Oganyan there.
Yeah.
He had quite an impression with his, you know, joyful exuberance being here at Triton.
Shout out to Turkey, Egypt, Poland, the ATL, Adelaide, New Haven, Connecticut. Also keep your door locked over there. I know Yale is there, but you know,
Nova Scotia.
there's a few. Okay, Seal Clubbers in the building. That's the one thing I know about Nova Scotia. They see a cute white seal, man. Now, maybe they're not doing that anymore. I don't know. You know, a little bit of stereotyping going on over there, but I know some seals met their makers on ice shelves out in that part of the world. Facts.
You better have some better stats about Canadians over the course.
You better
of these
have
2
seal
weeks. Okay.
sashimi and a nice seal fur coat if you're out there doing that. Apparently, they eat all the fish. That's why they hate them. They're like sea rats.
As we look at
But
the
they're
chip
so
counts.
cute with the big black eyes, Griff.
they
How do
are.
you do it to them?
Black eyes, like
You
a
know?
doll's eyes.
And they just sit there. They don't run. Just the spike in the back. Anyway, Antonius, 1.8 million, 36 big blinds deep. Chris Wynn, the shorty, 7 big blinds deep.
Yeah, players trying to get money here, really. And we are on that stone bubble. 28 remain, 27 pay. And it's an important part of this process. Gotta get those min cashes at least. Keep this ship afloat. In this
What did
first
you
event.
just say?
I was ship afloat, but then I started saying the other
Keep
S
the
word.
what?
Anyways, 2550K are the blinds. Must be about a little over halfway through this level, at least.
Man, this is incredible. It really, I know I'm kind of making a meal of this, but we are in a holding pattern. Harry in London, Flo in Fiji. Well, hang on. Put a pin in that. We got stuff going on elsewhere in the room. Seth Davies in the small blind in this one. Has limped. Morton Klein is checked back. Ace-7-5. Don't have the RFIDs at these non-feature tables, but we do have a camera crew on hand. So we're soaking it up alongside all of you.
That was nice. I wasn't expecting the overhead there. So yes, we get a good impression of the board here. Davies coming out firing. It looks like to be small bet 50,000. It's going to be a blind on blind confrontation. So I think fair to make some assumptions perhaps about this hand. If he's continuation betting just 50K, probably limped in pre-flop and then the min bet. So
Yeah, that is in fact what took place.
yeah.
Uneventful conclusion after Morton folds.
Right, but good to check in.
Sure.
See that Seth Davies up to 2 million chips.
On the topic of check-ins, Griff, tiny bet out in Puerto Rico. Hope the power grid's back on. That was more a slight toward my own nation for failing to look after the folks after the hurricane. Yeah, I'm getting a little political there, but you know, I'm sure Tiny Bet's with me. Singapore, India, Portugal. Bahrain. Come on. Loving this. Cape May, Jersey,
I will admit, even I'm surprised and impressed by
Pakistan. All right.
wide-ranging these places people are watching.
Canada,
Where my Canadians at?
Romania.
You have 8, Peter? Back?
Nima out in Iran as well.
Oh, we're in a bubble now.
I'm impressed, man. It ain't as simple as just like get on your internet and log on from some of these countries. This is effort on display. Okay, Winnipeg in the building. You can get behind it, Griff. Colorado,
Oh, yeah.
Sao Paulo,
Where is this guy?
Serbia,
Oh, okay.
not far from here.
I mean, it's going to be quite early on the west coast of Canada too.
I think we've covered almost
Pretty
every time
impressive.
zone based on the call-outs I've
I mean,
had
if
so
we're-
far. I mean,
If we're we're about
we're plus 9
3,
hours
4
from the West
PM.
Coast.
Yeah,
plus
so it's going to be
6, I think, from the East.
It's going to be before work. They're having their breakfast before they go to work.
9:20 a.m., isn't it? Well, it's 3:20 local.
No, 9 hours. So 3 to 12, 3 more to 9, 3 more would be 6 a.m.
6 a.m. West Coast.
Yeah, west. I'm
Ah,
saying
okay. I
Western
thought you were
Canada,
talking
like
Western.
no, like yeah, like
Okay,
you see
All right.
BC and whatever. So, yeah. Zubov now pushing the envelope a little bit, taking this single big blocker and hoping to get through the field.
And notice what it's able to accomplish
Yeah.
against Chris Wynn's ace-10. Short stack, not looking to spin, looking to nose into the money. Unclear for him what's going on elsewhere in the room in your typical tournament, but he can take a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app and observe whether or not there are some other stacks that could be at risk of busting prior to him.
Yeah.
He is currently the shortest in the room, but Hossein Insan has just 8 bigs. Kiatli, 10 bigs. Candidates for potentially finding their way into the middle before him. So he sits out, tries to grind his way into that 41K.
Yeah, and the intuitive nature of being able to use that app is so effective for these players and creates a great fair playing ground for all of them. They all have the information if they want it. You can see the chip stacks, see how many are left.
Ace-8 for Ivy. 745 in the cutoff. Not particularly deep at 15 bigs, but not bashful either. And nobody's got to deal with to his left in Nikki P. Jack-10 suited on the button.
Yeah, quite an interesting spot with Jack-10 suited because it feels too good to fold.
You got 7?
You know, do you want to find some sort of 3-bet fold here? Do we want to just shove? Oh man, I do not envy Nick here.
He goes hard.
Yeah, and it does make the fold. It's just too problematic with what can go wrong in the event one of the 2 other players behind wakes up, or if Ivy does in fact have a big hand. We see in this situation, had he made aggressive action, it would have won the hand, I think, in the form of an all-in or a 3-bet. But much easier said than done at this stage, and that's why that open is so effective too. But Ken Tong is going to complete.
The defense is really what has proved effective on this 6-7-7 board, where Ken has trips. Not sure how much of an appetite Ivy's going to have for some C-bets. I mean, obviously, this is the kind of board texture where these ace-highs like to just sprinkle and lay claim. 75K Ken loves to see it.
And counting out raising chips. And that's going to really rub Phil the wrong way. We saw a hand earlier where he continuation bet with that king 10 against, yeah, you know what? Just sort of shrugs it off and folds. Been here before. I'm not doing anything stupid. Not going to get stubborn at the stone bubble. If you bluff me kind of attitude, I think.
Ken didn't have to check raise that one, did he?
Well, didn't have to, certainly. But
Not really a lot of chips, I suppose.
I think it's just more about the fact if you're never check raising there with it, then you're only ever check raising without it, kind of thing. And that
Good
becomes
points.
complicated and when it comes to balancing against these really
Sure.
good players, right?
Sure.
Also, Ivy should be raising pretty tight there, and you want all the money. Let's say he does have eights, pocket eights through aces. You want to get the money in there, which you will.
Yeah.
Ivy just happened to have, I think, sort of the bottom of his range.
Eventually, Zubov is going to figure out this finger flick muck here. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe not today, but
Hey, listen, it's your first event out here. No, it's different cards. You'll be fine.
King Queen for Petrangelo. Did let go of that Jack 10 suited versus Ivy's open. Not going to be stepping away from this one. Understandable open.
How much is that, Nick?
Behind, I have an 8,
Thank you.
775.
Thanks.
Saliba asks for the count as he chews on this ace-6.
Fold.
Yeah.
I can get behind
it's
it.
Frustrating, but it's just you kind of have to play within the rules of bubble play here. Let's not just get into a weird spot with these hands that can be dominated when it could cost us
Having fun over there?
41,000 plus.
That's
Not
huge.
that this is what was on the horizon
What up, dog?
in terms of
You can't.
Saliba, but every now and again we see people guilty of some fancy play syndrome as we flip it back over to the outer table where it looks like chips have been pushed forward. Bringing us up to speed here, Mateos and Haxton, small and big blind. It was an all-in from Hossein and San on the button for 350,000. Haxton has decided to make the call. Ace 10, that which has been shown by Ensan. King Jack of Spades for Haxton.
Once again, Hossein is all in play with ace 10, ace of spades, 10 of clubs. Ike holds king jack of spades. We're gonna see the flop.
Yeah, all in for about 7 big blinds for Ensan.
Who's taking the best of it. An ace in the window, a 10 alongside, means a Broadway gutty available to Haxton.
Yeah, and the backdoor spades could be a factor as well.
Top two wants to feel more comfortable than it does as we see a king rolling off, adding pathways
And the room.
to dispensing and San
released
for
that eight
Haxton. He
diamond.
needs to hold, and
Hossein will double
an
up
8 of
2
diamonds on the river, 9 of diamonds rather, forgive me. Why would we take that shot? Shots fired from the booth here today. I'm only kidding. The share hands guys are so on top of it all the time. And on top of that exchange is Ensan, who wags his finger at all the buzzards circling around looking for carrion.
I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah, I like it.
Next time, please.
So Luca authorizes cards to get in the air once more. Feature table. Back at it.
And you can see how tight you need to be at the bubble there. That was about 7 big blinds, folding the ace-8.
King Jack for Ertz. Cut off, 735 in front of him. It's almost like having the fewer than 10 big blind stack makes life so much easier on us than obviously the preferred, you know, more chips just on the surface, but a bit more responsibility.
Yes.
Trying to bob and weave off of 15 bigs.
Yeah, and the game has changed in recent years. You know, it would be sort of anything under 15 big blinds. A lot of players would just shove or fold. Now, these super high rollers have really learned with all the work that they've done in the lab with the sims. You know, you can even find some min raises off these 10, 11, 12 big blind stacks. And this is a great area of the tournament to utilize those skills because not a lot of chips on the table, and you want to be able to acquire in some form.
I've got breaking news, Griff.
Break it.
We got action.
Ooh.
Elsewhere in the room. On the button, Igor Yaroshevsky there in the white hoodie, seat 1. Raised it up to 105K. Is this moneymaker in the big blind? Okay. Looks like a call from money pre-flop brought us to the king-queen deuce board. Money check raised the 55K c-bet to 155,000. Yaroshevsky, we just saw make the call. Board pairs on the turn.
Okay.
Not the kind of exchange you anticipate to develop without some real kit.
Not on this texture either. Difficult to really have a hand on king, queen, deuce from the big blind against the button. You would want to be check raising to, you know, get in across the streets. King, queen, I think maybe we'd assume would be shout pre a lot of the time. Shouldn't have a lot of king deuces or queen deuces. Maybe some suited varieties. But now the deuce comes in, so that's even more unlikely. So I'm finding it difficult to figure out sort of what Chris is representing here. And I'll tell you what, Yaroshevsky's a pretty tough customer.
Money does check it over. Is that Patrick wolfing down pasta at a somewhat digestively alarming clip? Third duck on the river after a check back from Yaroshevsky.
You know, I guess the short stack nature of what Chris Moneymaker is dealing with. Maybe he was just prepared to check raise and get in a king, but then does the story make sense that you would check the turn? Does come out with a bet of what appears to be 225.
That is correct. Now remember, this was button raise, big blind defend, check raise against the c-bet, check, check, turn, and then lead and call from Yaroshevsky. Chris has shown 10-7 for dust, I'm being told, while Yaroshevsky made the call with the queen. So deuce is full of queens. And Igor able to pick up a nice capital infusion.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep, I think, from Chris. You know, going to leave himself with about 4 big blinds, even less when the blinds go up. Can have a little trouble finding that cash. But I will say it wasn't the big blind that hand, so we'll lose, you know, half a big blind the next one, and then we'll have a full rotation to try to, you know, hope someone else gets knocked out. But yeah, hand caught in the cookie jar there.
Yep.
If he does bubble, though, an apt name for the rest of the players in the field.
I see what you've done there. It really is larger than life that was his name. He won
It's
the name, and
incredible.
you're just like,
It is
stop
incredible.
it. Just everyone
It's
stop
just
it.
amazing.
Central casting.
Yeah.
Well, here's the Belgian with King Jack. He takes a pass from the hijack. Just the shackling impact of the direct bubble. Inescapable.
And Zubov might be inclined to just shove full range here.
He agrees.
Yeah. Got to get
some
pretty
Chris Wynn.
big hand here to call for Chris Wynn. And yeah, that's...
He's the shortest stack in the room, Griff. Actually, just now, Moneymaker losing that pot to Igor put him behind Chris. He was the stone shortest stack. Now, if he's been grinding the app, he'll know that. And does he think that the 3 blinds that separated him and Moneymaker coming into this pot, 2 of which have already been stuck in the pot in this hand, so it'll only be a 1 big blind differential, is enough for him to try to jockey and make the money, or does he feel like he needs to take the stand now?
He does.
We get our answer.
Gonna get a best case scenario.
Sharing the 7, dominating Zubov.
That's not good for me.
King 7.
Somehow Nikki P finds a 7.
Very good. Ace king. You. Me. Ace king. I have not good.
No, you've got a great hand. Win, you're right. Against 9-7. Terrific spot.
Good for me. Yeah?
Very good for Chris Wynn.
Only player Christopher holds Ace-7, Ace of Clubs, 7 of Spade. Alex holds 9-7, 9 of Hearts, 7 of Diamonds. We're gonna see the flop.
To the flop we go. King,
The flop is
queen,
King, Queen,
4.
2 hearts.
Chris sits pretty.
Couple goofy
Poker
back
face.
doors for Zubov.
Turn is the 8 of
Goofy
clubs.
free is the 8 of clubs, so just keep Nina at bay.
And the
That's the
river.
thought on Chris's mind to secure the double,
The river is the 8 of Spade.
and he's done so.
Christopher will double up.
Zubov is now on the descent phase of this roller coaster.
Yeah, nice to make a stand there. See that you're dominating and to hold. Sometimes you're just up against King 9 and lose. So still in there, and a very good, very big favorite now to cash this opening event.
I love that he said ace king, and Chris is like, you have ace king? No, you have ace king. Updated look at the leaderboard. Zubov still up top of this field. This is, of course, in part because Patrick's number got pulled elsewhere into the room. He inherited the chip lead. Fairly even distribution down that ladder. Ivy and Saliba, now the 2 shorties after that double by Chris. Collar loosening impact, immediate.
But you see how much can change. I mean, if Ivy or Saliba were to double up through, Zubov would vault from last place to first. So expect some fluctuation here once the chips start flying and there are some all-ins. But maybe that's going to wait a bit until the players get in the money. We'll see.
Ken Tong level with Petrangelo at 19 big blinds apiece.
25, huh?
So fluid are these money bubble spots as the stack dynamics fluctuate. When you got that one clear shorty and that one clear big stack, it's ICM jail. Everybody's just respecting things until the bubble bursts. And then you see a lot of freewheeling stuff. But tight clusters such as this, relatively speaking, especially with nobody sub 10 bigs, play out quite differently. Peter, ace jack. This one he can't step away from. Min raise open.
Ivy is going to defend here off the 11 big blind stack. Got a pretty decent board here with this open-ended straight draw. Certainly too much risk to play this too aggressively in the form of any kind of check raise, I would imagine, given that we are on the absolute bubble representing $41,000. But doesn't have a lot of chips to work with. I mean, we look at what's in the pot there, 275,000. Ivy with just 420 behind.
Open ender for him. Eric's unimproved here. Ace of diamonds working.
And Eric's might just shove. Yeah, it does do it. And has to fold out the equity. That's what's so great about that. That those straight draws don't get to realize that equity. And that's why maybe it's not the best spot to complete in the big blind there, because of that pressure that can be put on.
Well, we mentioned it already, but we are incredibly proud to announce that Triton Poker is launching a 24/7 subscription-free streaming channel on Pluto TV, a leading free streaming television service setting a new milestone in Triton Poker history by providing fans with an unmatched poker experience. Enjoy your favorite Triton events like never before. More than 400 hours of live high-stakes action every year, plus hundreds more hours of curated tournament replays and highlights. Check us out today on Pluto TV. Queen 8 suited for Peter. This one not enough. Jack 7 passed upon by Ken. Zubov has been active in the cutoff here. 4-3 offsuit. Presently the boss stack, but this is not enough to pique his interests. Napkins on the button for Chris. Into the bin. And now Ivy, 7-4. He too concedes.
I was waiting for you.
Nicky P loaded for bear, he says. King, queen suited.
He does like that king, queen of spades. We saw a brilliant 4-bet shove by Nick Petrangelo earlier against Chris Wynn. This time, just gets a walk.
On the Stone Money Bubble with king, queen suited, are you okay with the walk, or you're like, come on, somebody? I don't want to play pots.
No,
I just don't.
He doesn't want to, but he's prepared to put it in if he has to. Here is an outer table now.
Yeah.
Lewis
Bringing us up to
Spencer.
speed. That is indeed Lewis. Action on him. In the small blind, facing a raise to 100,000 from Diego Zeider. He does make the call. Andy Nee in the big.
Andy played my favorite hand of the tournament so far yesterday with that.
The deuce 3 double check raise.
Oh, nothing like a double check raise. So
Somewhere
hard to find.
Nick Rigby was actually downing high noons in celebratory fashion.
Oh, yeah.
The man who christened deuce 3 the diaper.
Yes.
Was someone's Geiger counter going off there? Did I hear that right? We have some radioactive things afoot.
Using it to randomize, you know?
Yeah. Anytime the radiation levels reach this, I always 3-bet.
Yeah.
So Andy, not going to give us any fireworks here. We'll leave it to Lewis and Diego, the latter of whom is well cloaked. Ace 7-5. Action is actually on Lewis. There he is.
Yeah, pretty gargantuan range advantage here for Diego, raising in middle late position with the 2.3 million, and this flat from the small blind isn't really going to be any big aces from Lewis Spencer. You know, something like ace king, ace queen, you're going to be shoving these pre, probably even ace jack.
Well, for that matter, it shouldn't really be any middling or small aces either,
Yeah,
right?
no, it really shouldn't have aces at all in his range. You know, if he had ace 7 suited, he would probably 3-bet a little bit or fold, right? So you're looking at way more of the Nick Petrangelo type hands, the king queen suiteds, and the like that feel too strong to fold, but ones you're not prepared to just fold to put more money in pre. So it takes it down.
120K C-bet, getting the job done there for Diego. Diego, by the way, plays under the Swiss banner. This is his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. I take that back. He actually played this 25K GG Millions once before, and that was in London last year. So here he is back at it. Failed to cash, so it's his second ever Triton event. Back to the feature now. Pocket nines for King Zubov. Believe we went with Tsar Zubov just as a acknowledgement to the Russian heritage.
Yeah.
One nine into the muck from Ivy's button. King Jack offsuit for Peter. He has shown restraint on multiple occasions already. He is covered by Zubov.
Break? Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is going to be okay as a flick in.
One more level.
You're probably about breaking even with the range that you would expect a hijack open to be at this stage, but also Zubov surprisingly does have, you know, the chip lead, the two of these players as wow. Look at that.
Drama. Bottom set against middle pair, backdoor hearts, and the gut shot for Peter. Problems on the horizon are clear. He checks it over. 275 in the middle. Wet board texture. Still receives the C-bet. Now Peter forced to set a course with second pair.
Should just see a call here going to a turn, which could be very interesting. You know, any heart 10 or king really spices things up.
What was that? Six of hearts on cue. Now adding second nut flush draw to Ertz's arsenal.
Thank you so much.
Escape seems just so improbable. As it stands, at least. Let's see what Zubov dials up now. Board's wetter than it was. $475 in the middle.
You're actually not going to be thrilled if you bet and get shoved on here. I understand you have a set, and it's you know, you're only starting the hand with 20 big blinds, but I really don't fault him to check this back, and the 10 comes in.
So Zubov does not bet the set on the turn, allowing a free river to roll off that puts Peter in front with the king high straight. Four-liner on board,
Thanks so much.
self-evident.
Just 20. Thank you. Thanks.
Can't imagine that Peter's altogether concerned about any ace-king or strangely played heart flushes to lie across the way, and so here he comes,
How much?
betting 150K.
Yeah, just a brutal run out here for Zubov. Not much you can do when you think about the kind of hands that we'd be completing in the big blind at this very unique stage of the tournament, the stone bubble. You know, you're not getting like rogue jack 5 suited calls that might try to turn this into a bluff, right? This is going to be a pretty strong, pretty linear defending range. This is even going to be probably one of the worst hands it's going to call at this stack depth, at this stage. So that's why it just feels like value, right? It feels like a flush, or it feels like a king, whether it's the king jack or the king 10.
Yeah, there's so much that we fall to with the set of 9s.
Yeah. It's just you got unlucky, and you know it, and you just have to let it go. I'd be very surprised to see a call here from Alexander Zubov, pardon me.
Yeah, and look at this. Slow, dramatic, reluctant muck, dare I say, but the correct one. And Peter has no idea just how lucky he was to escape. So coming up on the right side of that one propels Peter Aerts to the chip lead here at this feature table. Well, it sends Zubov southbound to just 15 bigs, sub 1 mil.
Yeah, these players are getting short. Saliba on 9 big blinds. Ivy now just 7 at 395K. And every single other player, 15 or less, except for the massive chip leader of Peter Aerts with the 21 blinds. So don't get too used to this. You know, when we do get a new feature table, I imagine it's going to be more chips to play with. But I kind of like this. The small stacks here on this bubble makes it really life or death.
1.1. 1.1.
Pressure packed. Zubov unpacks 120,000 at this new 30 and 60K blind level. As an open with Queen Jack, which is smothered by Petrangelo's Ace Queen.
600.
Up he takes us to 600. Declarations made of a committing nature. Concession from Zubov, whose chips are trending in the wrong direction. I've always felt like if a guy loses a fairly significant pot and then opens the next hand, it's polarizing. Either he's boiling and it's just, I'm desperate to get these chips back quickly, or top of range sometimes. But we do check in now at the outer table. 1 in progress. We are already at the turn, bringing us up to speed. This one was a raise from Ike off of a stack of 2.3 to 130,000. Mateos defended the big. Queen 7-6, 2 diamond board. Both players checked. King of diamonds on this turn. Second check from Mateos, draws the bet of 250K from Ike and ends the affair.
I quite like Ike's sweater.
You're not the only one. Chat also
pattern, yeah.
getting behind it.
Nice to check in on the outer tables. See some of those heroes that I'm sure we'll be seeing later over the course of the day. But for right now, we're just stuck with these heroes. Just your Phil Ivies and your Nick Petrangelos. Never a dull table here at Triton.
Could feel a bit like some spin, but, you know, genuinely, I think a lot of times edited programming in particular left us spoiled, expecting nothing but massive, violent collisions, fireworks, pot after pot. And streaming in its entirety a tournament allows you to recognize that is not the storyline throughout. And in particular here on Money Bubbles, you will see a bit of an arid climate, you know, a lot of passive play out of a wide, you know, swath of the field. But
the, you know what, the expectation, I think, as an audience member and the appreciation for these long streams, recognizing that, you know, a poker tournament is this living, breathing thing that goes through these ebbs and flows.
Correct.
I think that, you know, the new age viewer really does enjoy that. I mean, I know so many people that even have it on in the background at work or something, and it's just love sort of being a part of it.
Sure. Ken limps the 10 deuce here.
Yeah, definitely on the looser side, but just not wanting to give an inch here. You're technically going to still have the, you know, the sort of range advantage going to the flop. If it's checked back, you can really rep all the strong board textures. And it's very difficult for Justin Saliba to shove or even to put any more chips in any way, whether it comes in the form of a raise or a shove. When you only start the blind, I mean, look at the big blind now at 60K.
Check.
He's going to check back, and let's see if Ken gets an opportunity to pounce on. Yeah, this would have been the kind of board we would have expected him to bet.
King
if he
10-9.
didn't make a pair. Yeah.
180 out there. BVB. $60K lead. No drama. Easy fold for Saliba's 8-5 of clubs. Let's talk a little bit about Ken Tong, member of that illustrious Hong Kong delegation alongside Elton Sang and Danny Tang. Went 3 for 4 in Jeju.
Very nice. Looks like a final table in the 15K, as well as a 28th place finish in the 100K main event. And would love to start his series here with a cash.
Would be his 5th of his Triton career. He's already got 1.2 million plus in earn. Here it is. 3rd ever festival. First joined us in Monte Carlo last year, where he went 1 for 6. Petrangelo, ace 10. Min raise open. Zubov big blind. Offsuit connector.
Not a lot of chips to work with. We just talked about how, you know, Ivy ran into a little trouble deciding to complete with the 7-6. Wasn't able to realize any of that open-ended straight draw equity. So Zubov not making that mistake this time and just letting it go.
Ja, nee, das war Open und 3-Bet auf seinem Tisch und der war im Big Blind.
Und 1 BB, ne?
Ja, und er hatte insgesamt vor der Hand 3 BB und jetzt hat er noch einen geholt. Weil er kann jetzt den ganzen Orbit warten, ne?
Being told something's brewing elsewhere in the room. Getting over to it here where we find the flop already on the board. This was a Ding Biao open to 150,000. Yaroshevsky flatted the button. Patrick and Money folded the blinds. Jack 8-5, 2 diamonds. Ding Biao let out for 250K. Yaroshevsky's going to make the call. So all of a sudden, an extra 500 into the middle. Third diamond hits the turn.
Ding Biao, just meticulous in his thought process. Wow, and searching for some big boy chips.
You know, it's interesting because Ding has the aura, as we see Igor, not wasting any time folding, of one of these kind of like super high stakes cash game VIPs.
Yeah.
And yet, if you unpack his procedures, very much skews more toward the pro side of the spectrum, and his results do speak for themselves. Ding with 7.1 million in career Triton earnings.
Yeah, not someone I'm that familiar with coming into this series, but I'm learning very, very quickly that he's a juggernaut.
Two-time title winner.
Yeah.
16 cashes, not to be messed with. If you play Tritons, you know that name.
Yeah.
You know better than to underestimate it as well. So the bubble remains intact. Cards back in the air. King 8 suited, Petrangelo activating again. Ace Queen suited for Ken Tong.
Yeah, and you can see how quickly the table captaincy is just being kind of tossed around by who happens to have, you know, the lead, because it can change so quickly. Nick Petrangelo to start this hand, 22 big blinds. Every other player with 15 or less except Peter. But still have to get past some big hands. And Ken Tong, a bit unorthodox in how he's electing to play this ace-queen suited. You know, most players might have effectively shoved for these 15 big blinds, you know, put in 700 of that 920. But it's still going to be effective. Very interesting. I really think that's pretty cool there. Going to get those hands to fold anyway, instead of risking it all.
Something cooking. Back in familiar waters over here. Let me bring us up to speed. This was a raise pre-flop from Ding Biao to 120K. A 3-bet from Brandon Hamlet to 290,000 from the small blind. Chris Moneymaker went all in for his Vapors, just 70K. So we have an active side pot on this 986 rainbow board, courtesy of the fact that Ding Biao called the 3-bet to 290. And Hamlet continuing to bet. Strength of this hand really being announced in terms of stone money bubble factor, an all-in player involved, albeit for a modest main pot.
Yeah, not your standard sort of C-bet with full 3-betting range. 6, 8, 9, 2 hearts, like you are overpair loaded here. Especially, you know, 3-betting into that dead side pot, the small nature of the 3-bet. But Ding Biao here gonna call.
Yeah, in spite of
getting
that,
big.
His call, by the way, also exudes tremendous amounts of strength. Pretty bricky looking deuce on this turn. Zubov on hand to soak it up.
And that is the face of someone that maybe isn't thrilled by the board. Who knows, though? You know, as the all-in player, always good not to show sort of your emotion when there's side action like this. And both of these gentlemen putting in 300 pre-flop and then another 300 on the flop. That's already 1.2 million without the moneymaker out there.
Oh, a jam from Hamlet.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to be around 900,000 into a pot that I imagine is around 1.4. So pretty good price here for Ding Biao.
O'Gagnon wants to take a peek as he heads over. Hands concluded at other tables. Opportunity to observe. Kentong, Kiatli jockeying for a glimpse. This is apparently very uncomfortable for Ding Biao.
You know, a rare situation where we don't actually have the cards, but might have something as strong as even something like pocket tens or
What
ace
are we
nine.
showing? Is it pocket queens for Brandon Hamlet, as advertised on the heels of the Ding Biao mug? So the big side pot does go to Brandon. Money shows ace jack. Only an ace would save him from elimination. With one to come here, might the money bubble be bursting? No!
Chris will double up.
Stone steaming is the rest of the field. Moneymaker was dead man walking. 3 outer.
More like in the money faker. Chris finds the unlikely double up.
Oddly enough, Hamlet doesn't really mind it because Chris is still going to have a short stack, and Hamlet now, having ascended even further,
Yeah.
can really go to work and accumulate chips. So a deeply disappointed room full of combatants, bar one Chris Moneymaker. Petrangelo, Jack 6 suited. Into the bin, Jack 3 off, should follow suit shortly. Big little for Kentong as well. Now something interesting. King Queen suited for Saliba.
Yeah, effectively all of it for the American. Just 3 players to get through. Oh dear. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Saliba.
Thank you.
A committing 300,000 is going to run into 2 nines of Chris Wynn, a covering stack no less.
And just when Chris thought he was off the hook with the big ace-7 call, maybe I can just chill now and make the money. The unlikely double up for Chris Moneymaker, and now one of these 2 players is going to be either out or on fumes.
950,000 chip pot.
Yeah. Snap goal. Yep.
An unanticipated confrontation. One that would have been taking place in the money had Moneymaker simply not found the ace. And instead, as you alluded, it's either out or vapors.
King Queen suited.
Speakerphone feature being grinded pretty hard somewhere.
Yeah, really in your living room, that one.
That one, yeah, I mean.
Chicken, it's really good, man. It's really good.
Excruciatingly, these 2
I lasted like 18 days.
are
Felt great. I don't really know
forced
why I stopped.
to keep their hands absconded
Big.
until authorized by Luca Vivaldi. Conclusion of hands elsewhere in the room
Felt fantastic.
means now
Yeah, I
we
just went
reveal.
to dinner, and I had plans on having
Christopher is our only
like
player.
sashimi or whatever,
Chris
sushi, and they brought out this fucking rice dish, and I just went in.
And then that was it.
And then I just didn't go back.
Well, what do you
But I'm gonna go back again because I really like it.
you eat like pasta?
Pardon me,
and stuff? Is
Justin
that what you're trying to
is
get
our
away
only
from?
player. Shows king, queen of diamond.
Processed food, like anything processed. Yeah,
Three
like
shows
pasta,
pocket
bread,
knives.
anything like that. You know,
So
sure.
you felt the carnivore thing felt great,
I
right?
see a flop.
Fantastic.
I haven't been working out too much, but I've been eating mostly like meat, eggs,
To the
fruit.
flop we go.
And
5-4
still
deuce,
fucking
clean for the nines. Bad news for
A lot of
Saliba, the
eggs,
covered
a lot
stack. One diamond working, 2 overs.
That's great. That's good.
Saliba, of course, the one at risk. Gonna need
Whole
some
thing
help
with the
here.
processed
Just
food, you get rid of that. Any
26%.
process you're doing.
There comes the king of
Well, as
spades.
Money showed us moments ago, the improbable is possible, and now it is Chris Wynn who needs the miracle. A 2-outer, not available. So Saliba
Justin will double.
will double through Chris,
Yeah.
who was the shorty here for quite some time before working his way up the leaderboard, now sits with just 2 bigs.
Yeah. But was in the small blind, is going to get a full rotation, but we are only playing 7-handed, so going to come around pretty quickly. A lot can change over on those outer tables, though.
Thank you. Fucked up.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like, I mean, if you can work out and control what you eat, you're in like the top like 0.5% of the planet.
I walk the dogs a lot. I just have to lift. Never easy.
Huh?
Never easy.
Never easy.
Get some muscle. You know, like you need muscle mass.
Aye, aye, aye.
I just walk and golf and bike sometimes. Not
Saliba recognizing that in spite of the fact that he's the beneficiary there, certainly can't be exceedingly celebratory about it. Bubble is a resilient one here in this 25K GG
Yes.
Millions. Oh, he's getting better at it. It was 2 for 2 on the flick. Ivy.
Yeah.
Ace Queen, small blind, jam. Petrangelo asking for a count. 60K invested already. Not sure that this 6 deuce is worthy.
No, but gonna make them count it. Doesn't want to seem like
215 for a shot at
found a fold,
395, Griff.
it's just so bad. 6
Yeah.
deuce off. It's just so miserable.
I had a very good hand.
I would assume that was a good hand.
Felt like maybe there was going to be a sweat.
You gamble too much. Where is Ren?
Outer table between Andy Nee, is it? Oh, it's already in the books. This was a Lewis Spencer limp from the small. Andy Nee check back, ace deuce 8.
Check fold.
Spencer just check
from
folds to
Spencer,
90K.
yeah.
Updated look at the chip counts here at the feature table, brought to you by sportsbet.io. The Belgian and Ken Tong up top, followed by Petrangelo and Saliba. Zubov, 10 big blind and below crew, includes him, Ivy, and Chris Wynn, who was decimated moments ago by Justin Saliba. 2 big blinds, far and away the shortest stack in the room. All eyes will be on his fate.
Yeah. Just 2 blinds. Brutal stuff for Chris. He's played pretty well here over the course of this bubble day, but just losing that massive flip. Got to find a way to hold on for that $41,000 min cash.
Ace queen. This is delightful with 2 bigs. Now it is stone hand for hand.
Yeah.
So utilizing the time banks isn't necessarily a thing with respect to seeking to allow someone else to bust before us. That said, if someone else does bust in the same hand, these 2 players will share a min cash. So in it goes.
Good hand.
Peter will give Chris a spin.
Anything can happen. 33% of the time, it's going to win every time. It's amazing the 9-4 off can be that close to winning. Nothing is guaranteed here for Chris.
Not good hand is worse. Not good hand.
As we check out on the outer table with a pot developing between Byron Kaverman and Brian Kim. Brian Kim, of course, the chip leader coming into this day 2.
Yeah, he opened to 120. We are awaiting Haverman's response.
Was just a min raise in early mid position from Brian Kim, playing 2.8 million. And wow, Byron Kaverman just gonna shove for 1.7 million, effectively near 30 big blinds. And that should give Brian Kim some pause, even if he is, near the top of his range. What could my opponent possibly be doing this with? Maybe 2 10s, 2 jacks, ace king, ace queen. Feels like how we'd probably maybe construct the range. And then, of course, always consider better. But do queens and kings find 3 bets? Calls with ace queen.
So suddenly,
big call.
Kaverman finds himself squaring off against Kim. Luca authorizing the revelations. Oh, hang on. We do have business to attend to back at the feature before we get to the outer action.
Can I see the flop?
Peter almost looking forgiving.
The flop is ace king.
Bottom pair against top pair. Chris still poised to haul in 350.
I love rice, dude.
Third card, please.
No rice for me this trip. If I eat rice, I'm going to be eating rice the rest of the trip.
Third is the king
I'm
of
a
hearts.
sick guy. Nothing.
Take 4s off the board.
I eat too much of it.
For Peter.
Huh?
And the rook.
I'm sick.
River is a jack of diamond. Chris will double up.
River. And Chris will find a modest double.
I will. Yeah. Yeah, I have to.
That will allow Luca to get some steps in as he heads back to the outer. What has Kaverman shown us?
Battering himself, only player shows pocket kings, king of spade, king of diamond.
Pocket kings.
Brian shows ace queen, ace of clubs, queen of hearts.
And for BK, an ace queen. So Kaverman well in front. Stays that way on the 10-8-5 board.
Third card, please.
Turn
Is a 7 of diamond.
is also ace free.
We did see an exciting ace on the river and the moneymaker all in at the bubble, though.
The river
Not
is
this
the deuce
time.
of hearts and
No
five of
cider.
diamond.
But not the one that Brian Kim needed in order to vanquish Byron Coverman. Look at that mighty haul there
Oh,
for Byron.
Definitely going to be amongst the chip leaders.
Yeah, that
Winning
was a bit
60
seismic.
60 big blind pot.
That exchange registering on the Richter scale in the room. BK wounded on the back end of it.
BK on BK crime.
Yeah,
Coverman.
it's a good point. Didn't
Big
think about
double up.
that. You don't know who I'm talking about if I say BK. Nice to see Coverman out there, by the way. I mean, a tremendously respected high-stakes pro who spent a little bit of time away, back in the saddle. It's been an ace-queen rich environment. Chris Wynn found a double moments ago with it. I would imagine he'll be hitching his wagon once more. Mounts up.
Been a treat to hear of the eating habits of one Phil Ivey. Any information you can get on the
You know, he's
the
going
great man.
anti-carb from what I can
Yeah,
gather.
yeah. Loves the rice, I mean,
Who doesn't?
I love the rice. Don't ask me to stop.
If you want to go lower glycemic index for health purposes, you can go brown, you can go wild. But me, personally, hit me with the steamed. White.
There you go.
Full steam ahead for Chris here. Still not a tremendous amount of horsepower in the engine, but we're trending in the right direction.
She doesn't look like much, but she can ride.
Movie quotes with Griffin. Back over to the outer table. Something on the stovetop. Action on Mateos here. Facing a Seth Davies open off of 2.1 million. Decides he'll defend his big. More of the relatively deeper part of the program working its way toward flops. Ace 5-7 rainbow.
Wow. And Mateos comes out firing on that bottom card pairing turn. Ace 5-7 and then another 5. After just calling 90,000 on the flop, there leads for 325. So that's the kind of max pressure you can put on your opponents there. Let's just say Adrian had something like a straight draw on the flop. Doing something like that at the bubble, it's just going to scare off pretty much any hand but an ace, I think.
Back over to the feature. Pocket 10s for Petrangelo.
Raise to 125.
Just a massive hand to be dealt here at the cutoff on these 20 big blinds, especially when all the other players have a little less than you. No action.
Raise and take it for Nikki P. Healthy resume on Petrangelo. His involvement with the Triton Super High Roller Series dates all the way back to Jeju in 2019. It took him 5 festivals all the way through 2022 before he found his first ever cash. 3.6 million in career Triton earnings ever since breaking the seal. 11 cashes, still without a title. His most recent Jeju stop wasn't so kind to him either, by the way, Griff. 15K 8 max. He finished 4th for 300 dimes and then blanked out the next 7 events.
That's the way this tournament game goes. Can be very feast or famine. And when the grub is good, you really need to capitalize.
Pocket 5s for Peter.
Yeah, one of those interesting hands where, you know, were this just a normal stage of a tournament, you'd probably just be shoving in these 16 big blinds at the cutoff with pocket 5s. But with the bubble nature, you would actually rather have sort of blocker type hands that have more post-flop playability, more opportunities to have dominating. Let's just say, you know, opening a king-queen at the cutoff and maybe a king-jack or king-10 calls from the big. And you can see Tong using that blocker concept here with the king-5, which, even though quite significantly a worse hand than the 5s, maybe easier to play here. Just 2 players to go.
Zubov. King 6 offsuit. Little does he know he's pipping Ken. But does understandably concede.
Ooh.
Nice little pop up there for Ken.
Nice hand.
Next time, please. Deal 1.
I hope Luca's got really soft insoles. I mean, granted, this venue not quite as expansive as some of our other ones, but, you know, this is a dude who's probably replacing the bottoms of those dress shoes with a little more frequency than your average owner.
Probably a good read.
Queen 10 suited.
Seconds. Play roll in.
Ken again activates from the cutoff, jamming.
Yeah, I like it. Effectively a 13 big blind shove with Justin Saliba's 13 on the button. And then Zubov and Chris with only 8 and 6 blinds respectively. So I think that plays really nice as a pure shove. And Ken Tong, pardon me, takes it down.
Little
Backs up
pickups
the
like
chips.
that, man, they're super meaningful when you consider the fact that these blinds, as they stand right now, can eat you alive pretty quickly, even if you think you've got chips. Outer table action now. Yaroshevsky looks involved.
So a bet here into Brandon Hamlet. Hamlet playing about 2 million. Yaroshevsky 1.6. And that looks to be a raise here from 130 to about, if I remember seeing correctly, about 360 on the flop. The board is 4-8-9, 2 spades. And Yaroshevsky doesn't buy it and goes all in for 1.4 million. So nice pickup there from Igor.
Hamlet hasn't been afraid to get his feet wet here in his first ever Triton event. Playing some big pots.
Is our only player.
Not the winner on that occasion. And we flip over to one of our other tables where it looks like an all-in and a call situation. This was an open by Byron Coverman to 120,000. Kiat Lee has made the call. 10-10-8 board. Kiat just jammed his remaining 35,000. Coverman made the call. Jack on the turn. This is Jack 8 for Kiat up against pocket aces. Any Jack, any 8 would have kept Kiat alive, but instead, Coverman's aces hold. And the bubble has at long last burst at the expense of Kiat Lee. And that will send Coverman and company into the money. $41,000 min cash guaranteed. Will stay steady at that payout.
Congratulations, you're
for
all
4
in the money.
slots.
Yeah, too bad there for Kiat Lee, but it seems like he'll be just fine. Other events to look forward to. This is the nature of the beast.
Sure.
Just leave. I mean, yeah. If you don't want to fucking go back in, why would you? Like, you're never gonna have fun or play good when you don't want to be there, right?
I don't want to be there. Sometimes it's just like,
One regular.
like it.
Ivy. Bookended by Zubov and Chris Wynn. All 3 sub 10 big blind stacks, but their wheels will be greased courtesy of the departure of Kiat Lee and the fact that the money bubble has burst here in the 25K GG Millions.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, these are very important points, Player of the Year points for Phil Ivey. You know, is in that sort of top 5 going into this series, and you know, every little bit counts. We talked about how much points winning would represent, about 400, which would, you know, vault him right into the conversation amongst those top 3. So I know he only has 7 big blinds. I know he's probably only going to min cash, but is relevant, you know, at this stage, very, very early on in the series.
This chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Kim Tong up top, 1.3 million. Not in the Player of the Year conversation, but certainly looking to leave his mark on this one. Anyone in particular impressed you more so than the others at this feature? Any standouts?
I mean, it's just been a bit difficult on this, you know, this day. There hasn't been a lot of sort of post-flop play. You know, the way that yesterday we saw some pretty incredible, you know, moves and, you know, bluff catches and you know, of course, some Andy Nee's hand, for instance, springs to mind. This table, you know, when the chip leader starts with only 40 big blinds and then he gets moved off, it's mostly been playing a bit coy. You do see a few moments, like we did see Petrangelo with the king-queen suited. I thought that was a pretty impressive 4-bet shove. Not an easy thing to do right at the bubble. But we're used to seeing that from Nick, right? I mean, he's one of the stalwarts of the super high roller scene, has been so for a long time.
Yep.
It's been a real treat for me to be a fly on the wall for some of these conversations between, you know, to Phil Ivey and Nick Petrangelo. I feel like when you're on a feature table, sometimes you don't even realize that everyone's listening to you, and it's just you're talking to your buddy. And that's a real treat, I think, for the listeners at home and us
yeah.
here to learn about his eating and golf habits.
Fold. Five seconds.
A few folds in front of Zubov, who is up back on the struggle bus with the finger flick muck. Ace Jack of Hearts for Chris Wynn.
Yeah, and isn't life made more easy now that the bubble has burst? You've locked up that 40,000 plus.
Well,
You just put it in.
Ivy, King Jack in the small blind, and unfortunately for him, he is dominated. Covers ever so slightly.
Think you cover?
Yeah, no brainer at this stack depth. Just unfortunate. You know, Chris is only in for about 5.5 big blinds. That's going to be, some raggy aces, but some worse kings, some worse jacks. It's pretty unfortunate for Phil that that he's dominated in this instance.
10-10-6 board. Decent for Chris. 86% to double. Now take the King and Jack of Hearts off the board. The Jack actually, of course, was never an option, so King of Hearts removed, and the two-outer does not come in. And once again, Chris Wynn enjoys a double.
This could be your life for you, 350,000. But it doesn't help.
350?
And yeah, those blue chips aren't worth nearly as much as those white chips, which means Phil Ivey just left with 75,000, also known as just over one big blind. So all but out the door is Phil Ivey, but luckily for him, he's going to have a rotation here to try to spin something up.
Well, the spins don't need to be exclusive to just the players who are in action. Our partners over at PokerStake give you the opportunity to buy a piece. The ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. Why would you go anywhere else than PokerStake.com to celebrate the rewards of big victories for your favorite players? Just look at some of the returns that have been available in the past. Check them out at PokerStake.com.
The American Justin Saliba, a very strong ace-queen here.
5 seconds.
500.
Raise to 500,000.
Makes it $500,000 of his 800. Won't be getting him off this hand.
Fold. Fold. Play roll in.
Oh, would you look at that?
Ace King for Phil Ivey, just what the doctor ordered.
How much do you have total?
800.
Seconds.
6 for Petrangelo.
Fold.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a spot where 8s plus you'll go for, 7s will be right on the line, 6s I think you can throw in the muck.
So does he, leaving Saliba to claw back the bulk of the $500,000 pushed forward. 425 of it to be exact.
And he drops it again.
And now Ivy. Needs a little help to pull in 300,000 and avoid the exit. 10 deuce deuce does create some opportunity. Oh, never mind. He's the dominant hand with the ace king. Had it transposed. Just needs to fade the queen. And that he does.
Yeah, and now 5 big blinds at the cutoff.
Yeah.
It very quickly could be in, back in the middle of the pack after another double up. So how quickly things can change.
I'm sure. While happy to find the double there, he is far from rejoicing. In fact, I can't remember at any point in the decades that I've been watching Phil Ivey play poker that he had some really overwhelming amount of emotional outpouring at the table on the heels of a pot. Next feature table, there's a glimpse. Mateos and Son, Klein, Davies, Velocevic, Haxton. Certainly plenty for us to sink our teeth into. Look at the chip counts. Brought to you by Poker Stake. 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. Despite the double, Ivey among them. Saliba has loosened his collar a little bit. Chris Wynn has as well. Peter's been on spectator mode for a little bit. Middling stack in front of him as well.
12 seconds.
Ooh, Phil, the comeback is real.
2 10s. Fresh off the double.
Let's see what Ken Tong has.
Ooh,
Oh
he's
my
got a problem.
goodness. Chip and a
9-9,
chair
yeah.
for Phil Ivey, and this is...
Did he just blow on the cards right there? Ken was so happy to get it in. Right up until the point he was shown 2 10s. Now suddenly, Ivey 690,000, leaning heavily in his direction. A better than 4-1 favorite with 5 to come. Could we have our first bust out on the inside of the bubble, courtesy of a bad beat? This King Queen 6 flop, keeping that prospect at bay.
Mine. I like this. This is good. It's I like it. It's very childlike.
Oh no.
Well, certainly not reveling in the demise of 360,000 of Ken Tong's tokens, are we, but rather his good-natured ability to take it all in stride. So then the players will head to a break as the bubble has burst here in the 25K GG Millions. Just look at how tight the cluster is. Biggest stack with the blinds going to 40 and 80 will be Nick Petrangelo with just 13 bigs. Zubov will bring up the rear of that collection of combatants as we bring you back to the desk. Ali alongside Griff, and that was a thick membrane on that bubble, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it was going to burst, and then suddenly, Moneymaker hits that ace on the river,
Right.
and we keep going, and you can see how when that bubble does keep going, sometimes confrontations are just going to organically happen. You saw the Saliba, all in with the King-Queen suited against the 2 9s of Chris Wynn, and these are the confrontations that are going to happen when the bubble just keeps going, and it's always nice when you sneak in there. But nice to see Ivey get back in it there and back up to 10 bigs.
Obviously, we like to see those stream numbers stay high. Anytime we can ride Phil Ivey to that, we will do so. Top stack in the room right now belongs to Ding Biao of China. 4.6 million plus in front of him. Zubov, who we saw is the shortest stack in the room. And just now the app updated, Ding Biao dethroned by Mateos. 5.6 million in front of him. So the Spaniard's going to be enjoying this break, and everybody who's at that next feature table, which will include him, will not be enjoying it. We will cut you loose. Randy is going to be stepping in for yours truly. Griff is going to stay tight here at the desk, and we're going to continue to work our way toward an eventual champion who will take down $900,000 in this 25K GG Million. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Given Triton, it's really like a handful of Vitamixes.
Just got David
Everybody.
Peterson. He's doing some stuff, so he's been fun to do some work with.
Capable of creating discomfort. Queen Jack suited. Min raise from Saliba. Ivy might need a little coffee to get things jump started here.
He needs that nicotine. Earlier conversation.
Well, he needs
Nick.
40K to see a flop with the offsuit edition of the same holding Saliba has across the way. And that flop is jack high and quite dry. And let's see whether or not one of these guys could end up in the muck.
Yeah, I think at this stage, at this stack depth, both of these players are prepared to play for it all. You know, I appreciate it is the bubble. It's 3 from the money. But when it comes to sort of constructing your opponent's range here, you know, Saliba knows he's going to have the best hand here almost 100% of the time, right? I mean, if your opponent has ace-jack, he's probably shoving on you. If he has king-jack, it's just a cooler. And then all the other jacks will probably comfortably get in here, and you're just, you know, crushing them. So, and Ivy is similar in a lot of ways. Really only feels going to be losing to those 2 better jacks, and then the very unlikely queens through aces. The money's getting in here.
Check raise of 3x. 60 becoming 180.
I mean, Saliba might even think his hand is too good and just call. If he's getting some dry check raises from something, let's say like a 9-10 of spades, you can allow your opponent to turn some equity. But all the same, could just see Saliba shove.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and is just going to call.
So all of a sudden, 580 total in the middle. Saliba, the covered stack. Just about 2/3 pot remaining. 8 on the turn, looks innocent enough. But once Ivy's check raise does get called, he has some questions about what Saliba's got, just given this current 30 players left, 27 get paid. He shouldn't really be looking to get into murky water.
You know, Ivy's, he's not thrilled that he sees this sort of trappy-looking flat from Justin Saliba.
Right.
But when you're up against an opponent that is starting a hand with 16 big blinds and you're defending a hand like Queen-Jack, and it comes Jack this dry, I mean, you kind of just have to play for stacks, and that's just, you know, there's how else are you supposed to play the hand? Just call folds, and it's just not. And there is the shove.
Sure enough.
And yeah, the snap call from Saliba.
Relatively predictable situation, and you saw Ivy.
Oh, we might have the same thing.
As soon as he got called, this is somewhat best case scenario, I suppose. Maybe some Jack 10, although we don't really anticipate Saliba to be looking for excuses to get involved with such kit. Chop imminent. King makes it official.
That's how a lot of the golfers like to gamble now.
Figured I'd try something new.
I like you just want to chop up everything. Won by Gary Clay is kind of
no gluten.
I applaud the walk back.
Ertz at the 6-3. No bueno. Kentong. What's it going to be?
To exercising the discipline that so many will be incentivized to embrace here on the march to the money bubble. And this 25K GG Millions Day 2 action, first event of 14 on the docket at this Triton Super High Roller Series from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Zubov wants to think it over.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand that plays as a nice sort of blocker open. The blinds will be going up soon, so, or you know what, they have actually, this is 11 big blinds. So the dilemma here, I think, for Zubov is that all 3 options are kind of on the table. I think I would like a min raise here off 11 big blinds. You have these nice blockers. You know, if you shove here and get called and does find the min raise, you shove here and get called, it is really disastrous, because it's going to be a tight range calling you, and King-Jack does not play well against it. And folding, well, it just feels too tight, doesn't it? You have these big blockers. Players will raise this off 12 big blinds in early positions, so let's get it through. This is part of the problem, though, is Antonius in the big blind, who's going to fight for this pot and finds it in the form of Queen 5 of diamonds.
This is the one customer you're really not looking to book flops against. Sticky will the big stack be here, and with a flush draw on this Jack 8-7 board, Patrick checks over to top pair.
Yeah, and Patrick's going to happily play 4 stacks on this board. So I think that there's a very good chance Zubov is going to be playing for it all here. And
all in.
Yeah, there's the shove.
Not the spot that Zubov really wanted to cook up when he opened this king-jack, but the deck had other ideas. So he finds himself spinning the wheel with 30 left, 3 away from the money, 1.1 million plus, already having doubled, but now at risk of being finned. Kings up, immaterial, save for the removal of the queens.
Yeah, that's nice.
And no diamond on the end. This time, Zubov's double will be meatier than the one before it for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and that's a great...
Hello everyone and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series event number 1 to 25K GG Millions. I'll be stepping in for Ali Najad, of course, joined by Griffin Benger, and we are down to the remaining 25 players where there's 900,000 up top for first. And I believe we just broke the bubble. What was it, tense? What was happening?
Yeah, I think it was a longer bubble than we really expected. A lot of players were all in and at risk at the bubble, including Chris Moneymaker for a very short stack. All in on by the turn, 1 card to go, ace jack against queens, and hit that ace on the river. So very fortunate for Chris to keep that money bubble going. We saw a big confrontation on the feature between Saliba and Chris Wynn, where leaving Chris quite short. So it was an exciting bubble, but finally, you know, to see it burst, and then of course Phil Ivey would just be left with 1 big blind right afterwards, and then 2 double ups, and suddenly is right back into contention. That's fun, especially for the Player of the Year implications.
Of course, and it was eventually Kiat Lee who did bubble this 25K GG series, so he does come home with $0 in this event. Of course, we'll be jumping into the second event, and we do have Gregor Uzo, who did pet bust in 27th, the first elimination, followed by Seth Davies. Each player guaranteeing, well, got that min cash of 41,000. You can see there are multiple payouts of 41,000, then moving up to 45K.
Yeah, nice to see Oganyan in there, who made quite an impression on my first day here at Triton, just with his, you know, just so excited to be there himself, and it kind of a, you know, a bit of a paramour for me. That was cool. So good to see him still in the money there.
Well, the collar is loosened. Everyone is guaranteed money. I imagine play will loosen up just a little bit more, so slightly, as they try to creep into that final table. But chip leaders are going to kind of go to work, right?
Yeah, and there are some very, very talented chip leaders up at the top. Adrian Mateos, 5.6 million. Quite a big jump over second, which is Ding Diao. As we get a look at the field here, getting ready to resume after the break.
Those are the other tables still in contention to win the very first event. Top stack, Adrian Mateos, 5.6 million. He is the tournament chip leader, sitting on 71 big blinds. Isaac Haxton, the second biggest stack at this feature, alongside Morton Klein, Danilo Velocevic. Clemens Reuter on the 11 big blind stack, and the shortest will be Insan Hossein, sitting on a few blinds, 6 to be exact.
Yeah, and that big lead for Mateos on this table, really reflective of what it looks like to most of the rest of the field. Ding Biao does have 4.6 million, but no one else has more than 3. So a big lead for Adrian. And if there's one player really in the world that knows what to do with a big chip lead in a tournament like this, it might just be the Spaniard.
Well, action is on the shortest stack of the table, who's got the same hand, and he's going to shove it.
Yeah, little to no fold equity here on the 6 big blind shove from Hossein Insan. But liking the cut of this jib of a hand, Queen Jack suited, prepared to just sort of take the equity of it, hope to win a flip against the Ace, King X type hands, maybe some pairs. In this particular case, though, looks like he might get away with a chop. And that's if Morton calls. There's some consideration here from Klein.
It would be a massive win if he does fold for Insan, as they do have the same hand. Time Bank's coming in. He does know that Insan shouldn't be messing around just because of the pot committed implications.
Yeah, but you said it right there, Randy. I mean, you are kind of pot committed here. And I have to imagine Morton's going to find the right answer. But
oh, he lays it down. What a win for Hossein Insan, who was supposed to just chip a little bit from the blinds, but now he's practically doubled up.
Yeah, I mean, I think a bit of a, yeah, and you can see Morton not really sure about whether that was right. And I think that, you know, maybe should trust that instinct. Just a bit too short with 6 big blinds. And once you put 2 out there, I think you owe it to yourself to flip, to see where the cards fall, really. I mean, happen to have the exact same hand.
Well, experience did pay off for Insan. Got that hand to fold. We do move on. Milosevic out. Chip leader folding the button. Dangerous Isaac Haxton in the small. He's got a healthy stack, sitting on about 30 blinds.
And into the 11 big blind stack of Clemens Reuter.
He's got King Deuce suited.
Bit of a decision, but just not quite good enough. You know, I think maybe something like a King 7, King 8 suited would probably maybe lean call, but deuce, yeah.
I feel like you're just never getting that good. If
Yeah,
you're ahead, you're
exactly.
barely ahead.
Yeah.
A smidge.
And it seems better than a King 5 off, but if your opponent has King 5 off, that's
Disaster.
you know, disastrous. So very interesting hand to be dealt there.
Morton Klein, Queen Jack of Hearts. Now he's got the suited variety, although under the gun. Representing the Norway flag.
Got a real soft spot for the Norwegian people. In my gaming days, I spent a lot of time with Scandinavian players.
You used to be a Counter-Strike player,
That's true.
right?
Yeah, I played well. I created the first ever intercontinental team. So I had 2 Norwegians on my big team.
So they were good.
They were very, very good. Yeah, very surgical, very intelligent.
Couldn't convince them to get into poker as well.
I mean, there's plenty of Scandinavians that picked up poker, that's for sure.
I agree with that. 9-8 offsuit is going to defend the big blind as we go to a 10-8-5-2 club texture. Middle pair for Danilo, 2 overs and the backdoor hearts for Morton Klein.
Yeah, all things considered, pretty decent flop for Klein. Still does have the range advantage as the aggressor, but is going to check back. Doesn't want to get, you know, check raised here or be forced to play 4 stacks necessarily.
Now he's got added equity with the turn of the backdoor hearts. 9s might feel a bit comfy now, having not seen that C-bet.
Yeah, this 2 pair is going to feel very, very strong here. You're going to expect your opponent to have oftentimes a lot of ace highs. So what sizing do I want to make it that's going to call that? We saw a hand yesterday where Morton Klein checked back a low board with ace king, and then by the turn when it was, I believe, 6-5, 4-3, something of that nature, called a bet. So were Morton to have ace-king, ace-high here would almost certainly call. So this is just in line with how Velasquez wants to get value.
He's gotten 165K of value.
Yeah, but Morton's very disguised with the strength of this draw.
36% to hit the draw. He does brick out with the 4. Does Danilo feel that he can get a little bit more value from worse pairs or an ace high?
Yeah, I would think so. This card doesn't really change much. Sure, it fills in 6-7, which is one of the potential draws Danilo could have had. So it strengthens his range a little bit.
3-3.
Well, Danilo is on the same page as you, deems it worthy of a value bet. It just hurts, right? You got such a pretty hand on turn. You go whiff.
Doesn't feel fair.
He hasn't relinquished yet. Might he be thinking of jamming, possibly? No, maybe just standard protocol of taking your time.
Can't fault a man for having a bit of a hand funeral after bricking
yeah, it's just like
straight flush draw, you know.
Can we run it
Straight
twice
flush
into
draw.
that river card?
Yeah.
Danilo was a lot of fun to watch for me on day one. He was just making these insane plays, value bets in spots where people get less.
Nice.
Not shy of going for that win, even in the early goings of the tournament. The chip leader coming in with King 3 of Hearts. Pocket 5 for Clemens.
Yeah, I would like to see a shove here from Clemens, but it's not that easy at big blind 80K here. 60K I think would be very, very motivated to put it in. Much more fold equity. But with just 675,000, you know, you're not going to really fold out hands like, you know, even an ace-8 or a king-jack off, the kind of hands that might fold for, you know, 11, 12 big blinds.
What does seem cuspy as he decides whether to jam or fold. He is going to reshove almost all of his chips.
And you still are going to have some fold equity. Hands exactly like the one Adrian has are going to be forced into a fold.
Knowing the player as well, Adrian will attack with these kind of big littles.
Klein
dominate.
Hasn't folded his hand yet.
Knows 5,000 more, yeah.
I'm not sure what he's holding.
But maybe doesn't realize that the action is on him quite yet.
How much is that raise? 595?
80 big, 80 big.
Mateos doesn't feel good, and Clemens has got to feel great about this. Like, it seems like his opponent's usually pot committed. He is going to make the call.
Feels like I got 5.5 million. I can afford 600K.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Does have that one big blind. That does plunk in there. Cards will be on their back shortly. 2-1 favorite for Clemens. Clemens can hold. Could move up to 1.5 million in chips. $10-10-7. counterfeit opportunities.
Often will be more on the turn. Not this time, though. That deuce is a great card for Clemens.
Still needs to dodge the king or 7. Stay alive. And the king on the river is going to eliminate Clemens. Brutal run out. And Mateos padding his chip lead.
Yeah, nature of the game, really. But I think Clemens probably grateful to have snuck into a cash there as well. And it's a great way to start a series, even if, you know, ends with a bit of a bad beat.
Clemens going to cash for $41,000. Take those winnings over to event number 2, I imagine. But always disappointing to get so deep.
And that pot, Adrian Mateos now $6.5 million, $2.5 million ahead of second place in Ding Biao. So significant chip lead right now with 20 to 25 so left in the tournament.
Well, if you're wondering, are these players playing GTO? The best way to check it out is over at GTO Wizard, where you can check all of the biggest spots, finding the best lines, and a lot of these players that do play our Triton series do study GTO, and often they do check out GTO Wizard. And of course, they've got daily quizzes. You can scan the QR code there and try your luck at finding the best plays.
And you can see here, this is the feature table as Brian Kim moves over and is now up to 5 million chips. Out of nowhere, Byron Kaverman with 35.
Yeah, the
Mateos,
two big
significant,
stacks.
yeah.
But it does seem like players are waiting to fill the seats a bit, rebalance, of course, with elimination. So we'll just take a couple minutes before that gathers together. And Mateos made that call of the king, 3 of hearts, did happen to get lucky against the pocket 5s with rivering that king. Clearly, massive chip lead, as you pointed out, has a 2.2 million lead on Ding Biao. It's going to be one of those spots where Mateos has got the experience. He knows what it takes to take it down, and I don't know, feels like smooth sailing.
Well, it's never smooth sailing against, you know, players at the Triton Festival, quite frankly, but it is a nice little thing to work with. You know, you can exert a lot of pressure on these other players. You know, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's ICM considerations so much, but now that we are in the money, the pay gems will start getting significant once you get to the final table. Still a long way to go, but if anyone is positioned right now to make that final table, it is going to be Adrian for sure.
Yeah, and actually, as you saw, Brian Kim actually in second place with 5 million in chips, but we do still have a lot of short stacks still on the table. You can see at the bottom, Zubov's got 9 big blinds, Petrangelo and San. Lots of guys with 9 to 12 big blinds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it is one of those situations, I imagine, where the short stacks now want to double up to kind of give them that chance to get those big payouts at the final table.
Yeah, and a good reminder, too, when you look at that, sort of the bottom part of that leaderboard, you see Chris Moneymaker in there with 11 big blinds. And as we talked about on the break, just made the money, was almost eliminated with that ace-jack. Just one river card to come is there. Ivy left with 1 big blind. Suddenly he has 16 big blinds. So you got to keep an eye on those stories as well, because it does remind you how incredible this game can be, where you can really be out the door and then a few nice breaks and you're back in it. And Ivy, you know, player of the year, he's you know, in 4th place coming into this and a lot of points up top. So let's see if he can run it up.
Well, we know Ivy's got the chops to take it down. If he can just build that stack, you know, he's one of those players that's evolved. He knows how to play a big stack, a short stack, very comfy. Like we said, lots of tough competition still in the field. We also got Isaac Haxton, a player who frequents our Triton stops from the beginning, the inception here in Montenegro, who plays the highest buy-in, so he's always so dangerous. And there is Byron Kaverman.
Don't forget about this man.
And I haven't seen Byron Kaverman play in a long time. I remember when we used to do 25Ks, I was just out in the world. He was the guy playing those when they were running like 1 a year, 2 a year. And now he's here at the Triton Stop. This is his second festival. Did go to Monte Carlo in 2023, played 4 events, did not cash, but he's looking sharp in this 25K.
Yeah, 5.
Not the guy you want moved to your table.
That's 5, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of chips being moved to this table right now.
Seat draw, very important.
Always, always very, very important. One of those factors that can really be one of the most important ones when it comes to tournament poker, but one you have no control over. So it's this sort of just, you are at the mercy of the poker gods, as they say.
And for me, I feel like it's the middling stacks that have the most trouble with seat draws, because if they're on the same table as the chip leader who's on their left, they feel handcuffed and they can't steal blinds and antes anymore.
21, I think.
There is the legend, Ike.
Deep run, business as usual. Brian Kim.
Yeah, one-time chip leader.
Brian Kim sitting in second, 5 million in chips. Calls Australia home now.
Pretty great recovery, actually, after losing that big all-in with the ace-queen to Byron Kaverman's kings.
Brian Kim did stack Nacho around hand number 4 or 5 of this tournament on day 1. About 5 minutes into the broadcast, he did it. 5-4 suit against kings.
Every time
he's
that
using
we'll
those
stop
chips well.
using them for a little bit and then start again. They top up, I believe, is how it works.
Okay. And that's randomized?
This is 10
It's
seconds.
not random.
But only pre-flop.
It might as well be. I can't keep track of when
It's only if nobody raises.
Okay.
So
I think probably they'll be in play until we redraw at 16, and then they'll stop.
There's something real nice about
they'll take them out.
And they'll start again.
debagging or, de-racking.
Okay.
Nice
Okay.
stack.
You like filling up the
Oh,
bag
like,
at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, but just
They
even
always pop up each
taking
time
them
they
out to
try.
start stacking them now is a nice little, what castles will I build
Do
today?
you ever have those 5 stacks of racks you bring them in, I'm
I've-
unloading
yeah.
all the chips.
It's happened. A couple of WSOP main event runs, certainly.
We're out of hand for him.
Before a big chip up, you just have a lot of those racks. I'm pretty obnoxious with it too. Like when I get to a new table, I'll jokingly slam them down really hard if I have a lot. Just look at everyone,
I hope your chips just fly everywhere off the table because you deserve it if you're making a statement.
And then they pause the clog, and I have
You're that guy.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Well, cards
want
are
attention.
underway. 21 remaining. That means 3 tables of 7.
Mm-hmm.
Folding over to Velocevic. Jack 8 in the bin. Martin Klein, Queen 10 offsuit.
Yeah, great candidate to just shove blind on blind here for Hossein Ensan's 11 blinds.
Raise.
Raising. Announces himself to what appears to be 160,000, a min raise.
Quite unorthodox. Is actually going to afford an opportunity for Ensan to come in with a dominated hand, which is nice.
Does seem to be in his favor as he does get this dominated hand to put in some more chips. Ensan sitting on 615K. Monotone king high flop. Ensan is the lone player with the heart in hand. And it's checked over to him. Double check. Heart confirmed.
Couple options here for Hossein. He would hate to bet fold with his equity. You know, this 10 of hearts, as we see materializing into a flush on the turn, you really want to actualize that equity, and has.
Well, Morton doesn't think he's going to win the pot with just queen high on a 4 heart board, so he's going to take a shot at it, hoping Insan does not have a heart in hand. This is unorthodox. Raising in position with the 10 of hearts on a 4 flush. Interesting.
Yeah, bit strange to do it with the 10 of hearts. I would love to pick his brain over this hand. I mean, certainly Ensan, one of the most successful tournament poker players, I mean, in poker history, really. So, but definitely is known for doing things a little more his way. And
Well,
I think
I'll
that's
tell
a good
you,
example.
players have no idea what he's doing, so he's got that edge in, you know,
Yeah.
creating some value in spots and bluffs that other players won't find. And then he knows how everyone else plays, so that is to his advantage.
Yeah, I guess just in a hand, watching a hand like that, I'm most curious about what the intention is with your remaining 400K when you make it 275.
Right. We're not sure what would happen if he...
You know, is it because he thinks that Klein will never put it in with worse, but maybe I'll get a little bit value from the hands that are a bit worse that won't go all in.
And maybe also setting the price himself. We can check back river. It's hard to say, but definitely a delight to watch. It is going to fold over to Insan in the small blind. Tournament chip leader in the big. 8-7 suited is pretty.
Yeah, you could justify shoving for 14 big blinds, but I don't really think it's Ensan's style.
And his style does not jam, does limp, but Mateos maybe in his line of work to jam this.
Yeah, definitely.
The fake out. Adding to that chip lead. Denying that equity against the 8-7 suited. Always a nice proposition. Now, in case you do have some favorites that currently aren't on our featured table, download the Triton Poker Plus app and open up the tables while you sweat this one with us, so you can just keep your eye on the other featured tables where you can see how Moneymaker's doing, Bill Ivey, Patrick Antonius, just to name a few still involved
170
here. Danilo Velocevic, ace-9 of clubs, going to open up to 170. Ike in the big blind, king 8 offsuit. Maybe a spot he defends?
Yeah, a bit on the line, right? I think king 9 would be a call most of the time for Ike. Maybe king 8 is just quite close for him, but a bit too good. You have to imagine king 5, king 4. These are working in this fold, so.
Hear ya. Well, he's got post-flop competence. On this flop, 10-9-4, 2 diamonds. Going to be hard for him to find a way to win it. To bet or not to bet? Seems like he's leaning towards betting. 120. Quick and easy. Didn't realize Ike had matching attire head to toe.
Oh, I didn't know the bottoms. Yeah, that's great.
That was just the top half.
I was remarking. Oh, ow. Oh, wow. Aces. Dude, he's got pocket aces.
He's got pocket aces.
He's got pocket aces.
He's got
so exciting.
A raise of 170 in front of him. And a problem for Morton Kleins. He's got King Jack of Hearts sitting on 1,000,000 chips. Is this a spot where he might get in trouble?
I think that Morton would be more inclined to just call.
He's out.
Ooh.
Good timing. Would have been in trouble.
Inclined to just call.
Yeah. Nice.
Does get away.
Queen 10 in the small. Broadway. Offsuit. No interest. Brian Kim's got ace 4.
All options on the table here, actually, Randy. Could complete here for the extra 90,000.
What about the option of putting it upstairs? Is that a thing?
That's what I mean by all options. Yeah, I think that it's kind of interesting. In this circumstance, it would have been disastrous. So it does go with the lower variance peel route, but it's still absolutely crushed by the aces.
Does flop a pair of 4s. Could get him into some trouble.
Yeah, you know, when you defend the blinds and flop a pair, usually you're gonna be wanting to continue. This could be an exception. You're up against such a strong range under the gun.
Finish. Thank you.
You have bottom pair. You know, your opponent has all the queens and the jacks and the ace queens and the ace jacks and the king queens. But Brian decides, you know what? What if I just sneak off a little sailboat on the turn?
He's looking for it.
You know?
That's not quite it.
And can certainly afford making calls like this, starting the hand with 5 million.
Yeah, it was just a quarter pot c-bet,
Yeah.
so it was getting a good price. Could have the best hand. Pot up to 700K.
$550.
Brings out 550K. And he's finished. Danilo up to 2.4 million. Just a betting machine. Milosevic repping the Serbian flag. 3 cashes under his belt. 3rd Triton stop. Doesn't play a full schedule.
Good luck, guys.
Oh, but he will be leaving us to another table. So if he's moving, that means there have been eliminations. And just taking a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, Petrangelo out in 21st, Zubov in 20th, Diego Zaiter in 19th. We're down to 18 players remaining. 3 tables of 6.
Yeah, there's a quick 3 eliminations. This 80K blind level doing a little damage to these players we saw. And that's, you know, that's product of a longer bubble. When you finally come out of it and you get your head above that water, you realize, well, wait a minute, I don't have a lot to work with here. We saw on the previous feature table how few blinds all the players had, so it's comes as no surprise to see the quick eliminations.
Kaverman's got 10-6 suited in the big.
Yeah, I think it's an okay candidate. Maybe one of the worst hands you'll call a raise with, but still some playability, suited, a little bit connected if you squint hard enough.
Well, I do see that potential if he can find an 8, which would give Mateos a set at the same time. Comes in with 140K. Gut shot for Caverman. Backdoor diamonds. Went over to the 9 and 7.
Yeah, there's a version of this hand, I think, where Byron elects to take aggressive action. Might also be thinking, if I'm check raising this hand, I'm probably check raising too many draws on this board. But
Wow.
might also be thinking it's really the ass end of these kind of draws. So it's just going to be nicer, cleaner to play as a check raise than as a check call. And I don't want to fold. So here we go.
Well, he's going to give himself an opportunity to just take this one down on the flop. Mateos, just 2 8s on a board that has 2 overcards to his pair. He passes. Nice play from Caverman.
Really nice.
Doesn't fear the chip leader.
Yeah, and even the best players in the world, like Adrian Mateos, are going to be forced into spots by other best players in the world, where they're just going to get,
Yeah,
you know,
it's the best against the best. It's not the best against some, eh.
Yeah.
They're not going to let Mateos just run away with it.
No, never.
160.
Did forget to add, we are now guaranteed 48,900. Did get a couple little pay jumps. Back at work. Ace 10 from Mateos.
Yeah, and a decent candidate here to complete against the min raise, try to flop some equity, and
He agrees. Ten, 9, 8 rainbow. Morton Klein middle pair open into straight draw against the top pair top kicker.
yeah, and Morton could just end up getting this in here, and Mateos, I think, will be pleased as punch to do the same. Just for 10 big blinds effective. Stack to pot ratio of about 1.7-ish.
160.
160K is the bet. He did say there's a chance he could get it in there. Never could be wrong. Actually,
Man,
at 45%.
Look at the percentages, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very, very close.
Suppose he's debating whether he should check call or check jam. And it does decide on check jam. Snap off. Gonna be pleased to see the ace 10 once you get snapped off. Coin flip. Just under 2 million.
It's nice to see that your jack is live, though. When you get snapped here, you know,
Mhm.
it could be some of those overpairs.
What about
and
that
there
7?
is the straight.
No chop.
Ace does nothing.
Klein up to 2 million in chips. 25 big blinds. Mateos was at 6.2. Now sitting on 5.3 million.
He'll be
Does still
okay.
have that chip lead. He'll be okay. But you never love it.
He'll manage.
That is what they're playing for. The first trophy will be rewarding at this Montenegro stop. Getting mesmerized by that graphic. Ooh, look at those cards. Mateo's looking at the stars.
So tell me a bit about event number 2, Randy. Another 25K, 8-handed event.
So we do run another event while this one finishes and plays down to a winner. That is the 25K 8-handed. You can look at the Triton Poker Plus app and see our full schedule, see how players are doing in that tournament. It is still underway, 59 entries. Chris Burr currently at the top. Check it out, of course, after this one finishes. If there's time, we'll give some coverage to that. Then play that one down to a winner. And then, of course, as time goes on this week, buy-ins just escalate. Eventually, 125K main event and a 200K no-limit hold'em.
So Morton Klein, the last time blind on blind, with just the min raise with the queen 10, ended up losing that pot. This time sizes up a little bit more, almost 3x, forcing Insan to fold the queen 8. Nice little takedown after that big double up for Morton.
I have to give you 10 seconds?
No, not now, but I'm kindly asking
Let's
you
make
more
effort.
faster.
It was action.
Not now, not
But, yeah.
Can you be careful with the pitch lower, please? Thanks.
Nice little peer around the rest of the Triton field. Just 3 tables remain. 18 players from the original 163 hopeful. So we're getting to the nitty gritty here. Almost just 10% of the field remaining.
Big pay jumps around the corner. Eventual champion will take home $903,000.
Yeah, much better, thank you. Yeah, it catches, but
And with that 11 big blind stack at on the dealer button here, feels like all of it. Yeah, that'll do.
Surviving, treading water. Not sure if you had a chance to check out the Jacob & Co. Griffin, but they are our official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. Plenty of diamonds, sapphires, and rubies, and if you're into poker and gambling themed gear, perfect brand because they do have this watch called the Astronomia Casino. It has a functioning roulette inside the timepiece. And I've heard rumors of people just taking bets on it, you know, whether it lands on black or red.
Gorgeous.
Definitely want to check those out. We are giving those away to our Triton No Limit Hold'em main event winners. Normally short deck, but this one will be PLO and No Limit Hold'em.
16? 16, right?
Yeah, I'm just updating the clock now.
Okay.
Thank you. Gonna have a redraw.
And looks like we're going to be redrawing here.
Thanks.
Both Ike and Byron sort of running off there, maybe trying to get a quick bathroom break amongst this quick redraw.
But we might have an outer table
good in the
hand.
suit.
We'll find out shortly.
I never seen you in a suit. Yeah. Bossing everyone around over there.
Brian Kim with some chit chat.
Is it possible to get a collar up while I do this? Whatever you want. Okay. Sure.
Requests and you shall receive, Brian Kim.
Yeah, I did notice had a
Okay,
lot
outer
of
table
different
action.
colors.
What's happening here? Is it all in a call? I see an ace king. And it looks like the ace king is in the bin. That's going to be clean double up for the eights, it would appear to be. Run out was Jack 6695 and Lewis Spencer. Not going to be happy with that one. Look at Phil Ivey, still in there, hanging by a thread.
Both a killer and a survivor.
Well, take a quick look at the leaderboard. Mateos, still the tournament chip leader. Brian Kim on 4.6 million. Caverman healthy. Saw him check raise against Mateos. And Son at the bottom. But we are going to go on a 5-minute break and get back to the final 2 tables of 16. See you soon.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it. Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Hello everyone, and we're back. Final 2 tables of the GG 25K Millions. Cards already ready to go. Randy Liu joined by Griffin Benger. Pocket 5s for Pieter Ertz. Laying it down under the gun.
Fast action is active now?
In case you don't know, the fast action clock is in play. Winders, pay jumps to be had. Everyone has about 10 seconds to act, as you can see from that shot clock there. And they can extend it with a red time bank, but this only applies in unopened pots.
Okay.
Pretty amazing feature table here between the chip leader, Adrian Mateos, Ding Biao in second. Well, Brian Kim and both Ding and Kim around 4.6 million. Yeah, that's a big top 3. All 3 here on this feature table. Igor Yarashevsky with 43 bigs as well at 3.5 million. So there's a lot of chips here.
I think Justin needs to top off. Thank you.
Dangerous featured table. Mateos with position on Ding Biao and Brian Kim. We'll see how they respond to the chip leader, the Spaniard. Ace-9 suited for Haxton.
$160. Are you liking the clay court?
It's pretty good, yeah. It's nice that it's a 40-second walk. It's cheap. Yeah, I prefer it.
Does the game play a lot differently?
Over to the big blind, holding the 6 of spades, other card hidden.
Generally, the rallies will be longer.
Must be dust for him to lay down.
Slower, yeah.
Less power.
If you have topspin, yeah, less power. Topspin's better. Even playing.
Talking about tennis?
No, not too much.
Top spin, I assume that's what we're referring to?
Yeah, asked him up at the clay court. Maybe that's here. I know there are some players that have been looking into playing some tennis here.
I did Florida
on their sort of, a little off time here and there. It's nice to find a way to get some exercise outside of just going to the gym. Beautiful weather out here in Montenegro.
You play tennis?
A little bit. I'm more of a squash player, living in Eastern Canada. So I have 5-6 months of winter. So I've gotten really squash and hockey are my 2 sports. But in the summer, I love to play. Spring and summer, I love to play a little tennis. Yeah.
I'm more of a pickleball player.
Yeah, I've never played pickleball. I keep
Easy
hearing
for
great
me.
things. Yeah, sounds fun.
Well, Kim, open up the King Jack. Most likely won't be getting through. Hacks the Jack 10 offsuit. Just a man with so many different nicknames. You got a favorite one of Haxton? Hollywood Haxton.
It's a good one.
heard Jungle Man call him the Prince of Darkness. Whatever
I
it
like
is.
the classic Ike.
Ike,
you know?
Ike is good. Not good on this flop. Does come ace high. A follow through of 140K. You never know what Ike's thinking. Always looking for opportunities to steal the pot when he can. Uh-oh. Check call.
Really?
Maybe he feels like Kim is firing too much on his ace-high flop, and maybe he can expect a check through which he can steal.
Might be. The thing is, why it feels so unorthodox to check call a hand like this. You know, you're not going to think you're good with the jack high when you're check calling here. So this is really, how can I create a realistic line where I can, you know, if it does go check through on the turn, I can just bet the river and force a fold from a hand like this. Because ace-x hands certainly in Isaac Haxton's range, but they wouldn't be check raising the flop, right? So it plays more realistically as a check call, even if, you know, this out of position float, even though it looks like, oh man, what are we going to do here?
Well, let's see if his plan will work out, if Brian Kim will check that. But Brian says no. He knows there's a lot of floats in Ike's range, hence the 480K bet.
Pretty strong awareness, though. Like, is he really that aware? Like, it's pretty amazing.
These guys are just,
yeah,
they're not letting it go easy.
I know you can float. I know you can float this flop here with jack highs, and then you know, if I check back, you can bet the river. I know what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I still have the stronger range, pal.
That's true. He did raise from under the gun. He's got all of the big aces. Ding Biao chewing on his jack 6 offsuit. +1.
Come on. Can't possibly taste right. Ding.
Ding. Are you sure? Okay.
Oh, there's
He's
something
going to lay it
about
down.
this. There's something about this jack 6. I just got to chew on it a little longer.
Well, he does fold. Mateos is going to open up King 7 of clubs. Igor Yarshevsky right behind him. Ace Jack, 40 big blind stack. Might he be thinking of coming in for 3-bet? Well,
sure
is that 3-betting chips? It is. 475K. Pieter Ertz might have had a reshove spot against Mateos, but he's out. Lots of resistance against Mateos. Does fold the King 7.
One of the days in Monaco, we were playing, me and Igor actually, and they put us on the court right next to Alexander Zverev. He's
Okay. Yeah,
you know who he
yeah.
is?
I've heard of the
Double up. 50K, 100K.
Top 10 guy,
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
That's so insane.
he's like 4 coaches, and the court's right next to ours.
Oh, and Wai Long Chan has walked away. Got it in against Brandon Hamlet with ace queen against queen 7, and the 7 on the river.
Oof.
Drills it.
very unlucky for Chan. He's going to be heading to the payout desk and likely jumping in event number 2. And Justin going to be completing here on 15 big blinds. Hands like King 10 can be a bit tricky facing these early position opens because likely you have a dominated king if your opponent has a king. And this is exactly the case here with this King Jack. But the board coming up all bricks for both players.
Type of board that favors the big blind. Igor isn't worried though. Still gonna fire a continuation bet.
215.
And it was nice to get away with that for Igor. Yeah, you did have the best hand, but you know that board can be really tricky if the big blind decides to attack you in any form.
Igor in Jeju got 7th in the 100K main for 739K.
You gonna go to the French Open?
No.
No. I heard some of the guys were gonna go and watch it on the way back. Have you been to any of those big tennis?
No.
That'd probably be pretty cool at some point.
Yeah, it's sick. No, I saw a couple of those guys' rallies, and it's definitely fascinating.
Baby Pocket's out.
And it looks on TV.
That's cool.
They just perform so poorly. Even the tournament chip leader is not opening under the gun.
Yeah.
$85 for Saliba. It's a dangerous big blind to get involved with. Ding Biao. Type of guy that exerts pressure. 6-3 offsuit. You expected this?
Yeah, with a holding like this.
And a
Pretty
player
nice.
like this?
Yeah, pretty nice. You know, even the sizing's pretty nice. Doesn't need to make it very big. Just attacking the portion of Saliba's range that has designs to check fold. Don't have to risk that much. 2.6 blinds. Just nice stuff.
Ding Biao had amazing Jeju. Shipped the 50K PLO for $1 million. Had a 5th in the 30K PLO, a 36 in the main, a 2nd in the 150K for 2.8 million. I mean, Jesus, how many cashes did he have in Jeju and such big scores? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 win in the 2nd.
Yeah, of the 14 events that he played there, cashed in 7 of them. That's pretty incredible.
It's not like he's min cashing each event.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Big winner. Limping against Mateus with King 5 off.
Yeah, common practice, this raggy ace to quickly check it back, blind on blind, for a bout of deception.
Ace of Hearts present in Mateo's hand. Could come relevant. A little gut shot for Ding Biao.
Yeah, not a lot of reason to bet though, because you're not really going to force out many better hands. Only really the ace highs, which Mateos happens to have.
Is going to pair to 5 to take the lead. And they seem to be separated by just 100,000 in chips. Jockeying the top spot.
Yeah, Mateo slipping under 5 million when he was all the way up over 6 earlier, of course, doubling up Morton Klein. Still very, very healthy up at that leaderboard.
$215.
Velocevic going clubbing, making it 215K.
And a player you really were mentioning, Randy, that you were impressed with on day one.
You missed it. Like, you
Yeah.
would have loved watching him play. Just finding 3-bet spots on paired boards with like a queen eye flush and getting paid off by like a single pair. It was just
Nice.
relentless. Bluffing. Like, you give this guy a stack, he'll put him to work.
Ding Biao, not an easy man to get past his
relentless.
button when he has a decent ace.
3-bets to 550K. Using those black chips.
Yeah, not much for Velocevic to do there. Good spot awareness from Ding.
That should push him past Mateos as the new tournament chip leader, Ding Biao. Peter looking for a hand, not the 7-6 offsuit. Folding over to the blinds. Ukraine's Igor Yaroshevsky with the limp. Danilo ace-3 off. Is this a spot where maybe we could put in a raise?
Certainly can consider it.
This is yours.
Yeah, I think a shove playing best here compared to a raise. You would hate to raise fold a hand like that. You're just getting so many limp folds in a situation like that that even though you are risking 18, 19 big blinds, you just get a quick acquisition there.
It feels like jamming is better than raising.
Yes,
Just
yeah.
because it doesn't have that much playability post-flop
Yeah.
if you don't flop an ace.
Yeah, check back or shove, definitely the play, and not a big surprise, I think. Velocevic goes for the aggressive action as Ike now an opportunity to raise these pretty little blockers under the gun. But it is 8-handed. And electing to size up and maybe to dissuade any potential light 3-bets. Giving the illusion of less room to do so. Sizing would have to be bigger.
Well, the big blind is rather short of Peter. Maybe that is why he's sizing up,
Very
not to
good point.
get him
Yeah,
the right price. We see that a lot, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yeah, that was definitely the reason why. Oh, you know Ike means business when he's cracking them knuckles.
He always means
I'm about
business.
to give
Okay?
you guys a knuckle sandwich.
It does worry me. Haxton, when he's ready to play, he's going to put you in the blender.
Speaking of a man who knows how to blend your emotions, Adrian Mateos.
Oh, speaking of Peter, though, he's got 2 10s, and he's going to be happy to shove this one into Mateos. And Mateos would be priced in.
Yep. The old...
Oh, never mind. Look at this. Haxton's got 2 jacks. What bad timing for Peter, who's finally found a spot with 2 10s. He's happy to jam into the big stack.
Yeah, and the worst thing is we don't get to see Adrian's patented sigh call.
That's right, because Haxton should be reshoving rather than calling, I believe.
I mean, look, personally, if I'm Peter, and before this hand was dealt, I saw Ike Haxton cracking his knuckles, I might be putting down 10s.
Straight into the muck. I got you got the physical reads.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, Ike is all warmed up, and yeah, Peter's seeing the bad news. Whatever happens, has done an excellent job getting to this stage. We've seen him a lot over the course of the day. He was on the previous feature table as well.
Well, if he can find a 10, he can hang in there with the playable stack. 9 high. Hearts are covered. Ace on the turn, not going to change anything. One more shot, 2 outs to stay in for Peter. Doesn't get there. Out in 15th place.
Yeah, again, great performance from Peter. And that's how you want to start a series here at Triton. Baby steps. Get that first cash out of the way. You're 1 for 1.
Well, that first cash is going to give him that little extra pay jump as well. 61,100 is the prize for him.
Coming from Vegas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As we take a look at the leaderboards, which you would probably think this must be the chip leaders. Look at this, 53, 48, and you're probably right. But they're all on our feature table right now. Ding Biao with 53 big blinds at 5.3 million. Brian Kim at 48. Mateos right behind. Igor doing real well, close to 40. And after that, jacks to 10s hold for Isaac, up over 30 big blinds. So a lot of play here on this feature table. We are on the final 2 tables. Just 14 remain, trying to get down to that final table of 9.
Of the 14 remaining, 4 of the top 5 stacks are at this feature. Brandon Hamlet on the other table, currently sitting in 4th with 44 big blinds. Ace 10, Yaroshevsky.
5 seconds.
100.
Raise 200,000. Oh.
Maxton sitting on 3 million after eliminating Peter.
Oh. Oh.
Easy does it for Igor. Do we expect to see the likes of Daniel Negreanu here at this Triton?
It's a question we ask all the time. I believe Ollie has mentioned it, but I believe he doesn't like to travel too much to play one day. He always teases us. And
Right.
It's like... Mateos, 5-4 offsuit. Things haven't been going his way, but still sitting on 4.7 million.
Saliba on 13 big blinds. Kim deciding to play this slowly here, hoping to see a check back from Saliba.
It's crossing Saliba's mind, why didn't Kim just rip it into me? But he does have just the 5 of spades. Other card is hidden. No connection for Kim. Hard to say for Saliba.
Yeah, and I would expect to see Brian come out firing here against any 2 cards.
Is the idea that Saliba just can't mess around with that stack?
I mean, frankly, it's just about if he hasn't had a queen 7 or a 3, he's probably just going to fold. And, you know, I have 8-5 here. Let's just say my opponent does have a 3. If the turn's a 6 or a 9, I can bet again. There's little ways you can maneuver. You don't want to allow the board to get more connectivity, more reasons for Saliba to stick around. Also, a lot of Queen X hands might.
Well, hold on.
You know, shove.
Hold your thought 1 second. Moneymaker in with Ivy, and Ivy is out. As Moneymaker did have the better kicker with the pair of 9s, ace-9 against the 9-3 of the short stack of Ivy, who is going to have to settle for the next payout.
Yeah, what a comeback from Moneymaker.
Yeah, I believe he was down to like, what, 1, 2, 3 blinds or so?
There's something about him. There's this sort of unlikely underdog energy. It just suits him. I don't know what it is.
Well, Ivy did pick up some points, I believe, for cashing, and put himself still in contention for that Ivan Leal Player of the Year award.
Yes.
220.
Moneymaker, of course, famous for the greatest underdog story in poker history. Responsible for the poker boom. Here he is coming back from 2 big blinds.
We hitting or splitting these 2 4s? All right. Gonna hit for 3 cards on the flop. No connection. Haxton with a gut shot.
Yeah, my money's on Ike with the lead position and the gut shot.
$150.
150,000.
150 is the sizing. Not much for Ding Biao.
Pretty nice price. You expect that if you hit a 4, you're going to be absolutely golden. You do have the backdoor diamonds. Maybe a diamond peels and you get a free card, but yeah.
He's out.
It's just a bit too ambitious.
Axton's been cruising up to 3.4 million in chips. That's a player you don't want to see at your table accumulating.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of also, as we know that he technically folded the best hand, it's just how often am I going to call here and then just fold the turn? Almost always. So I'm just giving money to a strong opponent that's going to bluff me off the bottom of my range. So let me get out of here. We can move on.
Couple court cards for Yaroshevsky. Opening under the gun. Jack 9 from Mateos.
Yeah, Adrian will say, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Let's play. Do see the king in the window, which pairs Igor with top pair. See if he does follow through or not against a bigger stack. Looks like he is. $190.
I expect Adrian to fold this hand, but there is a small bit of consideration, I think, in his mind that, oh, this one's a pretty decent candidate to maybe sometimes mix in some check raises here. I have that Jack of Spades. I can pick up some more equity. You know, if my opponent's c-betting ace-queen here and I check raise, it puts him in a lot of hurt.
Crossed his mind, but he was
Yeah.
thinking, you know what? What if
But
I'm wrong? I don't want to bleed any more than I need to.
Yeah, it's always interesting to look at their faces sometimes in a spot where they could have done an aggressive action, because part of them always wants to, I think, right? That's how they've gotten here, pushing those edges. But you got to be careful against when you're playing against the best players in the world. You know, Igor sitting there with that king would have been real trouble for Mateos.
I think it's safe to say these guys aren't playing straightforward poker. They're always looking for opportunities to perhaps steal the pot, but not always pouncing on it whenever that opportunity may arise.
Yeah, it's decision tree stuff, right? That's what's going on. It's branching off in these guys' minds. And most of the time, they're going to find the right answer.
The right answer for this ace-queen is likely upstairs at the price, $200K. King-jack suited for Mateos. What's the play?
Pretty tricky. It's a lot of chips. Feels, yeah, I like it. It feels too strong to put in more chips than the 200K pre-flop. And what I mean by that, as Igor getting a great price to peel one off with the fours, is you would hate to 3-bet fold king-jack suited. In this case, that might be what would end up happening. Maybe Ding would shove the ace-queen. And it feels like too many chips to just like shove over an open, the ICM considerations, all these things. So that's why it kind of plays nicer as a flat. I think king-jack off, maybe you would more lean to consider 3-betting, almost turn it into a bit of a bluff, but also could have just flatted that pre as well.
These three pretty looking hands, absolutely whiffing this flop. 9-7-5-2 clubs. Ding Biao does have the ace of clubs. Checking back. The turn pairs the king from Mateos.
Bingo bongo.
He is up against two opponents, does check. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. See Kaverman with chips in front of him. Hassan Insan is out.
Oh, no.
With ace-8 against the pocket pair of Kaverman's 2-8s. Main event champ will tap the table. Making a deep run here in event number 1.
Yeah, nice ducking and dodging all day from what I've seen from Ensan. Finding a way to get into this top 15 quite nicely.
Well, back to the action. It did check around on the turn. Mateos, top 2 pair.
Yeah, and just not going to get a customer here, really.
450,000.
You know, with no interest on the 9-7-5 between the two opponents, and then just hitting your your 2 pair over the next 2 cards. Difficult for your opponents to really have something, right?
If they didn't bet the king.
Yeah, if they didn't bet the king, you have a jack in your hand. Hard for them to have made a jack here. Yeah, Big knows better and lets it go.
Finally, Mateos winning a pot. Up to 4.9. We are 12 remaining with that elimination of Hossein Insan, who does cash for 67,000. Next bust out also receives 67,000, but then there is a pay jump to 77K if you can get to at least top 11. Suited 7-6.
5 seconds.
Not this one.
Fold, fold, fold. Fold.
Suited connector on the button. More favorable conditions.
Fold.
Momentum.
Retaking the table, chip lead, pardon me, chip league.
I have a question. Do you believe in
Yeah.
momentum at these kind of, and deep in the tournaments?
I
Is that a
do, and
thing?
it's a bit of a point of contention with my very good friend Sam Grafton, who always makes fun of me for it. I do. No, I think it's it's something that's not necessarily tangible that you can sense, and confidence is very important. I mean, I believe in momentum across these series, and going all the way back to Jeju. It really matters when you're winning. It just does. It's just the nature of things, I think.
I feel like it gives you more confidence in the decisions you make, right?
Course, yeah.
Like just things going your way, making good decisions
We've
regularly.
all been on down swings where we feel like, am I even good at this thing? Like, what is this? And we've been on hot streaks that think like, oh my God, I'm,
Yeah,
one of
we've
the
seen
best.
players, just brick out in stops, and then all of a sudden they come in with a bang and just get cash after cash, final table after final table.
And there are some people that are just so, level-headed and professional with it. Actually, when I was in Madrid, I bumped into to Ben Heath and talked to him a little bit. No mention of the lack of success at Jeju. These guys are such professionals, and this is just how it works.
5 seconds.
Where Saliba opens ace-10 off of the short stack, did get the ace-5 suited and the pocket threes into the bin of the big stacks. Just has to get through Brian Kim's queen-6 offsuit, which he does.
Saliba and Velasevich on a bit of an island with their sub-20 big blind stacks. Everyone else in that 40 to 50 range. Saliba on just 1.3 million at this 100K blind level. 1.8 million for Velasevich, who will be on the button this hand.
5 seconds. Raise to 200,000. Fold.
In this tournament, the blinds going up in the final table or no? It's like online or no? It's like online that we need to be... No, I mean, like for the blind level, it's gonna be...
Ding Biao with that little pickup. Did hear Mateos asking how the blinds will work at the final table because we're playing the GG Millions 25K live edition. At the final table, blinds go up by hands, not time. And that's a nice wrinkle. Also, we do have seat selection based on chip counts. So if you're the biggest stack, you get to choose where you want to seat last. swapping suites. It's a nice, fun way to approach this 25K GG Millions. Only happens for this event number 1. We'll see in action later.
Very interesting stuff, seed selection.
You'll like it if we get an opportunity to witness it. It's a fun one. And it actually pays to have played that format to know how to approach, like, where to seed. Regardless, Moneymaker all in with Ace-King against Hamlet, Ace-6. And Moneymaker,
my goodness,
he's back. He's up to 5.3 million in chips, possibly the chip lead. I don't know how he does it. He wins the WSOP main event. Everyone starts playing poker. He comes to our Triton the first time. Final table's the biggest buy-in out there and gets a deep run. And now in contention to win this 25K GG Millions.
Yeah, that's an interesting
All
hand
in
there.
in a call. Hold on. Queen Jack suited for Saliba against Mateos' Ace Queen, and the flush draw is flop. Saliba 41%.
Nice to have that spade blocker for Mateos, though. Less likely the spade will come in.
Brick on the turn. Can he get there? He cannot.
Game goes.
And that is the end of the road for Saliba. Mateos on to 6.5 million in chips, surpassing Moneymaker, who was a chip leader for that split second. And they are flying. And there's a little smile on Mateos' face.
Yeah, he'll treat you with a little smile after winning some of these big pots sometimes. Just loves the game so much. I remember once someone asked him on a feature table, so what are some of your hobbies? He said, no hobbies, poker.
I mean, it is a hobby. It depends for some.
Yeah.
Job for others. But that's funny.
I mean, when you're at the top of the game and you love the game and you're, I mean, I think Adrian is someone who is, very appreciative and respectful of the potential legacy he can leave behind. These are professional, whatever you want to call them, athletes, sport geniuses. Like this is, you look at what Jason Kuhn has accomplished on the Triton Tour. Just amazing stuff.
Safe to say, all of these players.
Pretty good.
They're pretty good. They also got a lot of pressure on them all times, but they know how to deal with it. Don't become...
I like the gradual pressure lift that Triton does, though. Yeah, a little 25K here, next day a little 25K. As we look at the chip counts of this feature table, just 5 remaining now on one of these 2 tables, which I imagine means there's 6 on the other. So we are running out of players going down to that final table of 9. Mateos extending that lead to 63 bigs.
Why don't we just leave all the big stacks on one table, all the short stacks on the other, and see who's going to spin it up on the other table and battle with these sharks.
It's interesting. I mean, they are seeming to respect each other a little bit. I think every single one of these 4 big stacks recognizing how dangerous the other can be. And so I've been playing a bit coy. No real reason to battle too much here. Let's just get to that final table.
And it's also raises King, Queen of Clubs for Kim.
Just as I said that, we're respecting.
He's not activating each opportunity.
No, I know, but
hearts.
certainly nice little blocker hand on the button.
Fair enough.
Cut off open. Again, Mateos not 3-betting the very strong big suited hand.
And that's going to work out for him as he does flop top pair. Brian Kim with the betting lead Can probably pick up that continuation bet against them, as a lot of players like to kind of stab these ace-high boards, right?
They ordinarily do. But Brian Kim wise to it a little bit.
Not betting this time. Turn is the 7.
Well, I just think there is an interesting dynamic when it comes in the form of a small blind flat versus a big blind. I think Kim recognizing that, you know, of course, Mateos
350.
isn't going to be folding any aces on the flop, and then also not really going to be folding any, you know, pocket pairs. So what am I hoping to fold out on this flop? I'm never really going to be folding out better hands. I'm often going to have hands like King Jack suited dominated or Queen Jack. So I don't mind just checking this back instead of just giving money to those hands that are already beating me.
Right, because the big blind just has so much more defense that just has to check fold.
Yeah, yeah, and then you clear out that equity. You don't let 10-9 get there. You know, injured Mateos doesn't have 10-9 here, right?
Makes a lot of sense. Well, Mateos did try to get value with the ace-jack. Could not. Chip leader doing chip leader things. Outer table action. Morton Klein with pocket 9s against Brandon Hamlet's 2 8s. And Brandon Hamlet, who was in 4th place not too long ago with about 4 million in chips, is out of there.
Yeah, and I think might regret the big shove blind on blind against Moneymaker. If I have it right, it was for about 25 big blinds each, and
you are right.
You know, that's going to be really tough to come back from when your opponent does just wake up with it. But we see these things happen, these blind on blind confrontations. The you know what the Sims will say to do a lot of the time will be to shove, and that's what these players will do.
And that's going to be a hard one to swallow for Hamlet. 11th place, 77,000. We are down to the final 10, and Morton Klein climbing to 3.2 million, eliminating Brandon. Final table bubble.
Bum, bum, bum.
That's when you're like, I'm so close.
Yeah.
Let me just get over that line. Get those big pay jumps. Didn't start going for the trophy. Hand for hand is live.
Yep.
Tell me, who was the player yesterday when we were on the desk together, and I made a comment about it's got a nice stack to get himself to the final table. Who was it again? Was it Lewis Spencer who's in there with 10 left?
Lewis Spencer?
About to make the final table?
Well, he is near the bottom.
He is near the bottom, but
he has 28 big blinds in
I
9th
did
place.
make a comment with 50 left about him making the final table. I'm just saying.
All
okay?
right.
I'm just saying.
You've got clairvoyant abilities like Sean Winter, apparently. Good to know, Griffin.
I mean, I just kind of want the sweat. If he busts in 10th, I think it's great too. You know, it's like, oh, what a rush.
You want him to bust in 10th.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Because I deserved it when you called me out.
If things don't happen, don't go so well for you.
The fact he's actually here is great.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. Mateos King 5 suited in the cutoff. Yaroshevsky isn't shy of giving Mateos action.
Oh, no. Not with this big, beautiful king-queen in late position.
He's just always attacking. He's like, sure, you got the big stack. I know what you're up to. Let me put in some resistance. And Mateos isn't sure. Is his opponent getting hit with the deck? Or is he making a move on him?
Yeah, not the first time I think Igor has 3-bet him. And
no, has been at least 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, eventually is going to have to bite back and appears to be thinking about it. Does Mateos have 1.4 million in him right here?
Is this the type of hand that can do it?
I mean, you have a Yeah, it is a nice, it's a decent candidate. Yeah, he does go for 1.350. It's you know, this high card, low card. It's not bad at all.
Well, Mateos had enough. 4-betting, big little king 5 suited, blocking those hands. That can continue, right? Ace, king, kings, of course.
Yeah. And Igor, tough to continue here.
This is a mind game.
Yeah, because King Queen not playing well against the top end of Mateos's range. But you could just be being messed with here.
Is Yaroshevsky
And it's a
thinking
pretty
about
big
going to level
takedown.
5?
Might do. But it would almost certainly be in the form of an all-in, which is a tough thing to do for 40 big blinds. You know, what if you just do it here and you get snapped by aces?
Oh, he's using multiple time banks.
Yeah, this is really advanced stuff here. Who will blink first? You know, it's just that gunslinger energy. Whoever puts in all the chips last to win. Oh,
He's loaded the gun but didn't fire the trigger.
Just so fun to watch.
Everything going Mateos' way. Wow, what a play. Setting a statement over to Igor Yaroshevsky.
Thank you.
Well, if you got a little tingling to have some action on the line, check out betacr.eu. Have the opportunity to predict how your favorite players do. Maybe, you know, into the next event, find your favorite players like Phil Ivey, Patrick Antonius, put a little sprinkle on there. Can get a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top up. So check out betacr.eu.
Adrian Mateos now up to $7.5 million. If we look at the whole field here, Chris Moneymaker all the way up to second at nearly 5.6. Ding Biao with 5 million here on this table. And then everyone else south of 3.8.
Dealer pitched back to King Queen Igor. Said try again.
Yeah. Give it one more spin there, Igor.
9-6 suited for Ding Biao, making the call. North of $500,000 in the pot. Got shot for Ding Biao. King of Hearts, ace high board for Igor Yaroshevsky. Checking back. Another heart going to give Igor officially the nut flush draw on this paired board. Now he's going to go ahead and open up the action with this bet. 120K. Never know what Ding's thinking. Is he thinking maybe coming out swinging? Not this time. As he lays down to 9 high. Yaroshevsky gets some rebate with this King Queen. Different opponent. And the blinds go up once more. 50,000, 125,000. Price of poker just gone up. do have one clear short stack, which is Danilo Vlasovic, sitting on 13 big blinds. Next shortest stack is Lewis Spencer, sitting on 22. Ace-Jack suited is enough to open to 260K.
Yeah, almost too strong just to open shove. 13 big blinds here, 5-handed. Happy to let someone get in there. Big blind defend, but not
No
this day.
customers?
Nope.
Not for this price? Danilo looking upwards at the clock, average stack, etc. Ace-5 now for the short stack. Who's out?
Nice little pattern there in the stack for Brian Kim. Getting creative.
You one of those stack builders?
No, not really.
Construction workers?
No, but it's nice to see when
400.
players get a little creative with that. Power poker now from Adrian Mateos, blind on blind. 3.5xing it here from the small blind.
Igor not having any of it as he makes the call in position King 4 suited. Adrian is dominating, and both players flopping top pair. Trouble.
Yeah, dream board for Mateos based off what we know Igor has. Difficult, though, to really get, 3 streets of value, all the chips. It's like these are still pretty marginal holdings with a lot of ICM to consider. So they're actually both playing it coy, and wow, the 4 pops off on the turn. Both hands so under-repped.
That is so disguised to hit 2 pair on the 4 with the check through on the flop. Mateos, don't blame him for thinking he's got the best hand, firing out a huge shell,
Massive
800K.
bet. Yeah. And this is to, really get max value from those 8x and all those flush draws.
What do we do with 2 pair? Do we raise? Do we call in position?
Oh, we got to just call. Yeah, for sure. I would have to imagine, make it look like you have sort of middling value that is just trying to get to showdown.
Look at that mini trophy. Here's the
Very
card
cool.
protector. Time bank coming in for Igor. Does he want to appear weak, like you mentioned, hoping Mateos just blast away?
I mean, the bet seems strong, right, is the thing. Maybe you do want to represent that you have a big draw by finding a raise here. But the raise would have to be for, all in, so...
Well, Igor is going to take a risk that a bad card doesn't show up on the river, trying to win the max with this call. Looking weak. Mateos with King 9. And he counterfeits with the 8, taking the lead. Yurashevsky in trouble.
Yeah, and the flush has backdoored. Adrian Mateos does block the king high hearts here. Isn't going to be thrilled by that river because it completes both the backdoor flush and the 8x that we discussed might be in Igor's range, checking back the flop and calling the turn. But he doesn't despise this river. He's going to think he's good a decent percentage of the time. Just a matter of, do I really think I can get value from anything? Do I want to bet super small and maybe get a little bit of value from like a 7x or something sometimes, and then reevaluate if I get raised?
400.
Mateos with that blocker bet, 400K, and a slam call. He is going to be annoyed once he saw that King 9.
Yeah, he sees it, and he knows he's been counterfeit, and he is visibly vexed. Yeah. And yeah, and I don't know what he's saying, but you almost don't need to. We've all had this feeling before. Really big swing pot here. Igor dropping in the leaderboard.
He just can't believe it.
Yeah.
He was thinking, I'm going to double up this hand. Now he lost half of his stack to the chip leader who's padding. Still stunned.
Yeah, all the way down to 2.1 million at 125K big blinds. So sub 20 big blinds after being very comfortably amongst those 40 to 45 big blind stacks. But the hand plays itself, you know, bit of a cooler in Adrian's favor. And check out that chip lead, 2-1 from first to second place for Adrian Mateos. And that's very significant at this stage of the tournament, Randy.
Yeah, he's got 9 million in chips, and Igor falling to 17 big blinds, 2.1 million, and he just has to regain his composure, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Game's not over.
Still a professional that's not going to be, you know, suddenly flying off the handle. Just would have preferred to have been in that nice, comfortable sort of bubble of 40 big blinds with those other big dogs. Now going to be fighting for scraps a little more.
Table captain, the Spaniard, eyeballing all of the stacks. I get this feeling he's thinking about just jamming, right? Yeah.
Good call, Randy. Yeah, going to be about 18, 17 big blinds effective. Why not? Max pressure, final table bubble. Fine, call you with your ace queen. Look how good I'm running.
No, I'm just going to just chip up, and you guys can just fold your way to the smaller payouts remaining. He's in his element. Getting close to 2x. The snack of Moneymaker, who is in second, sitting on 5.5 million on the outer table.
Yeah, and there is, honestly, quite a bit of irony in Moneymaker being second in chips and now Igor being at the bottom. We saw that really poorly timed bluff from Chris Moneymaker against Igor on that king, queen, deuce, deuce, deuce board that left Chris with very little chips left. And then one card away from being out the door, the ace comes on the river for Moneymaker at the bubble, and now it's second in chips at the final table bubble. So things can change so quickly over the course of a few levels, Randy, and Igor is not happy with the way things have gone.
And Mateos is opening up. Ace-7 in the cuff, gets looked up by Brian Kim in the big Jack-9 offsuit. 7 in the window, but Brian Kim does have 2 overs and a gut shot on his 8-7-4-2 spade board.
Yeah, Mateos gonna think he's good with the ace-7 a great deal of the time here. Would hate to be check raised though. We did see earlier when he elected to go for a bet in a spot that, you know, sometimes maybe you would check back a queen 9-7 2 spades, got check raised by Byron Kaverman's 10-6. This is a similar situation, you know, if you face a lot of pressure here, you're really, it's hard to maneuver with, you know, ace-7. Let's see what Brian Kim decides to do because it won't be a fold.
He does check call. Yeah, I sort of get this feeling that check raises come a little bit less when we're on the final table bubble. Queen on the turn. Doesn't rate to hit the big blind check call range, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and it almost feels like the stronger the draw, the better it is to make sure you see more cards. Like in an event like this Jack-9, it's maybe not the best candidate to check raise because you do have 2 overs to the boards, like a hand like ace-7. Whereas, say, the 10-6, maybe one of the worst draws you can have on that queen 9-7 for Byron, easier to work in as the nuts comes in for Brian Kim.
Yeah, rivering the nuts. Now he can go value hunting, right? As he can represent some busted hands.
Yeah, I think it will be his best course of action. Could certainly consider a check raise as well. You know, maybe if you check here, your opponent, if they've rivered a 10, they'll go for value. And then you can create 2 streets out of 1. But like you said, you know, some 5x, 6x types hands that Brian Kim is going to have would find bluffs here. Some busted spades. Let's say he has something like the, I don't know, Jack 3 of spades. Certainly could be calling from the big blind.
He's gone massive, 1.8 million. There was just shy of 1 million in the pot earlier. This is close, 1.6 million, excuse me, but still a massive bet.
Yeah, really polarizing and really, you know, representing the way that we broke down.
It's gotten Mateos
Between his
interested.
bluffs. Yeah, between his bluffs and his nuts, right? Like it's, you know, the spades have busted out. You know, he could have king 9 of spades here all the same, right?
Unblocking spades is important, I'd imagine.
Yes, yes, for Mateos. Yes, not having any spades in your hand. A little more likely your opponent has them. So a lot of math going on in Mateos' head right now. Thinking about all the different combos, how Brian would have reacted on the flops. Does he check call all of his flush draws on the flop? Only some of them. You know, and he brings these things right out. He's really in hero consideration mode.
Well, he knows that Brian Kim is capable of blasting away this deep in event number 1.
You know, what value does he have here with this massive bet? Just pure straights and 2 pair pluses. So if he has, you know, Queen 8, Queen 7 suited, Queen 4 suited, Jack 9, all the Jack 9 combos, you know, 10-8 off, 10-8 suited, 10-7 suited. There's a lot of value hands.
Deep in the tank.
How many times?
And, you know, I'm sure some of you are sitting at home being like, what is he even thinking about? He has 4th pair. Well, when you're this polarized with such a big bet on the river, you know, we can discount all of Brian King's 8x, 10x, you know, type hands. He's saying I have 2 pair or better. And it's hard to make those hands, and some things have really bricked out from the flop. Remember, this hand really starts once we get to the flop. And the 6x straight draws, 5x, all the spade combos.
Picking up his cards, taking one more peek, but puts them back down. Mateos, undecided, makes the incorrect call, and Brian Kim up to 6.2 million in chips. The chip leader sliced to 7.2. Wow. What a great sizing to get paid off the maximum.
Yeah, and it's a call of deep respect from Adrian Mateos. Well, it's saying to Brian Kim, I think you are very capable of having a bluff here, and I'm going to keep you in line. And unfortunately for Mateos, wrong this time around. And Mateos.
Still the chip leader.
Yeah, but a little bit annoyed.
Yeah, everything was going his way.
Yeah, everything was going perfectly, but that's just not That's not how the script is ever going to go in one of these Triton events. Gonna have
Live
some
and die
speed
by the
bumps.
sword, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
9-8 suited for Yaroshevsky. Not interested. Opportunity now for Danilo Velocevic. Still the shortest stack.
Yeah, 13 big blinds.
All in.
Gonna be,
Jambo.
yeah, pretty pure shove here.
No action. Up to 1.9 million. And some fun pots as of late. All of them involving Mateos.
Still just 11 remain here.
10.
Oh, it's 10. Pardon
10.
me. Of
Final
course.
table
Of course,
bubble.
of course. We've talked about it. Of course, of course.
Outer table action. There's Lewis Spencer
Fighting for my honor.
against Byron Caverman. There is a flop of what appears to be 10-5-3. All clubs. A bet of 125K in front of Caverman, who does get called by Spencer. Blind versus blind. There's the 4 clubs. 4 clubs out there. Check from Spencer. Caverman thinking about betting this 4 flush board.
Always had a bit of a stoic table presence, has Caverman. Very deliberate in how he reaches for his chips and places them in the middle.
And Caverman is going to bet 350K. A quick fold from Spencer. Caverman and Spencer were sitting in 7th and 8th at the start of this hand. We are playing hand for hand. Now that that hand is completed, we shall resume at this feature table of action. Kings for Igor. Time to get some chips back. Mateos with King 10 offsuit, he's in trouble.
Yeah, good enough to peel here for sure. But in this particular situation, it's not looking good.
5-4-3, 2 diamonds. An ace would give someone a wheel draw. No ace is present in either player's hand.
Sounded like a proper countdown there. You're like 5, 3, 4, 2 diamonds.
True. 5-4-3 is out there. Does Igor want to bet this flop?
275.
Just don't want to give that free card, right? Off to the big blind?
No. Let's get the money in here.
Wouldn't want to see an ace, a deuce, a 6, or a 7. takedown for Igor. Rebuilding, 2.5 million in chips now. Brian Kim on ace-8 suited. He's on one side of this table. The other 4 seated across from him. Raising to $250,000. Not for Igor. Taking a look at the outer table, 9-7-3, 2 diamonds. Moneymaker's got cards in front of him, as does Haxton.
2 absolute legends of the game for, you know, drastically different reasons, but all the same, you know.
And here they meet.
Yeah.
In Montenegro. Haxton staring down Moneymaker for a second. There is a 150K bet. No interest. This man's from the future. The new Moneymaker.
He got that new money.
New Moneymaker, yeah. What's he eating?
Whatever he wants, baby.
What is it? No, come back. Zoom in. All right, let's deal another hand. Hand for hand. Brian Kim, first act, pocket aces. Let's go to space.
Machi. Never gets old for me when I'm in the booth, when I see aces. Just so excited for them.
You get excited?
Yeah, I get excited.
You get excited because you want to see a clash?
No, it's just like, I don't know. Just gives me a nice thrill.
Could get the King 5 suited in trouble if he wants to take a flop.
Yeah, I think Velasevich, in his right to decide to see a flop with a suited king here on this 15 big blinds.
Could get him in trouble. Middle pair, 7-5-3 rainbow. Brian Kim with the betting lead.
Yeah, I will say, doesn't have to play for stacks with this mid pair, having started the hand with 15 big blinds. You know, maybe.
Oh, a check back from 2 aces, and that is going to give the 5 for Velasevich.
Wow.
Trip 5s to down to 2 aces. Now he's thinking, how can I get all the money?
And I don't think Velasevich would be expecting a quick check back with something, with nothing, right? With the queen jack suited. Like, these are the kind of hands they're going to probably c-bet on a relatively dry, even though connected, low board. So he's going to expect Brian to have some ace highs here that will call once the board pairs. Maybe a couple of trapped over pairs. Probably a little less likely. Maybe aces is the only one that he 100% would do that with.
Well, there is the presence of diamonds where he can represent a diamond draw or some gut shots, so an ace high might get interested and still look up. Of course, aces is going nowhere, which makes the call in position. 1.27 in the middle. River card is the queen. Doesn't change the texture in a manner that would scare Brian Kim. How much can we get?
I mean, probably all of it. That's, you know, maybe I would even suggest that's why the pot has been set up the way it is for Velasevich. 1.275 out there, 1.2 in your stack.
Just under 1 SPR.
Yeah. And Brian Kim will beat him into the pot with aces. Some of Velasevich's value range. You're even beating that.
$1 million is the price. Almost all of his chips. You expect Brian Kim not to be able to find a fold.
No. The question actually even becomes, does he even want to put in the other 200?
It is plausible for Filosevich to have river to queen and maybe
Yeah,
could
queen
pay
X
off.
of diamonds. You know, queen 7 would bet this and probably just side call off.
Would make sense. And he does jam. And a quick call. Kim's aces downed.
Aces.
Filosevich up to 3.7 million. Has been patient. Found his time to rise up the ranks.
Yeah, and it's simply a cooler there. I think it was pretty interesting and tricky how Brian Kim played it, and you can tell he's not very phased by how it went down. Everyone played that hand really the way they were supposed to. Just a cooler. 15 big blinds effective. Sometimes King 5 suited cracks aces.
Just how the cookie crumbles.
Yep. So, still 10 left.
That's right.
Definitely seen some movement in the chip counts.
Yeah, it just seems like the chip leaders aren't able to just hang on and just run away with it. Those are the chip counts. Brian Kim down to 4.7 million after losing that pot. Danilo Velasevich up to 3.7, 29 big blinds. Mateos was close to 9 million in chips, now sitting on 6.775.
Yeah, and Igor Yaroshevsky had a bit of a rough go of it there at that level. Very unlucky against Adrian Mateos, but you know he's going to keep his head high, and plenty of chances to get to this final table and make a nice run of it.
The player of these five who hasn't been having a swingy day lately is Ding Biao, sitting in the middle with 4.4.
Yeah, sometimes you are just going to have to appreciate that you're not getting playable cards, and that's, you know...
That's okay. Players are just busting around to me.
With each fold, he is kind of like, you know, giving a bit of like, all right, I guess you guys don't want me to play right now. Okay, well then.
Your turn, Yaroshevsky. Although the aces were down not too long ago.
Yeah. Haven't been seeing a lot of button limping at all, so it would be maybe out of the ordinary to see one now. And unfortunately for Igor, probably going to regret the results here.
Jack 6. He's like, oh no, come on. Take a free flop. Yaroshevsky, actually the shortest stack. But not after winning. Well, still is after winning that pot. Never mind. Spencer, a little bit shorter, but sitting in 9th. Igor, that is. The Spaniard, ace-10. Pricing it up. Igor, king, queen. This is the type of hand that cost him a lot of chips against Mateos.
And it's tricky hijack to cut off here, you know. If this were cut off button on 20 big blinds, I think we would expect to see Igor shoving a lot of the time. But with these seats, yeah, actually going to find the small 3-bet instead.
He's got blocker to hands that can continue against him. But we've seen Mateos not shaken. In the past, when he put in the 4-bet with King 5 suited, what does he do here of Ace 10?
I mean, it looks real strong, doesn't it?
He's like, this setup again?
But such a nice price. It's really the trends in recent years is these players finding ways to play these hands.
Not this time.
Yeah, nice play from Igor.
So Igor rebuilding, now has 3.1. At his peak was sitting about 3.9 million in chips. King Queen, okay, Igor. One more time.
250.
Hand for hand at play, which means we go to outer table action. Lewis Spencer involved on this King 7-5 3-club board, it would seem. Checking back against Moneymaker. And that's going to pair the king. Moneymaker with a 350K bet.
Yeah, the board reading King 7-5, club, 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 King of Hearts on the turn.
Spencer is going to make the call in position after checking through the flop. That card changes things, brings another club on this paired board.
And with the flush coming in there, if that is what Lewis Spencer is holding, perhaps considering either how much to bet or
Checking
check
back. Moneymaker shows the king first, no club in hand, and Spencer confidently showing, I see a club.
Yeah, the 10 of clubs, the jack 10 with the 10 of clubs, so a flush for Lewis Spencer. And adding to his chip stack.
Giving him life. Started that hand as the shortest stack of these 10 remaining players.
I'm not sure if
no longer. King Dewey porting down the button. He's been quiet, not this time.
Finally saying, you know what, let's try to win one here. Maybe we can get some, clear out some hands. It does, and that's got to be nice.
Good
Nice
timing.
little kick, yeah.
One more rack. Maybe one more rack.
And as you were talking about it earlier, super racks.
Well, Mateos is coloring up those blues into blacks. Each black is 100,000 in chips. Back to the outer table as we are hand for hand. Axton's got cards in front of him, as does Moneymaker. Ace 10-7 monotone.
Yeah, blind on blind hand here between Moneymaker and Haxton.
Moneymaker is the one that's reaching for chips.
Yeah, we did see, I think, a rotation or two ago
400K winner.
where there was just a bet from the small on the flop again. Mike said, you got it, you win. And once again, Moneymaker wins. Moneymaker wins.
No fatalities yet. It's just so good to see Moneymaker like coming to our Triton stumps. That
Yeah.
amazing last
What a
performance.
treat.
And immediately on pace. Final table, this 25K.
$250.
Spaniard ace queen suited. '86 is out. Back to cruise control for Adrian Mateos.
Isn't that what that means too? Being 86th?
Yes, that's why I said it.
Oh, okay.
That is why I said it.
Brilliant. Dude, listen, I've been on since the beginning here. I was a little slow on the uptake. And the other thing too, Randy, is the funniest jokes are the ones that you have to explain to people. And I just thought I'd let everyone know how great of a joke that was by Randy.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Griffin. Really doing a great job.
Hey, buddy, you threw me the alley-oops. I'll slam it home.
All right, on to the next hand. Going to give a shot to Velocevic, who's got pocket sevens, 3.3 million to start this hand, 27 big blinds with the limp.
2.7.
3.2.
3.2.
Yeah, this is real nice here. This is, I would imagine, playing as a pure limp shove, hoping that Brian finds something bad enough to raise, and
he does.
He has. 4-3 off is going to kick things off to 350K. Also within the realm of possibility that Velocevic decides to limp call. You know, certainly important to get to that final table. You would hate to run into it. And yeah, it's just going to play it.
Yeah, I feel
sort
like
of respecting ICM, yeah.
If he had a little bit less, he probably would limp jam.
Yes,
Here's like
20 big
not
blinds, you know, and under for sure.
Terrible board right now. Ace, king, queen. That is supposed to smash the pre-flop raiser's range. If Brian can just throw out anything, he's got to expect us to take it down. $275 is the price. This would be a sick continue if he can find it. 3 overs. Seems disinterested and does lay down the winner. Let's take a look. Spencer once again involved. Board is King 7-4-7. Up against Caverman, who opened. Spencer defended the big. There was a bet and a call on the flop. Now, there is a bet in front of Spencer to the tune of 275K, which gets called by Caverman. River card, the 9. No flushes got there. Spencer, check called the flop, took the lead on the board pairing 7.
Does he have another bet in him?
Unclear whether he's got the 7 or if he's trying to rep it. He is using the time bank. One more time bank going in.
Yeah, the bets so far have been quite small, around 2 big blinds pre on the flop.
This
and
is
on
not
the
a
turn.
small bet.
No, it's not.
Towers of white chips.
Oh my gosh, it's an all-in.
He announced.
This is like a 2.2x pot, I believe.
It's big. Just about 2 million in chips in front of him. On the line. Caverman not interested, laying it down. Okay, now you can go ahead and talk about Spencer once again. he's
Yeah, looking pretty much a favorite to make that final table.
Yarshevsky, Queen 8 suited.
You started with 3 million, right? The Apister.
That is correct.
I'm gonna trade you white, and then you could get it from Adrian. Thanks, appreciate it.
I just love that we can go out to these outer table during hand for hand. Caverman, Spencer, blind versus blind. A raise from Spencer, a call from Caverman. King 9-8, 2 spades. Spencer is the pre-flop raiser. With a check.
King 9-8, 2 spades. Byron plotting how to get revenge for that last hand being overbet all in on the river.
10 of hearts is going to make this board quite wet. Straight draws arriving as well as another flush draw. Both players with solid stacks. Now it's betting time as Spencer drops in 375,000.
Yeah, not a significantly large bet. You know, pre-flop Spencer made it 375. So this is about just over quarter pot. And yeah, it doesn't appear as though Byron likes what he sees.
Concedes to Spencer once again.
Sorry? Yes, yes, yes. All good. No.
So, it seems that the players are stepping away for a scheduled break. Mateos still at the top of the leaderboard, 6.5 million. This table does have some heavy hitters, Brian Kim, Dingbiao, Yurashevsky, and Velocevic, who've been all having a bit of a swingy day. And they are fighting. They aren't letting Mateos run away with it. And welcome back to the booth, Randy Liu and Griffin Benger. And what do you think of what's been happening so far?
Well, there's a lot of very, very skilled players at this feature table, and it started with them having a ton of chips. We expected to see a little bit of movement here and there. There were some tense moments, like Igor getting quite unlucky with that King 4 2 pair. So yeah, I mean, this is what we've come to expect so far in this series and in this tournament. And I'm excited to see how the final table finally shapes up. Again, we had that long bubble, and now we have this long final table bubble. So I expect it to probably burst at the next blind level, which will be quite significant. Yeah.
Yeah, so we are down to the final table of 9. I'm sorry, not table. Final table bubble.
Yeah.
Final table is 9. Remember, this is a wrinkle where if you do make it to the final table, levels will go up by hands, as well as players able to choose their seat selection based on the chip counts they arrive to the final table at. For now, though, we do need to figure out which are the final 9. And yeah, players are going on a scheduled break. So we'll see you guys soon.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Excruciatingly, these two
I lasted like 18 days.
are
Felt great. I don't really know
forced
why I stopped.
to keep their hands absconded until authorized by Luca Vivaldi. Conclusion of hands elsewhere in the room
Felt fantastic.
means now
Yeah, I
we
just went
reveal.
to dinner and I had plans on having
Christopher is our all-in
like
player.
sashimi or whatever,
Christopher's-
sushi, and then brought out this fucking rice dish and I just went in.
And then that was it.
And then I just didn't go back.
Well, what do you?
But I'm gonna go back again because I really like it.
You eat like pasta?
Pardon me,
and stuff? Is
Justin.
that what you're trying to
is
get
our
away
all-in
from?
player. Shows king, queen of diamond.
Processed food, like anything processed. Yeah,
Three
like
shows
pasta,
pocket
bread,
knives.
anything like that. You know,
So
sure.
you felt the carnivore thing felt great, right?
See a flop.
I haven't been working out too much, but I've been eating mostly like meat, eggs.
To the flop we go.
And
5-4
feels
deuce,
like
clean
it's
for the
good.
nines. Bad news for
A lot of
Saliba, the
eggs,
covered
a lot
stack. One diamond working, 2 overs.
That's great. That's good.
Saliba, of course, the one at risk. Gonna need some help here. Just 26%.
Oh! Well, as Money showed us moments ago, the improbable is possible, and now it is Chris Wynn who needs the miracle. A 2-outer, not available. So Saliba will double through Chris, who was the shorty here for quite some time before working his way up the leaderboard, now sits with just 2 bigs.
Yeah, but was in the small blind, is going to get a full rotation, but we are only playing 7-handed, so going to come around pretty quickly. A lot can...
Ace Queen, this is delightful with 2 bigs. Now it is stone hand for hand.
Yeah.
So utilizing the time banks isn't necessarily a thing with respect to seeking to allow someone else to bust before us. That said, if someone else does bust in the same hand, these 2 players will share a min cash. So in it goes.
Good hand. Not a good
Peter
hand.
will give Chris a spin.
Anything can happen. 33% of the time, it's going to win every time. It's amazing the 9-4 off can be that close to winning Nothing is guaranteed here for Chris.
Not good hand is worse. Not good hand.
As we check out on the outer table with a pot developing between Byron Kaverman and Brian Kim. Brian Kim, of course, the chip leader coming into this day two.
Yeah, he opened to 120. We are awaiting Kaverman's response.
Was just a min raise in early mid position from Brian Kim, playing 2.8 million. And wow, Byron Kaverman just gonna shove for 1.7 million, effectively near 30 big blinds. And that should give Brian Kim some pause, even if he is, you know, near the top of his range. What could my opponent possibly be doing this with? Maybe 2 10s, 2 jacks, ace, king, ace, queen. Feels like how we'd probably maybe construct the range. And then, of course, always consider better. But do queens and kings find 3 bets? Calls with ace, queen.
So suddenly,
big call.
Kaverman finds himself squaring off against Kim. Luca authorizing the revelations. Oh, hang on.
Peter shows
We do have business to attend to back at the feature before we get to the outer action.
See the flop.
Peter almost looking forgiving.
The flop is ace, king.
Bottom pair against top pair. Chris still poised to haul in 350.
I love rice, dude.
Third card, please.
Yeah, no rice for me this trip. If I eat rice, I'm going to be eating rice the rest of the trip.
Third is the king
I'm
of
a
hearts.
sick guy. Nothing.
Take 4s off the board.
I eat too much of it.
For Peter.
Huh?
And the room.
I'm sick.
River is a jack of diamond. Chris will double up.
River. And Chris will find a modest double.
I will. Yeah.
And welcome back to event number 1, the final table bubble. 10 players remain, 900,000 up top for the eventual champion. And time for excitement, don't you agree?
Yeah, especially the way that you have described how these final tables work with the GG Millions. You know, the going up by hand, and of course being able to select your seat. So some intricacies that make this one a little different. We have been, it feels like, at 10 players for quite a while now, and we had that table that had all the big stacks. Now we're going to see what's going on the other table.
We can take a sneak peek at the Triton Poker Plus app and see the stacks. And as you can see, Mateos is the chip leader, followed by Chris Moneymaker. Brian Kim is very healthy as well, 4.7 million. The shortest stack is Byron Kaverman, but he's got 18 big blinds, so it's not one of those 5 or 6 big blind stack that's just waiting to get the goods, right? Here he does have options, can defend if he wants to, can reshove, but we will have a new feature table. It is the yellow table up top. Moneymaker is the man of the hour. Does have some competition, you know. Spencer, you mentioned, is one of those guys who's gonna likely make the final table based on his chip counts, but you know, he's the type of guy that will splash in the chips if necessary.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, this may go, you know, longer than normally we would expect. No one less than 18, 19 big blinds. So we'll see how that movement sort of shakes down. Of course, coolers can happen for about 20 big blinds each, but you know, it might move around a little bit between the players before we see an elimination.
Yeah, and you know, Mateos was close to 9 million in chips, and he was really cruising away.
Yeah.
Then he made that big call down against Brian Kim, lost a massive amount of chips, still hanging on up top, but we know he is always ready to play. And I believe that, you know, cards will be underway soon, but if you had to take a pick, is there someone that you think has got the shot right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've liked what I've seen from Brian Kim. He's been among the leaders pretty much the entire tournament. Getting value from Mateos there was really, really huge. So you see him there in second place on the outer table with 4.7 million. That was a great table to watch, but I'm excited to see, how that's dynamic between Caxton and Moneymaker's been sitting side by side. Byron's been playing really well. Lewis Spencer we saw a lot of yesterday, so this will be really fun. Of course, Morten Klein is always interesting to watch play as well.
Yeah, Morten Klein of Norway sitting on 23 big blinds. Does have some unorthodox lines, but it has been throwing these players for a curveball and is sitting pretty with 3.4 million in the middle of the pack. Average stack is 27 big blinds. Blinds will be 75, 150K.
Yeah, and of course, similar to how we sort of operated the last few levels, we will be able to check in on that outer table when any action is going down.
Yeah, we got a man on the camera. He's running around. He's not missing a hand.
Yeah.
No. Let us go. Featured table swapped. Kafferman in the small king deuce.
Seems like a decent candidate to maybe put in a raise sometimes with that sort of high-low nature of the king and the deuce, but is going to play it a little more careful and hope to just get a check back from Chris Moneymaker, and does.
Shade zone. There's the jack, followed by a 5 and a 4. Moneymaker with top pair.
Not going to be much reason for Byron to bet this board. And
Sneaky
crafty,
check back.
Yeah, nice and quick. And now the effective nuts on the turn.
Top 2. Caverman not interested yet with another check. Moneymaker looking to build a pot now. Will be tough for King Deuce to give action. Does eventually relinquish.
Yeah, Byron very methodical in his process. Nothing given. Gonna take his time, but yeah, not his board with the king deuce.
It's stressful out there, isn't it?
It really is. And it's only going to compound as the buy-ins get bigger and the stakes get higher.
Onto the table, chip leader, Moneymaker. 9 it off. Paxton is in the big. Similar hand, 8-6 offsuit.
Yeah, I don't think 8-6 is going to be working into any raises for Isaac Haxton. Probably just going to be wanting to see a flop.
He agrees. And that could be trouble for Haxton, who makes middle pair Moneymaker with top, sharing the same kicker.
Bet 200,000.
Moneymaker going to work immediately, 200K. Haxton taking his time.
5 seconds. Cool.
Does proceed with call.
Yeah, in a lot of ways that this pot will get slowed down. King of clubs might not be that card. Chris might want to go for 2 streets of value here. Very difficult for this king to have improved your opponent's hand, but it's all the same. Is happy to check, maybe induce some bluffs from the plethora of draws that Ike Haxton is going to have on the flop, and would perhaps bet on the turn.
So a bit of both, inducing and pot control.
Yeah. One of those spots where those converge quite nicely into a check.
5 seconds. Check.
Haxton gonna pot control himself. And the 10 overcards the 9 and the 6.
Yeah, and this is what I mean, you know, what seemed like such a disastrous flop, just the nature of how the cards are going to come out. Difficult, I think, for Chris to get 2 streets of value from this second pair on the flop. Quickly becomes 4th pair by the river.
Well, he did get at least 1 street.
Yeah. And what a turnaround for Chris Moneymaker. All the way up to 6.3 million chips, good for 42 big blinds. You know, we have talked about ad nauseum how fortunate Moneymaker was to river that ace at the bubble, and he's really made the most of it. And that's the great thing about poker as well, is that the times you do get lucky, if you can really capitalize on, you know, the poker gods, as it were, giving you a break, that's you're really doing your job, and Chris Moneymaker is doing an excellent job of that today.
Did he also river an ace against Phil Ivey in that main event that he did win?
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
It was like the Trip Queens against the Full House.
I feel like maybe we should be making that connection. That sounds very, very familiar. Help us out there in the comments.
Meanwhile, Spencer opening up solver special, ace-5 of clubs, Haxton pocket deuces in the small blind.
Yeah, and we know that this shove would get through for these 16 big blinds, assuming the big blind doesn't wake up. In Morton Klein.
No fear from Haxton.
Yeah, not an easy shove to make. You know, the hijack is under the gun here, right? And that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows over 2 is no good. Nice result for Ike Haxton.
There we go.
Very good spot awareness.
Up to 20 big blinds. Haxton goes from 10th to 7th place in chips with that re-steal.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes. It's really close at the cluster at the bottom. 6th through 10th is 21 through 17 big blinds. Caverman, King Queen. The new tournament short stack. Still have room.
Yeah, at the 150 level, you're going to be wanting to min-raise this combo here. Such nice blockers to just get it through.
Bad timing.
Yeah, but then you don't run the risk of putting all your chips in and then only a dominating range calling you. Of course, jacks and 10s also calling you, which some flips, but most of the time, hands like this would be calling you when you shove this amount.
Moneymaker. Looks to be re-raising this one as he's cutting out black chips. We'll use a time extension. It comes into the price of 800,000.
Yeah, nice sizing. This, you know, this could be a bluff.
He's got the chops.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cameron is going to know very well that this is a hand that just needs to hit the muck. Just quite annoying that Chris is either woken up with a hand, pardon me, or found a brave 3-bet. We know it is the ace-queen of hearts.
Things have not been going well for Caverman. On the flip side, though, Moneymaker continuing to chip up. There is a chance. He's got the lead. He does.
Yeah,
he is the new tournament chip leader. 7,025,000 in chips. Chris Moneymaker.
Yeah, just a blast from the past.
Or the future.
Or future wearing those glasses.
Just love this
no
guy.
stranger playing for the big money in London 2023. Got 5th place in the 250K Luxon Invitational for over $2 million. So someone that every once in a while is happy to splash around in the big pool with the big sharks.
Phenomenal results for someone who doesn't play the highest stakes all the time and didn't play that many events there. Had a great run. The deck is rich of king-queen lately.
Yeah, say what you want about Chris Moneymaker, but he certainly has that it factor, and in the big moments has proven that he can hang with pretty much anyone.
He makes the money.
Even Sammy Farha.
Sammy has got nightmares for days, for years, decades.
Like with a nice raise and take, important little pots. Every pot pretty crucial at this stage as you're trying to get to that hallowed final table. Another candidate here, 5-handed. Nice big blocker, suited. Yeah, here comes Ike.
It seems to me the theme is if you want to open raise, you want to have blockers against hands that can continue against you. Is that right?
Yeah. And that's why it's not just the playability, the lack of sort of post-flop playability of a hand like, say, pocket fours. It's also just about the fact that when you do have the king and the jack instead, less likely your opponents are going to have those cards. So something like a king-9, much more desirable to open than say, a small pocket pair.
Would make sense. Kafferman, though, not activating ace-4 suited. Good timing for him as Moneymaker gets ace-queen once again in the big. And he comes in with call. Surprised?
Yeah, a little bit. Certainly on the more conservative side. I guess I would say that it's a little bit interesting in the sense that Ike isn't going to be calling off with worse when you shove. You can keep in those worse aces and worse queens, and then also not force this huge all-in confrontation that would take away your chip lead in this tournament. So I think that there's an argument for it, but it also, you're just going to be picking up a nice little pot when you shove, and he folds so much of the raising range in this situation.
Well, he did just call in the big, which is going to open the door for Haxton to c-bet this flop. Ace-queen is the best hand. Jack 5-3, 2 clubs.
Yeah, got to happily flick in that 200 here, and recognize that the cards that make your hands here on the turn are going to be ones that Isaac will represent.
There we
go.
go.
Exactly what I'm talking about. With a queen on the turn, something like a king-9 is really going to want to attack that card a good percentage of the time to fold out some 5X, some 3X, you know, maybe some weak middling flush draws, really pressurize a jack by the river. So we'll see what Ike decides to do. It's not an automatic bet, but it's certainly the kind of card you're looking for, a 10 or a queen to barrel.
Does pick up that gut shot.
850.
And he's going to try to represent it as you expected. What a great spot for Moneymaker. His hand is underrepresented.
Yeah, and I think important here to remain calm. Recognize that if somehow Ike Haxton has a better hand than you, the money's going in anyway. Let's keep his bluff range in here. Let's just call here and snap him off on most rivers. Certainly an argument, you know, to just shove in the other 2 million.
Well, he is going to rip it in, just deny the equity, and Haxton going to hate that as he doesn't get to see the river card, and Moneymaker is continuing to build, making those chips up to 8.5 million.
Yeah, and made more, you know, 1 million plus more chips than we would have in that hand by playing it a little more sneaky and not just shoving pre-flop. So, you know, that's a great thing about, you know, the eclectic group we get here at Triton is it's not just these pros playing a lot of these hands very similarly. It's guys like Moneymaker who are going to play a little outside the box and really trip up someone like Ike every once in a while.
And it's working for him. He's got a stranglehold. Most players don't know how he plays. It's good fundamentals. A little bit of a twist. Ace Queen suited for Caverman on the button.
Yeah, actually almost going to feel too good of a hand, like maybe you should be inducing with it. We've talked about how some of these players find these min raises, but frankly, at the final table bubble, I would expect more of an all-in. Yeah. You know, so much ICM to consider.
Well, he is going to jam it.
Want to stay balanced. Try to get calls from those hands like an ace-9 from the big, something of that nature.
2.2 million. Caverman slides up to. Haxton on short stack duties.
There's Morton Klein with around 2.8 million. Kind of waiting in the wings. You've had him sort of floating around some features, but quite frankly, been pretty card dead, I would say. At least when we've been able to watch him. Maybe not so much on the outers, as he has gained a lot of chips over the course of the day. And our significant chip leader with 56 big blinds, Chris Moneymaker, going to ride that wave with a min raise.
Well, Haxton in the small blind, north of 10 big blinds. He's got to expect Moneymaker to open so wide on the button with that lead.
Oh yeah, he is doing jumping jacks in his head right now with ace-10 off for 10 big blinds. Very, very happy.
This just prints so much money.
One of my favorite hands, damn it. Not this time.
Moneymaker laying down one of his favorite hands, 6-5 suited, as expected against the all-in jam.
Waiting for somebody to say, one of my favorite hands, and just like call with kings.
I'd already doubled up with that hand in this tournament once. I didn't feel it this time. It was kings.
I feel like you would have to have aces, or you would get punished.
I don't know.
Like if you did that with kings, you would just like lose to ace 8 off, like every time.
I demand someone to do that move by the end of this trip. My favorite hand. Go.
Yeah, Moneymaker taking the chip leader responsibility seriously with these loose-ish opens, the cutoff and button. I like it. I really I really like it.
Spencer, he's going to like the ace-queen in the big blind. Let's see how he responds with this 22 big line stack in the big.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I have to imagine all going in here. Way too high up in your range. Acquiring some chips.
Time extension needed. Spencer starts his hand 5th in chips. He too plays similar to Moneymaker with the call.
Yeah, I
You
see
gotta
him.
respect
Really,
it.
gotta do it. You gotta do it.
Jack, Jack, 5-2 spades. Spencer's ace-queen still in front.
Yeah, I mean, how disastrous if you shove there, get snapped by kings, and bust in 10th place. Spencer, keenly aware.
Speaking of kings, there's a king on the turn. Moneymaker check once again.
Pretty impressive to be checking this down right now. A lot of players would have just put out that standard C-bet on the flop, or maybe had delayed one on the turn. Moneymaker, though.
Do you get the vibe that he feels Queen 8 is enough to show down?
Could be, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Saved himself, because I don't see a world
Doesn't
where
lose a
Spencer...
single chip. Great stuff.
Yeah, would never check fold that flop.
Nobody's favorite hand.
What's that?
Nobody's favorite hand. Ace queen off.
No, that's not a favorite hand of anybody. Especially mine right now.
There's got to be someone, I think.
Is it your favorite hand? Don't think so. Is it one of your my favorite hand call?
No, I think... I don't know if I have a favorite hand.
No?
No, you?
Oh,
the one I make money?
yeah, exactly.
Oh, wrong person was the big blind.
What would you say your favorite pocket pair is?
Aces, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Number 1.
Five seconds.
300.
Ooh, Ike. Frisky.
Frisky indeed.
Yeah.
Min raising off the cutoff.
Doesn't look like he's going to get away with it, though.
Spencer's got ace-10.
You know, I think a consideration in a looser open like this from Ike is going to be, you know, Morten Klein on the button maybe isn't going to be attacking his opens as much. So maybe treats this, you know, not as if he's on the button, of course. Morten Klein's still a very capable player.
Caverman would have been in a situation where he could have made a move, but with an all-in in front of him, does he want to call off his tournament life with just ace-10? He does not.
Nice work from Lewis Spencer there. Having a nice little level so far.
He is building. And what's happening out here? Ding Biao making the call against Mateos. Jack 7 deuce, 2 diamonds, ace of diamonds on the turn. Ding with the quick check. As does Mateos. 6 is a blank.
Yeah, it was always a matter of time before these two sitting beside each other clashed. We saw at the bubble, Mateos all those chips as well. They didn't really get into it much. Ding was quite card dead. Now, a little bit of a confrontation. And what a watch Ding Biao has.
That looks pretty pricey. This bet, though, not so pricey.
Yeah, come get it.
Gets called, and Ding Biao shows King 9. Is that a flush? That's a King High flush. Oh, is it? Yeah. Tried to
like King
induce.
8 of diamonds, yeah.
Tried to induce the raise with that very
With
small
the stone
bet.
nuts, yeah.
Smiles exchanged.
A little bit of fun there. Recognizing the almost humorous nature of when you bet near the minimum with the nuts and just get quickly called. It feels a little like the whole proceedings are a bit silly. But yeah, able to get out a tiny little bit of value there on the river with the min bet, 150K.
Intentions, of course, was to try to induce a raise. Mateos did not oblige. Now we're back to the feature where Haxton's got Jack 10, and he's going to raise once again in the hijack this time.
Yeah, pretty liberal opens here from Isaac Haxton. The last hand with the 10-7 suited, now with the Jack 10.
Queen 10 offsuit dominating the Jack 10.
Yeah, and this is the spot of trouble too, is that there will be some dominating tens, dominating jacks that could be in the range of the caller. In this case, that's exactly what's happening. All the same, can't fault Isaac Haxton for taking these two big cards, trying to get one through. We are, of course, only playing 5-handed.
Trouble for Haxton. Middle pair open into straight draw against top 2 pair on this flush draw board.
And I'm very curious to see if Ike decides to take a bet line here, because you need to play for stacks here if you bet and get raised. And do you want to be bet calling off here with the Jack 10? Are you too short stacks starting with 13 big blinds? Probably. But still a consideration. Yeah, maybe just check back, not just get it in against a dry queen. And wow, there you go.
Gets there with the straight. Moneymaker. Not liking this board run out so far.
And you're getting one, maybe even two streets here from this straight based off the holding that Chris Moneymaker has.
$450.
So Haxton bets 450. Can Moneymaker get away from top 2?
I will say no for now. If Ike had something here like the ace-5 of diamonds, once he sees 2 checks from Moneymaker, might take a stab to try to fold out a 10x type hand, maybe a 9x type hand.
So he does agree and does have outs to make a full house. Not the paired board he was looking for.
But doesn't actually change any of the perceived value of for Moneymaker here. Don't really expect your opponent to be having a set on this board, or you would have heard from the player on the flop. You also block queens and 10s. So it's more about, does my opponent have a jack or not?
Haxton deliberating. Can he find some hands that can call? One more bet. Does check it back, playing it safe.
Yeah, the 9 does change things. I said it didn't change anything for Chris, really, but does change things for Ike. Because if you think that your opponent had something like 2 pair on the turn, that 9 completes a lot of them. Happen to have the queen 10, so I'm happily going to take that down, recognizing that, you know, would have been nice to have found a bet because of what Chris ended up having to have, but that moneymaker probably wouldn't have called anyway.
Those 2 pairs that would have turned about would have been 10-9 and 9-8. All eyes would have saw the open now of Haxton, Jack 10 offsuit off of that stack, so that should change things.
Very well put, yeah. And Byron Caverman now the significant short stack on our feature table here with just 12 blinds. Morton Klein up there with 18. Ike Haxton now 20 big blinds at 3 million chips.
Klein not getting hit by a deck by any means. Just the bottom end. Pocket 4s in the small for moneymaker.
Yeah, really only one of 2 ways you should play this one, I think. Open shoving for the 20 blinds or limp shoving, maybe inducing a light ISO from the very capable Isaac Haxton.
Come on.
Yeah, there it is.
He agrees.
Attaboy, Chris. Have a go.
He knows it. He's done his homework.
Thank you.
Thank you.
38% of all the chips at this table. Moneymaker.
Like you can read your phone through those glasses.
Yeah, it's just a reflection.
Yeah.
For show. Don't recall him wearing... Oh, he did wear sunglasses. I remember when he did win that main event.
There it
Forget
is.
which year it was. Regardless, Caverman, 12 blinds, 1.8 million.
2003?
That sounds about right. Not much for quiz guy, so maybe the chat can follow through with that.
Yeah, there are the chip stacks. We just spoke about them. Moneymaker significantly, not just on this table, but the entire field has 10 big blinds more than Ding Biao's second place amount of 5.6 over on the other table. Ike up against Morton Klein here with the 10-8 off. Will be continuing. To what extent is up to him, and goes for the all-in shove.
Jamming 10-8 offsuit.
Big blinds. I'm a little bit surprised at this. It's of course going to work out against the 6-4. Maybe believes that Morton going to be put in a lot of situations where he's not going to feel comfortable calling even something as good as, you know, an ace-8 or something of that nature.
Maybe some reasonable kings, I could imagine.
Yeah,
like,
no.
they would call 10 blinds off, but 18,
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not calling, you know, king 10 off for 18 big blinds, you know what I mean? So
fair enough.
Yeah, a lot of ICM pressure and a shove like that.
All right, just for the record, I did open up the YouTube chat. 2003 is correct. There you go.
I'm on fire today.
You're on fire, yes. You got one quiz question right. Congratulations.
No, earlier I had a couple moments. I cold called Ivy's hand once when the card thing hadn't come up yet.
Couple threes.
So
making it 3.
Yeah, it's actually...
You seem hesitant. Is it because you think maybe he should contemplate a jam?
I'm just trying to look at the stacks he's going into here. So it's Lewis Spencer in the big blind? No, you can't jam.
Yeah, Spencer is sitting on 31 blinds.
No, you can't jam. I was thinking if it was the 3 sub-20 big blind stacks, you could very, very easily just shove these pocket crabs.
Morton Klein is going to get the opportunity to see a flop as he flats the small blind. Never mind. Spencer ace-queen in the big. He's got to love seeing Klein flattening the small blind because now
Yeah.
there's an overlay.
Yeah, so we saw him just a rotation ago, I think, with the ace-queen in the big blind, and he just called facing the moneymaker open, kept in that dominated queen-8, won a very small pot. This situation, however, you know, despite having even more chips than he had before with 4.6 million, this is just all this dead money out there. Chris is going to be raised folding so often. This is just so nice as a shove. And if the poker gods have given Chris Moneymaker somehow a monster here, c'est la vie. But it just plays nice to just get it all in here.
No, Spencer playing conservative.
Okay.
Yeah, making the call.
I'm learning today. I love it.
And a set for Moneymaker.
Maybe he's learning.
Disaster for Spencer, who's got ace queen.
I just think
if he had shoved, would have got rid of Moneymaker. But Moneymaker checks back a set.
Oh, I don't like that.
Blank on the turn. This pot could be massive. Still, could get big.
I think it's interesting because you can't really expect your opponents to have very big aces.
Whoa, it's Morton Klein that's betting with queen high.
This hand is just, I might just have to tap out on this one. This is a bit too strange. This is the other reason why I don't like the overcall with the ace-queen, Randy, is because if you really are worried about getting all of your chips in here, you can just squeeze ISO here and fold to Moneymaker shove. Isolate Morton Klein's pre-flop, you know what I'm saying?
Not necessarily have to three
Yeah,
bet
put
jam.
in the 9.5 big blinds instead of, or not even. It's, you know, the min raise was to 2. Make it 8 big blinds.
Well, when Moneymaker sees this action, he knows someone's got an ace, and now he's going to juice it up.
I do think that because of the unorthodox nature of the way this hand is developing, that we could see a very big fold from Lewis Spencer. Because if he's prepared to make kind of tight ICM consideration flats, I appreciate how under-repped he is in this situation, but this does not look bluffy to me. This does not see, like if Moneymaker's going to want to be bluffing, he'll start with a bit of a flop bet. Now, can Lewis Spencer just fold on this turn when your ace-queen is so hidden? Probably not.
There is a chance,
It's a chance.
right?
I agree.
There's also a chance that Moneymaker is making an ISO raise check back possible, like a similar hand maybe? Ace-jack, ace-10? I don't know. Hard to say. Obviously not a standard line as you mentioned. He is going to make this call. Unable to give up just yet. 3.1 in the middle.
It's just you can't. It's just so hard to fold the top of your range, right? You know that, like, you're not even supposed to have this hand, and you do, right?
River card is a 5. That is a good card, I imagine, for Spencer, just because it brings a 4-liner and should narrow the value range of Moneymaker. But a set is still so strong.
Yeah, and Moneymaker only losing to ace-4 and 4-5 here. 4-5 suited would have overcalled in the big blind.
2.3 million.
Wow, and finds the big bet.
2.3 million. His line is not what you would have expected. And Spencer's disgusted.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a bit big. I think it's kind of cool to leave your opponent with like 10 big blinds in a situation like this.
Under normal circumstances, I feel like check back on the flop that super strong would be basically top set. Middle sets and bottom sets do have incentive to bet just because they don't block the ace.
Exactly. I mean, it's a very, you know, we try to analyze some of these hands when the players are taking unorthodox line. I mean, look, Morton Klein bet 2 big blinds on the turn in this hand, right? So it
really changed things,
yeah, it's just really such a unique, you know, I don't think this is the kind of situation you study for very often.
And Spencer lays down the ace-queen. Moneymaker did get the value raise in on the turn. Sitting on 9.1 now. That hand could have played many different ways, whether it's pre-flop, flop, or turn. Does end eventually in the hands of Moneymaker. You see Spencer pounding away on his phone like, hey guys, so when you see that hand, let me know, let me know what he had. Spencer, ace-5 suited in the small blind.
Easy peasy, all in squeezy.
Caverman short.
Yeah, 12 big blinds. Wow.
Limping.
Yeah.
Surprised once again. What is crossing his mind? Is he expecting to induce from Caverman? I'm not sure.
No plan to fold this hand. That's for sure. Maybe sometimes we'll get some ISO raises from the bottom of Caverman's range that he can just limp shove on.
Well, he's given the free flop over to Caverman, who picks up an open-ended straight draw. And now Caverman has an opportunity to take this flop. This pot, I mean.
$175.
And now Spencer is betting
With seat swap.
with ace high.
So they draw for seats like normal, and then going in order from last in chips to first in chips, each player gets to choose one other seat at the table and swap with them.
Caverman calls in position.
Choose last if I'm first.
If you're first in chips, you get to go last.
Bricks out on the turn. Gut shot for Spencer.
Meanwhile, Isaac Haxton explaining
They have drawn for the button before you start. So you're choosing both relative position or you can just choose to be the button.
Did not know that. Thank you, Haxton.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get back to that.
Much more informed than we are in
Yeah,
regards to how that works. That's great. Thank you, Ike.
That's massive, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, it is checked over to Caverman. Does he want to bet? Fold out unpaired hands.
Not going to fold out this unpaired hand. And as much as it felt a bit unusual, the way that Lewis Spencer didn't shove pre-flop for this 12 big blinds, have found some cool little ducking and diving on these streets and found a street of value on the flop with this ace high bet getting called by the draws. Now all the draws have missed, save for 4-5 of clubs.
But quite the blank, the 6
Yes.
that is.
Feels like it's involved somehow, but it's just not. And Byron knows he can't represent a jack. Recognizes 10 high is not going to be good enough. Would I ever value bet with an 8? What would be the sizing? And what do I need to bet to get a hand like an ace high or king high to fold? Or do I just want to give up? That looks like
Gives
the
up.
face of a give up, yeah.
Ace high is going to be very happy to take this pot down.
Pretty badass way to play that hand, to be honest. Trap pre, get value from draws on Jack 8x.
And not be faced with a decision on the
Yeah,
river.
Yeah, yeah. Always so cool to see how some of these players will play these spots that they've studied. Spencer now very tight with the ace-3, just folding the button here. Into the chip leader, Chris Moneymaker's big blind, and the short stack of Byron Caverman.
Caverman just hoping to get a free flop with suited Doyle. And he is going to get that. Caverman flopping the 10. Looks like he is going to check to the chip leader. Moneymaker takes the bait, bets 175K.
It's a bit of an interesting bet. I think that, you know, you're going to be faced with a lot of check calls here. It is nice if you think Byron would be sort of limping in with something like a 7-5 and then be delaying C-bets. This way you just do it for yourself with the 9-3 and take it down even if you have the best hand, as Byron does fill up by the river here.
Immediate check through on the turn. Fills up on the river, as you said. Moneymaker playing the board.
But the board has value. You know, you could, and I think that's what Byron's going to target. If I think my opponent was just sort of mucking about on the flop, what do I need to bet to get him to call for a chop? Because I could have something like an 8-9 or a Queen-9 or, you know, King-9. Oh, and instead...
Thinks there's more of a chance of Moneymaker betting as a bluff than calling for half.
Wow, very, very cool.
And Moneymaker is going to try and steal it for 500K.
So good.
Great check from Caverman.
So good.
I'll play the board. I'm repping what you have. That's not good.
Moneymaker announcing he was repping the 10.
Yeah, tripped up on his feet a little bit there, but you have to give some credit to Byron Caverman. Really setting a trap for him nicely there. And sometimes you just got to tip your sunglasses.
Tip your sunglasses. Well, we're going to tip the blinds upwards to 100,000, 200,000. Price just gets bigger.
Yeah, the dam will break. You just got to keep on putting pressure. More blinds. Raise them again. Raise them again. They'll break eventually.
They will break. They will be forced all in at some point. I agree.
Yeah, looking around at that secondary feature, Yaroshevsky in a little bit of trouble with 9 big blinds. Everyone else, well, Velasevich with 17.
9 big blinds for Klein as well.
Yeah. Byron surely gonna think this hand is good enough. 12 bigs.
1.35.
Well, you are right. He is going to push in chips with the ace-jack. But Moneymaker's got pocket tens.
Wow. A massive hand for Chris Moneymaker here. Again, we are just playing 5-handed here. The effective stack at risk would be Lewis Spencer's 16 big blinds, so Chris knows exactly what he needs to do.
Kaverman not happy to hear the all-in.
But we'll be thrilled to see that it's pocket tens. This is the, one of the worst hands you can expect to see here, 9s and 10s.
I agree.
Everything else has you either crushed or a 30-70 deficit.
So cards are on their back as Kaverman does make the call. Moneymaker with the lead, 56% equity. As they await the other table to finish their hand before we run out the board. And this is that outer table action where Velocevic against Igor. And it does appear the chips are going Danilo Velocevic's way.
Yeah, and Igor's been wearing his displeasure a bit today in some unlucky spots.
Back to our featured table where we await Kaverman's fate. Here comes the flop. Queen 10-9, 2 spades. Kaverman picks up open-ended straight draw. Moneymaker with the set.
Yeah, a lot of very interesting turn cards like a low spade.
It is a low heart, however. Kaverman, one shot to stay in there. If he can find a king or an 8, and he does not. Full house for Moneymaker. GG to Byron Kaverman, out in 10th for 77,500. And you know what that means, Griffin? The final table is set. You got a feel for Kaverman. Things just really didn't go his way. Bled a bit, found a spot with ace-jack, but Moneymaker found a nicer one with 2 10s and the commanding chip lead of Moneymaker, 11.3 million. He's got almost 2x the stack of Ding Biao, who is sitting in second with 6.1 million in chips. And Klein got into the final table with 9 big blinds. And it is hit.
That's
down
it.
to 9.
And next order of business is really figuring out where everyone is going to be seated. It's something that I've never really seen brought to life before here in this GG Millions 25K. So the players being able to choose where they're going to be, the button predetermined when it was explained to us by Ike Haxton on the table there. Chris Moneymaker, of course, will have last selection. Will he choose the button? Will he choose a seat that maybe he finds to be a bit better to be on the left of, say, an Adrian Mateos? This is going to be an interesting dynamic going into this final, playing for over $900,000. It's incredible.
That's right. Advantage, of course, to the chip leader getting to choose last. Of course, having the chips as well. Another wrinkle is that blinds go up based on hands, but we are going to go on to a dinner break, which is going to be 40 minutes, and then we are going to be back to crown champion. So we'll see you guys soon.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All
in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Capable of creating discomfort. Queen Jack suited. Min raise from Saliba. Ivy might need a little coffee to get things jump-started here.
He needs that nicotine. Earlier conversation.
Well, he needs
him and Nick.
40K to see a flop with the offsuit edition of the same holding Saliba has across the way. And that flop is jack high and quite dry. And let's see whether or not one of these guys could end up in the muck.
Yeah, I think at this stage, at this stack depth, both of these players are prepared to play for it all. You know, I appreciate it is the bubble. It's 3 from the money. But when it comes to sort of constructing your opponent's range here, you know, Saliba knows he's going to have the best hand here almost 100% of the time, right? I mean, if your opponent has ace-jack, he's probably shoving on you. If he has king-jack, it's just a cooler. And then all the other jacks will probably comfortably get in here, and you're just, you know, crushing them. So, and Ivy is similar in a lot of ways. Really only feels going to be losing to those 2 better jacks, and then the very unlikely queens through aces. The money's getting in here.
Check raise of 3x. 60 becoming 180.
I mean, Saliba might even think his hand is too good and just call. If he's getting some dry check raises from something, let's say like a 9-10 of spades, you can allow your opponent to turn some equity. But all the same, could just see Saliba shove.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and is just going to call.
So all of a sudden, 580 total in the middle. Saliba, the covered stack. Just about 2/3 pot remaining. 8 on the turn, looks innocent enough. But once Ivy's check raise does get called, he has some questions about what Saliba's got, just given this current 30 players left, 27 get paid. He shouldn't really be looking to get into murky water.
You know, Ivy's, he's not thrilled that he sees this sort of trappy-looking flat from Justin Saliba.
Right.
But when you're up against an opponent that is starting a hand with 16 big blinds and you're defending a hand like Queen Jack, and it comes Jack this dry, I mean, you kind of just have to play for stacks, and that's just, you know, there's how else are you supposed to play the hand? Just call folds, and it's just not. And there is the shove.
Sure enough.
And yeah, the snap call from Saliba.
Relatively predictable situation, and you saw Ivy.
Oh, we might have the same thing.
As soon as he got called, this is somewhat best case scenario, I suppose. Maybe some Jack 10, although we don't really anticipate Saliba to be looking for excuses to get involved with such kit. Chop eminent. King makes it official.
That's how a lot of the golfers like to gamble now.
Figured I'd try something new.
I like it. Just want to chop up everything. You won by Gary's players. Kind of
no gluten.
I applaud the walk back.
Eric's at the 6-3. No bueno. Kentong. What's it going to be?
To exercising the discipline that so many will be incentivized to embrace here on the march to the money bubble. And this 25K GG Millions Day 2 action, first event of 14 on the docket at this Triton Super High Roller Series from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Zubov wants to think it over.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand that plays as a nice sort of blocker open. The blinds will be going up soon, so, or you know what, they have actually, this is 11 big blinds. So the dilemma here, I think, for Zubov is that all three options are kind of on the table. I think I would like a min raise here off 11 big blinds. You have these nice blockers. You know, if you shove here and get called and does find the min raise, you shove here and get called, it is really disastrous, because it's going to be a tight range calling you, and King Jack does not play well against it. And folding, well, it just feels too tight, doesn't it? You have these big blockers. Players will raise this off 12 big blinds in early positions, so let's get it through. This is part of the problem, though, is Antonius in the big blind, who's going to fight for this pot and finds it in the form of Queen 5 of diamonds.
This is the one customer you're really not looking to book flops against. Sticky will the big stack be here, and with a flush draw on this Jack 8-7 board, Patrick checks over the top pair.
Yeah, and Patrick's going to happily play for stacks on this board. So I think that there's a very good chance Zubov is going to be playing for it all here. And
all in.
Yeah, there's the shove.
Not the spot that Zubov really wanted to cook up when he opened this king-jack, but the deck had other ideas. So he finds himself spinning the wheel with 30 left, 3 away from the money, 1.1 million plus, already having doubled, but now at risk of being finned. Kings up, immaterial, save for the removal of the queens.
Yeah, that's nice.
And no diamond on the end. This time, Zubov's double will be meatier than the one before it for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and that's a great, hand caught in the cookie jar there.
Yep.
If he does bubble, though, an apt name for the rest of the players in the field.
I see what you've done there. It really is larger than life that was his name. He won
It's
the name, and
incredible.
you're just like,
It is
stop
incredible.
It. Just everyone
It's
stop
just
it.
amazing.
Central casting.
Yeah.
Well, here's the Belgian with King Jack. He takes a pass from the hijack. Just the shackling impact of the direct bubble. Inescapable.
And Zubov might be inclined to just shove full range here.
He agrees.
Yeah. Got to
get some Chris Wynn.
Big hand here to call for Chris Wynn. And yeah, that's...
He's the shortest stack in the room, Griff. Actually, just now, Moneymaker losing that pot to Igor put him behind Chris. He was the stone shortest stack. Now, if he's been grinding the app, he'll know that. And does he think that the 3 blinds that separated him and Moneymaker coming into this pot, 2 of which have already been stuck in the pot in this hand, so it'll only be a 1 big blind differential, is enough for him to try to jockey and make the money, or does he feel like he needs to take the stand now?
He does.
We get our answer.
Gonna get a best case scenario.
Sharing the 7, dominating Zubov.
That's not good for me. King 7.
Somehow Nikki P finds a 7.
Very good.
Ace king?
Wow.
You.
Me?
Ace king?
I have not good.
No, you've got a great hand. Win, you're right. Against 9-7. Terrific spot.
Good for me, yeah?
Very good for Chris Wynn.
Only player Christopher Earls, A7, Ace of Clubs, 7 of Spade. Alex Holtz, 9-7, 9 of Hearts, 7 of Diamonds. We're gonna see the flop.
To the flop we go. King,
The flop is
queen,
King, Queen,
4.
2 hearts.
Chris sits pretty.
Couple goofy back doors for Zubov.
Turn is the 8 of
Goofy
clubs.
free is the 8 of clubs, so just keep Nina at bay.
And the
Is the
river.
thought on Chris's mind to secure the double.
The river is the 8 of Spade.
And he's done so.
Christopher will double up.
Zubov is now on the Petrangelo, Jack 6 suited. Into the bin, Jack 3 off, should follow suit shortly. Big little for Ken Tong as well. Now something interesting. King Queen suited for Saliba.
Yeah, effectively all of it for the American. Just 3 players to get through. Oh, dear. Dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Saliba.
Thank you.
A committing 300,000 is going to run into 2 9s of Chris Wynn, a covering stack no less.
And just when Chris thought he was off the hook with the big ace-7 call, maybe I can just chill now and make the money. The unlikely double up for Chris Moneymaker, and now one of these two players is going to be either out or on fumes.
950,000 chip pot.
Yeah. Snap call.
Yep.
An unanticipated confrontation. One that would have been taking place in the money had Moneymaker simply not found the ace. And instead, as you alluded, it's either out or vapors.
King, queen suited.
Speakerphone feature being grinded pretty hard somewhere.
Yeah, really in your living room, that one.
That one, yeah, I mean.
Chicken, it's really good, man. It's really good.
Excruciatingly, these two
I lasted like 18 days.
are
Felt great. I don't really know
forced
why I stopped.
to keep their hands absconded until authorized by Luca Vivaldi. Conclusion of hands elsewhere in the room
Felt fantastic.
means now
Yeah, I
we
just went
reveal.
to dinner and I had plans on having
Christopher is our all-in
like
player.
sashimi or whatever,
Christopher's-
sushi, and they brought out this fucking rice dish and I just went in.
And then that was it.
And then I just didn't go back.
Well, what do you?
But I'm gonna go back again because I really like it.
You eat like pasta.
Pardon me,
and stuff? Is that
Justin.
what you're trying to
Is
get
our
away
all-in
from?
player. Shows king, queen of diamond.
Processed food, like anything processed. Yeah,
Three
like
shows
pasta,
pocket
bread,
knives.
anything like that. You know,
So
sure.
you felt the carnivore thing felt great, right?
Yes, your flop.
Fantastic.
I haven't been working out too much, but I've been eating mostly like meat, eggs.
To the flop we go.
And
5-4
feels
deuce,
like
clean
it's
for the
good.
nines. Bad news for
A lot of
Saliba, the
eggs,
covered
a lot
stack. 1 diamond working, 2 overs.
That's great. That's good.
Saliba, of course, the one at risk. Going to need some help here. Just
Process, you're doing.
30
Oh!
king of
Well, as
spade.
Money showed us moments ago, the improbable is possible. And now it is Chris Wynn who needs the miracle. A 2-outer. Not available. So Saliba will double through Chris, who was the shorty here for quite some time before working his way up the leaderboard, now sits with just 2 bigs.
Yeah, but was in the small blind, is going to get a full rotation, but we are only playing 7-handed, so going to come around pretty quickly. A lot can...
Ace Queen. This is delightful with 2 bigs. Now it is stone hand for hand.
Yeah.
So utilizing the time banks isn't necessarily a thing with respect to seeking to allow someone else to bust before us. That said, if someone else does bust in the same hand, these 2 players will share a min cash. So in it goes.
Good hand. Not a good
Peter will give Chris a spin.
Anything can happen. 33% of the time, it's going to win every time. It's amazing the 9-4 off can be that close to winning. Nothing is guaranteed here for Chris.
Not good hand is worse. Not good hand.
As we check out on the outer table with a pot developing between Byron Caverman and Brian Kim. Brian Kim, of course, the chip leader coming into this day too.
Yeah, he opened to 120. We are awaiting Haverman's response.
And was just a min raise in early mid position from Brian Kim, playing 2.8 million. And wow, Byron Caverman just gonna shove for 1.7 million, effectively near 30 big blinds. And that should give Brian Kim some pause, even if he is, you know, near the top of his range. What could my opponent possibly be doing this with? Maybe 2 10s, 2 jacks, ace, king, ace, queen. Feels like how we'd probably maybe construct the range. And then, of course, always consider better. But do queens and kings find 3 bets? Calls with ace, queen.
So suddenly,
big call.
Coverman finds himself squaring off against Kim. Luca authorizing the revelations. Oh, hang on.
Peter shows 9.
We do have business to attend to back at the feature before we get to the outer action.
Can I see the flop?
Oh, Peter almost looking forgiving.
The flop is ace, king.
Bottom pair against top pair. Chris still poised to haul in 350.
I love rice, dude.
Third card, please.
Yeah. No rice for me this trip. If I eat rice, I'm going to be eating rice the rest of the trip.
There is a king
I'm
of
a
hearts.
sick guy. Nothing.
Take 4s off the board.
I eat too much of it.
For Peter.
Huh?
And the rook.
I'm sick.
There is a jack of diamond. Chris will double up.
River. And Chris will find a modest double.
I will. Yeah.
Fold. Fold, fold. Five seconds.
A few folds in front of Zubov, who is up back on the struggle bus with the finger flick mug. Ace Jack of Hearts for Chris Wynn.
Yeah, and isn't life made more easy now that the bubble has burst? You've locked up that 40,000 plus.
Well,
you just put it in.
Ivy, King Jack in the small blind, and unfortunately for him, he is dominated. Covers ever so slightly.
Thank you, Kava.
Yeah, no brainer at this stack depth. Just unfortunate. You know, Chris is only in for about 5.5 big blinds. That's going to be, yeah, some raggy aces, but some worse kings, some worse jacks. It's pretty unfortunate for Phil that that he's dominated in this instance.
10-10-6 board. Decent for Chris. 86% to double. Now take the king and jack of hearts off the board. The jack actually, of course, was never an option. So king of hearts removed, and the 2-outer does not come in. And once again, Chris Wynn enjoys a double.
The American Justin Saliba, a very strong ace-queen here.
5 seconds.
500.
Raise to 500,000.
Makes it $500,000 of his 800. Won't be getting him off this hand.
Fold. Fold. Play all in.
Oh, would you look at that?
Ace king for Phil Ivey, just what the doctor ordered.
How much do you have total?
800.
Seconds.
6 is for Petrangelo.
Fold.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a spot where 8s plus you'll go for. 7s will be right on the line. 6s, I think you can throw in the muck.
So does he, leaving Saliba to claw back the bulk of the $500,000 pushed forward. 425 of it to be exact. And now Ivy. Needs a little help to pull in 300,000 and avoid the exit. 10 deuce deuce does create some opportunity. Oh, never mind. He's the dominant hand with the ace king. Had it transposed. Just needs to fade the queen. And that he does.
Yeah, and now 5 big blinds at the cutoff.
Yeah.
It very quickly could be in, you know, back in the middle of the pack after.
Been on spectator mode for a little bit. Middling stack in front of him as well.
5 seconds.
Ooh, Phil, the comeback is real.
2 10s. Fresh off the double.
Let's see what Ken Tong has.
Ooh,
Oh
he's
my
got a problem.
goodness. Chip
9,
and a
9,
chair
yeah.
for Phil Ivey, and this is...
Did he just blow on the cards right there? Ken was so happy to get it in. Right up until the point he was shown 2 10s. Now suddenly, Ivy 690,000, leaning heavily in his direction. A better than 4-1 favorite with 5 to come. Could we have our first bust out on the inside of the bubble, courtesy of a bad beat? This King Queen 6 flop, keeping that prospect at bay.
Mine. I like this. This is good. It's I like it. It's very childlike.
Oh no.
Well, certainly not reveling in the demise of 360,000 of Ken Tong's tokens, are we, but rather his good-natured ability.
The chip leader coming in with King 3 of Hearts. Pocket 5 for Clemens.
Yeah, I would like to see a shove here from Clemens, but it's not that easy at big blind 80K here. 60K, I think, would be very, very motivated to put it in. Much more fold equity. But with just 675,000, you know, you're not going to really fold out hands like, you know, even an ace-8 or a king-jack off, the kind of hands that might fold for, you know, 11, 12 big blinds.
What does seem cuspy as he decides whether to jam or fold. He is going to reshove almost all of his chips.
And you still are going to have some fold equity. Hands exactly like the one Adrian has are going to be forced into a fold.
Knowing the player as well, Adrian will attack with these kind of big littles.
Klein
dominate.
Hasn't folded his hand yet.
I'm not sure what he's holding.
But maybe he doesn't realize that the action is on him quite yet.
How much is the raise? 595?
80 big. 80 big.
Mateos doesn't feel good, and Clemens has got to feel great about this. Like, it seems like his opponent's usually pot committed. He is going to make the call.
Feels like I got 5.5 million. I can afford 600K.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Does have that one big blind. That does plunk in there. Cards will be on their back shortly. 2-1 favorite for Clemens. Clemens can hold. Could move up to 1.5 million in chips. Ten, 10, 7. Counterfeit opportunities.
Often will be more on the turn. Not this time, though. That deuce is a great card for Clemens.
Still needs to dodge the king or 7. Stay alive. And the king on the river is going to eliminate Clemens. Brutal run out. And Mateos padding his chip lead.
Yeah, nature of the game, really, but
160.
Did forget to add, we are now guaranteed 48,900. Did get a couple little pay jumps. Back at work. Ace 10 from Mateos.
yeah, and a decent candidate here to complete against the min raise, try to flop some equity, and
He agrees. Ten, 9, 8 rainbow. Morton Klein middle pair open into straight draw against the top pair top kicker.
yeah, and Morton could just end up getting this in here, and Mateos, I think, will be pleased as Punch to do the same. Just for 10 big blinds effective. Stack to pot ratio of about 1.7-ish.
And welcome back to the final table of this Triton 25K event number 1, where Brian Rast is going to join me for the continuing coverage of this final table. And we do have a wrinkle now with the final table. Chip leader is Chris Moneymaker, who's got 11.3 million in chips. They do have a seat draw instance where the chip leader gets to choose last. The shortest stack, Igor Yaroshevsky, got to choose his seat. This is the seats as they stand. Do you think? What do you think about the table selection, the seats?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting way to do it. I think there's a lot of, I think it's kind of simple if you're the chip leader. You go last, you kind of just look at the layout and choose who you want to switch with. But I think it's rich with strategic implications for all the people going earlier. Like, you might not switch with the seat that you want the most. You switch with the seat where you think you might end up with the best seat. So I've never actually done it before. I'm sure you told me previously that people playing on GG have already done this many times. So, but it seems like a really interesting way to decide seats that definitely there's skill and strategy involved in the selection.
There's definitely a lot of strategy. I realized at first the chip leaders were taking position on the second place in chips, but nowadays they are sitting across, which is what Moneymaker has done. He does have Ding Biao right across from him, who is sitting in second. Mateos would have the experience playing those GG swaps online, so he is sitting, kind of in the middle. But you can see that the short stack, Yaroshevsky, is to the left of Moneymaker. I imagine that Moneymaker is looking to pounce on that short stack.
Yeah, I think there's a lot going on there. Like, it also matters who you're in and out of position to. You can see it kind of has two shorter stacks to his left.
That
might have been part of it. In position on two guys, especially Mateos, very aggressive third.
Yeah. So anyways, we do have the final table starting
First
now.
event here in Triton, Montenegro is a 25K GG Millions live event. We had 163 entries. They're going to compete for a first prize of $903,000, the Triton title, and this beauty right here. We're down to the final table of 9, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. Seat number 1 with 5 million from the US. Please welcome Brian Kim. Seat number 2 from China with 6.1 million. Please put your hand together for Biao Ding.
Haxton sitting on 2.5
Seat number 3 with
million in chips.
2.6 million From the US, please welcome Isaac Axton.
11 million in Triton earnings.
Sometimes known as the Prince of Darkness in some circles. Ike was... I actually played this tournament and he was to my left the entire time until I busted.
Seed number 5 with 1.8 million from Norway, please welcome Morten Klein.
Does come in 8th out of 9th in chips. Klein has been hanging in there. Has an opportunity.
Seed number 6 from Spain with 5.3 million, please put your hand together for Adrián Mateos.
One of the most dangerous players on the circuit. Held the chip lead for a lot of the tournament. Will be coming into this final table in 3rd place.
Seed number 7 with 4.3 million from Serbia, please put your hand together for Danilo Velašević.
Velašević has playing so many aggressive pots against these players. Hung in there, sitting on 22 big blinds, sitting to the left of Mateos.
Seed number 8, we have our chip leader with 11 million from the US. Please put your hand together for Chris Moneymaker.
Chris Moneymaker, the man who won the WSOP main event, making a splash here in Montenegro as the massive chip leader.
In seed number 9 from the UK with 3.4 million, please welcome Lewis Spencer.
And Lewis Spencer, sitting on 17 big blinds, frequents our Triton stops with 6 cashes, 868,000 in Triton earnings.
Last but not least, closing our final table from Ukraine with 1 million, please welcome Igor Yaroshevsky.
Did slide into this final table with 6 cashes, 1.8 million in Triton earnings. He's looking for a spin up. He is the shortest stack.
The seat swap has been done. We had 33 minutes remaining. 100, 200, 200. We're gonna play hands instead of time raising the levels. So there's 12 hands remaining on this level. The button has been drawn to seat number 2. I wish you all the very best of luck. Yare, shuffle up and deal, please.
And there's a look at the chip counts. What do you think is going to happen, Rast?
Wow, I mean, just the thing that stands out is how big of a lead Moneymaker has. You know, I mean, it seems like Moneymaker's probably going to cruise down to a podium finish, and, you know, maybe the rest of them are going to kind of try to ladder up, play for second. You know, you never know how these final tables are going to go, right?
Of course. Things change at any moment if there's a flip that goes one way or other. They are playing for that top prize of 903,000. All players guaranteed 91K. Pay jumps getting bigger now that they are at the final 9. Cards are underway.
Yeah, so the thing I guess I wanted to say about Ike, so I played this, I busted last night. He wasn't just to my left. Ike also busted me. Yeah, I didn't quite get that out in time.
My bad. Well, we got there. We heard it.
So he had, after he busted me, he had a decent amount of chips, so I guess not.
So these are Rast bucks in there.
I didn't have too many. I think he busted me for like 320 and got a little bit from someone else in that pot. But like, I actually told you the hand last night.
Oh, the one.
Yeah, the Jack 4, he had aces. But
hold on a second. Igor's got 5 big blinds and pocket deuces in the hijack.
It's an interesting spot because he's almost half as many chips as 8th, and then Ike in 7th, he has 40% the chips. So maybe he just takes the chip EV here and shoves, or, you know, not a full shove, but like puts in half his chips, and then if people go all in behind him, he can fold, type of deal.
Seems like that is on his mind. Pushes in 850K, leaving 150. Klein in the big blind, King 9 offsuit, sitting in 8th.
Yeah, he would love to bust Igor because he gets to ladder. If he calls and he's wrong, though, he'll be the shortest. I mean, if he calls and loses, rather, he'll be the shortest stack.
Does fold King 9 and Eurochefs. He's got to be happy to win that one. Up to 1.5 million in chips.
Yeah, huge pickup.
No longer in last. Well, if you're into sports betting, this is the perfect platform for every punter, as it's a one-stop shop. All types of sports and events, easy to deposit, wide range of digital currencies supported as well. Also got a mobile app you can check out so you can just bet on the go. So check out sportsbet.io. Get your game on. Clearly, football, one of the things you can bet on.
Yeah, I think when Ike busted me, there were like 44 people left in the tournament. My guess is after busting me, he had close to 1.5 million. So it just goes to shows. I mean, he has like 2.5 right now.
I have a confession, Brian.
Yeah.
I do. I'm sorry. So,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I'm closing the show, and I'm showing the viewers on the app, the Triton Poker Plus app, and I'm like, I'm looking for Brian Rast. And I'm scrolling, and you weren't in the remaining 30-some-odd players. And I did find him. I did show him the hand history. Did also tell him to download the app, in your honor. But, yeah. But it wasn't my idea. It was producer James. Just saying.
Listen, I went for it. It was an interesting hand. I had a lot of thoughts, a lot of reasons why I played it the way I did, and the guy who raised on the button, I figure mostly for value as 8s, 9s, and 10s, or like ace 7.
Well, hold
and
on.
I'm going to be flipping against that range, and sometimes I just get it through. But Ike had to wake up with the aces.
We got something happening. Ding Biao opens the cutoff with a min raise. Morton Klein in the small line, King Queen offsuit, reshoving 7 big blinds. Is he priced in?
He does have a lot of chips here. I mean, 1 million, he's getting over 2 to 1. He probably needs, he doesn't really have any ICM on this call. Like 1 million to win 2.2. So what, he needs like just over 30% equity. Yeah.
He is priced in, making that call, going to put Klein at risk. Does have 38%.
Yeah, interesting spot. Morton can't get too many folds, but has a good hand.
Uh-oh. Heart draw for Ding Biao. Pairs would be good if he can turn it.
Morton does have a king, though, if 2 hearts come.
And the 9 doesn't change anything, as a 10 would give both players a straight. And the king on the river is going to seal it for Morton Klein, moving up to 3.2 million in chips, and the short stacks are cruising upwards.
Yeah, both of them have picked up some chips. That was a big double. Most people at the table probably didn't want to see.
We do have a pay jump. If they can survive once more from 91K up to 110,000.
Oh.
Ace Jack for Yaroshevsky.
Definitely going to play this.
Much more happy than the deuces, I imagine.
Yeah, he's a little bit earlier position. I wonder, probably just comes for, no, he's going with the jam here as well. He's 2 spots earlier, though. You know what I mean?
Ace queen.
Yeah, he's in trouble here. I don't think Morton's going to fold this. It's one of those things where ace jack is better than deuces, but he has to get through 2 more people.
More people.
You know? So.
And this is one of those players he has to get through. I don't think it's going to work. Oh,
my
does.
goodness.
Ace queen in the bin. Big laydown incorrect. And Igor gets away with murder.
It was an interesting decision, I think, for Igor on like jam versus min raise there. He went with the jam and actually got ace queen to fold. That's pretty sick. That's a huge fold by Morton.
Unexpected.
Klein. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there, I mean, he out chips by like 2 million. I don't know. That's a tough laydown.
It hurts, doesn't it?
I mean, you can just be ahead of some hands. I mean, ace jack, ace 10 suited, maybe even like ace 5 suited. I mean, aces and kings are probably min raising, along with some of the other weaker hands he might open, like king jack. So he might not even really have like aces or kings.
Mateos eyeballing the blinds, making a min raise.
All right, probably get a little.
Same hand?
Same hand. Moneymaker could 3-bet him here, by the way. Let's see.
He's asking Mateos how much he's playing.
Just
wow, moneymaker. That's muscle. To the American. Moneymaker clearly looking at that trophy is already like, yeah, I'm just going to play for the win. Is that a standard play to rejam in that spot?
I don't know if I would say it's standard. I was expecting him to come with like a 3-bet size, like 1.5. But I mean, the blinds are pretty big. I mean, what is Mateos only has 25 blinds?
Correct.
I do think he gets Mateos to fold some hands that you'd want him to fold. Like I think Mateos can't call there with ace 10 with ICM, maybe not even like ace jack.
So there's merits to both.
So it's, yeah, I think there's merits to both. Whereas some of those hands might, like ace 10 suited might peel like a normal 3-bet, like to 1.4 or whatever. But you know, the flip side is when you are crushed, you do get to, if he jams, you get to fold and save the 3 million.
Sometimes in some realities it plays out differently.
Yeah, but yeah, when your opponent has a weak hand, you just win, and you don't have to fade any post-flop stuff out of position.
Couple 4s in the muck for Klein as Brian Kim opens +1. What about these 2 5s for Moneymaker?
I mean, under the gun +1. I mean, I think you can get away with just flatting here. You're getting a great price, right? Like 325. You're getting like 3-1 on a flat. Yeah.
Moneymaker agrees.
Encourage the big blind to come in quite a bit.
Did you want to play multi-way with a set money hand?
Yeah. Lowish pairs are hands that benefit from just like the more the merrier kind of.
Hoping someone hits a big hand with you.
Just hoping you make a set, and the more that come in, the better odds you're getting immediately on the call.
Makes sense. 1-5 did get folded. Jack 7-4 rainbow, top pair, top kicker for Kim. Checking over.
Great flop for Brian Kim here. Just top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw. It's one moneymaker could get in some trouble.
It is a small bet of 350K that moneymaker faces.
Yeah, this is a little over quarter pot.
Making the call.
Moneymaker doesn't want to see as like a 3 here, really. Unless he plans on getting there.
No 3 on the turn. It is the 9 of spades.
That card should prevent Moneymaker from losing any more money. If Kim barrels. This is a pretty impossible, well, it would be an ambitious turn call. But Kim now, you know, does have to worry about 9s, 7s, 4s, maybe Jack 9 suited, although he's blocking that. There's even only one combo possible. I mean, he's still ahead of most hands. Stuff like Jack 10, 9, 10 suited, etc. all now have more equity, and you might want to charge them. So yeah, he's coming with what in a tournament situation is a pretty big size, right?
It is half pot.
A little, yeah. Maybe even slightly over half, more like B60. And this would be a crazy call by Moneymaker.
Yeah, it does have 3 overcards, 2 to 5s. Shades coming down.
I mean, you can come up with hands you're beating, like King, Queen, King 10, Queen 10 suited, some spades. I mean, there's a decent number, but the problem is those hands all have a lot of equity, and when you're behind, you're just dead.
Seems like a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, and when you're getting bluffed by Queen 10, you might get bluffed on the river. Like, are you really calling 2 shells, you know, more with 5s there?
So Moneymaker does check call to flop and give up on the turn. Brian Kim sitting comfy in second place.
Yeah, I think as Moneymaker, I think the flop is pretty close. What do you think? Like, I think you could let it go on the flop.
You could. But maybe he also feels that Brian Kim won't multi-barrel bluff as much just because he's the chip leader. It's possible he buys himself a free turn a lot. It's hard to say.
I think that's reasonable. You know, if given that assumption. I do wonder actually whether or not that's true.
Hard to say.
Yeah.
We will never know. What we do know is Brian Kim is going to keep raising. King 8 suited. Ding Biao, Ace 4 suited.
This is a 3-bet kind of bluff candidate here, but Ding passes up the spot. Can't say you blame him. I mean, his stack has a decent amount of ICM pressure and 7 more people behind to go through.
Also,
so can't
it
go
is
too well.
under the gun and under gun plus 1,
yeah, exactly.
So that's a very narrow value range.
Yes. So, I mean, you can't just, suited ace, like I'm 3-betting all, you know, because then you just never have it.
Another pot to Kim.
But I would guess the suited wheel aces find their way in even a narrow 3-bet range there in some frequency. Like you're probably just flatting like ace queen suited. And maybe like you have like a small 3-bet frequency with like ace queen off, suited wheel aces, aces kings.
And this is all due to the final table ICM implications, right?
Yeah. Probably like ace king is mixing.
And that is Igor sitting on 8 big blinds at the moment. Ding Biao under the gun, opening king jack offsuit.
It's the loud jacket corner over there.
Which one do you like better, left or right?
Ooh.
You know, Haxton's got matching pants to go with that top.
Wow, they're both. I mean, they're both kind of neat and interesting and different.
Colorful.
Yeah. So that one's Louis. What's Ike's?
I don't know.
I guess I probably like. It's hard to say. There's
cost aside, which one are you picking up and putting on?
Okay. I actually kind of think Ding's looks slightly better, but I'm probably more likely to wear Ike's just because I don't like wearing stuff that, like, the whole design is just like a brand mark.
Mm.
You know
what if Ike's, that is the brand mark? We
if
just
it
don't
is,
know.
if it is, then I would pick Ding's. But what about you?
I'm picking Klein's, don't worry, just because he's got the Triton gear on.
I mean, Klein's that's a comfy hoodie. I have that hoodie.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Same color.
Yeah, the like the darkish green, whatever. It's kind of green.
What about the Kim T-shirt? You rocking this? It's too cold for me. I don't
Yeah.
feel comfy. Kim is quite the athletic player. He likes to play tennis in his spare time. Did make his way over to Australia, which he calls home now, I believe, in Sydney, if I recall correctly.
Coming 3x with
Queen 3 offsuit.
Queen 3 off, putting the pressure on.
Kim's in second, Ding Biao's in third.
I mean, yeah, so I don't know how much Moneymakers played with Kim. I played with Kim some.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not a guy who I would be like, I mean, it's not like Kim is short. Kim's second, third in chips whenever they played that pot. He's not really a guy who I'd be like, oh, he's not going to barrel much on the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying he's what, but he just, you know,
I agree with that.
plays aggressive. Like, he's not just going to dip out on spots that are, you know, standard-ish. So.
Yeah. Kim came from a cash game background, and like most, they come play to high-stakes tournaments, and Triton, of course, is a great home for that. So he has that natural experience of just multi-barreling when necessary, not afraid of playing chips if necessary. But, you know, he understands the ICM stuff as well. He's just an overall good player.
Yeah. Yeah, he not surprising with the cash game background, he seems very comfortable with like turn and river and aggression. So
Igor, ace-7 in the cutoff.
yeah, so I don't basically if that's the read, I would say I would take the opposite read. Like I don't think Kim is going to back off from like I'm not saying wild, but just like a normal turn aggression spot where his like range should do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also don't think that Moneymaker has played a lot with Kim, so it's hard to say. They don't know each other's game. Regardless, it is a decision for Yaroshevsky. 7.5 big blinds. Is this enough? Because he seems unsure.
I think he's going to take it.
He
did deuces in the hijack. This is one spot better cutoff. I mean, it's 7 blinds. Like, Ike's 2.5, Lewis 2.8. You got to win chips. He's going to lose a third of his chips in the blinds next time, and then he can't get it through. Yeah.
He agrees.
Yeah. Now you just cross your fingers.
Pray. Ace-3 suited for Ding Biao.
It's
a nice hand to be aggressive than calling off, right?
Yeah, because of the 3. Yeah.
Nice discipline.
Nobody called you. You want to gamble or nobody called you?
2 shoves for Yaroshevsky. Goes his way and practically doubles up as he's on 2 million in chips. Came into this final table with 5 big blinds. Now, blinds go up based on the number of hands played, not by time. Definitely a different wrinkle given it is the GG Millions live edition. So no reason to stall unnecessarily.
So here's a question about the seat selection.
Go on.
So Chris Moneymaker, he was sitting in another seat and then chose somebody to switch. So wherever he is now, someone was in his old seat, right? He doesn't just look at it and choose out of the players that are there.
The original 9 players were drawn a seat.
Yeah.
Then shortest stack, Igor, gets to either stay in his same seat or he can choose another player to swap with. And we keep going down the 9th, 8th, 7th, and so on, all the way to Chris Moneymaker, who got the last pick. He chose to sit across from number 2 stack, Ding Biao, as well as Kim, who's over there.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, you know, Ding and Kim had a lot of chips, but so did Mateos and Velesevich, who he did sit in position on. You know, and the shortest stack where he is now is 2 to his left. So I'm not sure where he switched seats from.
Well, hold on, Brian.
I feel like the 2 choices would have been where he is or where Ike is.
Look at what's developing. Moneymaker opens +2. Ding Biao flats in position. Now Haxton with 10 big blinds in the small. What does he do with 2 nines?
I mean, he's probably shipping this.
He does.
Yeah, I mean, 10 blinds, and Ding is good. I mean, this is going to go Moneymaker folds. Ding just snaps it off. Like,
no chance Ding would fold if it gets to him.
I mean,
action first on Klein, who sees ace-10. He's been quiet, but like ace-10 with this heavy action, you can't love it.
I think the only chance is if he has a heart attack in his seat and dies before he can push the chips in.
Well, he is going to throw in a time bank just to make sure he's got the right decision.
Oh, no, I meant Ding calling.
Oh.
Well, Morton's going to fold, too. But
we got to let Morton act first. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Moneymaker.
I mean, I guess Ding might probably folds if Moneymaker goes all in, but that seems like a crazy all in. By
There we go.
Okay. This is a snap. See
what you expected.
Ooh.
This kind of landed on the table.
Yeah.
Quite hard.
Rough spot for Ike. I mean,
don't blame him, right?
No. I think his shove is just standard. It's just kind of sucks when you run into it and you're not even flipping here, you know?
Well, he needs to find a 9 to stay in this tournament. Ace. 8 deuce. That was close, but not quite.
This was a super standard hand, in my opinion. I think everybody kind of did what they were supposed to, including Ding not 3-betting jacks versus the chip leader EP open.
That's right. King on the turn. And that is the end of Isaac Haxton, the first elimination. Out in 9th place. He was the guy that did have 37 cashes at our Triton stops, but no titles.
Ike?
Ike, that is, yes.
Still no titles.
Still no titles.
Okay.
Plenty of final tables.
I think like once upon a time, like if you went back like 3 years ago, you'd be like, damn, Ike just isn't running very well. But Ike's done all right for himself in the last couple of years. So even though the streak's still continuing at Triton for this amazing player, I mean, Ike Haxton is one of the greatest to ever play. I think it's just a Triton thing at this point.
Yeah.
Because he's, won super high roller bowl, won this. He's in the top 10 money earners now on the tournament.
I mean, he still has 11 million in cashes, which is amazing. At Triton, has been playing it since 2018. Here in Montenegro, he was playing all of the No Limit, short deck, all those events. So good to see him make another deep run, but not this time in event number 1. Now down to 8.
And to give Ike a few more flowers here while I'm at it.
Go for it.
In my opinion, Ike is an unquestionable first ballot poker Hall of Famer. Like when he's not 40 yet. When he turns 40, he's
immediately his name is coming up.
Immediately in. I mean, he's just kind of crushed high stakes for a super long time. And the truth is he actually plays a lot of games very well. He's not known as like the best mixed game, but he's like played in Bobby's room and like done pretty well and, like played all kinds of games. He's a man who would
do his homework before he steps at the table, right? He's not just sprinkling around
like
chips in 8 games.
Unlike most of the people here, he doesn't like just crush No Limit Hold'em. You know, he's actually also an amazing PLO player. He kind of plays all the games.
He knows
Now,
how to
No
play
Limit
short deck as well.
Yes, No Limit and PLO are his best games, but he plays everything.
Remember, once upon a time, he was known to be like the best heads-up no-limit player too. Like
Yeah.
he was just sitting online, waiting for people to sit. They wouldn't. You know, he's just the all-around amazing poker player.
Yeah.
We all know it.
But he did go out 9th in this tournament. So
Not this one. You were good.
This one.
You were very good, Ike, but only 9th place good.
Yeah, 9th place. It's the way the cookie crumbles.
We'll take a look at the chip counts real quick. Moneymaker still on the top. Ding Biao still sitting in second with a little bit more chips. Igor came into the final table with 5 blinds, but look, the bottom 3, very similar stack.
Yeah, there's quite the cluster down there. 3 stacks all within a big blind there at the bottom.
Bit of jockeying on who's going to be the short stack, trying to outlast one another. Solver special for Moneymaker. Opens it up.
Oh.
Aces.
Wow. Here he is, 14 blinds. Do you flat? Do you 3-bet? Do you jam? Very curious to see what he comes up with. I know for chips, if there's no ICM, I mean, aces usually flats here. But he might be thinking with ICM, like, how much am I really flatting anything?
Right, does it just look like aces when you flat off of this stack?
Well, the problem is that he has so much ICM pressure that he's not flatting very much else anymore, which is why. But if it's just a normal chip position, then he's all of a sudden flatting a bunch of other hands, you know? But if he's not flatting those anymore, then yes, now it like just looks like aces.
Well, he is going to 3-bet to 950.
Yeah. Which makes a lot of sense. So, like, in other words, he's saying, I have a small 3-bet range that's going to be my super nutted stuff, like aces and kings, maybe like ace-king suited, and then
mix in some bluffs.
Few bluffy hands like ace-x, whatever, and then, yeah. But Moneymaker's not going to mess around with it. And he's probably just, like, basically ripping, or like ripping and leaving 50K or whatever with like the rest of the stuff that he 3-bets.
So there is a chance that he is 3-bet folding with that sizing.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Or at least that's what he's saying. I'm not going to speak for
the actual
Lewis Spencer
ranges
specifically, but I do believe that's
the intention.
The intention, yeah.
Well, blinds are up. 125, 250K, 15 hands played to get one more raise in the blinds.
It becomes a thing, you know, Randy. Well, I'm sure you know, but I'm kind of saying it more for the people at home, where when you kind of have these short stacks, you end up polarizing like the small size, and then your all-in size is like just more kind of like depolar and strong, right? So you might see like the 10 big blinds on the button or 11 big blinds on the button. Let's say they're not limping. They'll have a raise strategy that'll be like a min raise, which will be like their big pair, some of their big suited stuff, and then a few like of their weakest hands, and then they'll just like open jam kind of the rest, like the offsuit ace-x, the offsuit Broadway, like small pairs.
Right, they definitely have split like their ranges accordingly.
Yes, and the min raise size in that open range will be like polar, just like here. The small 3-bet non-all-in size is like a polar size.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
We do have a flop incoming. Moneymaker defending 10-9 suited. Pocket 9s for Ding Biao. Number 1 versus number 2 in chips. Ace, King, Queen. Not the texture both were looking for.
This is a board texture, though, that strongly favors Ding's range.
And that's because Moneymaker is supposed to be 3-betting his top ace-kings, aces-kings, of course, right?
Yeah. I mean, Moneymaker doesn't have many good hands on this. He also is a much wider range, filled with all kinds of hands that have little to no value. So
that's why Ding bet the flop.
Yeah. I mean, Ding's probably going, he went with a small size. So for that size, he's basically range betting the flop. Yeah. And as moneymaker, you can't get carried away just like floating out of position there, because Ding's also going to bet the turn a lot. So
because of the range advantage.
Yes, because it's a small bet size, and so the range advantage still continues to the turn. Although after a call from moneymaker's position, it is less than it is on the flop, because moneymaker again is going to fold quite a few hands, and all of his like no equity hands basically. But I think you'll find, especially in these ICM-ish type situations, moneymaker ends up folding some stuff that like maybe you wouldn't for chip EV in a cash situation, or like a hand like his that actually has a gutter, or like queen 4 might end up folding there, but like you may or may not decide to do that in other situations, I think.
Brian Kim raising ace-jack suited.
Just because those hands are always folding to a turn barrel.
Mm-hmm.
So you just can't, even though theoretically if like the hand ended there, you would be happy to call maybe, but you still can't do it because the hand's not going to end there. You have 2 more streets to survive somebody with a range advantage blasting away.
He is going to fold over to the big blind. Lewis Spencer. He's got queen 7 of clubs.
Feels like enough to tango. What do you think?
Suited, queen, seems like enough for me. Unless he really wants to stay out of the way due to the short stacks of Yaroshevsky and Klein. Does flick in time bank.
You do want to stay out of the way, but this is kind of a lot of hand getting such a good price. Wow.
Wow.
This is a pretty tight fold. So interesting. Not even saying he's wrong. I just think it's interesting.
Yeah. Obviously, different people have different approaches. Some would call in that spot.
Yeah.
Spencer wants to stay out of the way. They are fighting for that trophy. Spencer down to 6th place out of 8.
Yeah, it's always curious to see different, like, very good players kind of take on the same spot, because that's a spot 100% some other good players would call, and
I agree. Yeah, I've seen a lot of players calling that spot, even with the same stack distribution at the final table.
Yeah, your chances of busting do go up, obviously, by calling. But, you know, you can pick up some chips, relatively small initial investment at least.
Ding lays down king 7 of hearts. We'll open the door for Morton Klein, ace 10 offsuit, 11 blinds, +2 position. Is this one of those spots where maybe you min raise?
I think I like that. Yeah. I think he's just in this spot. I think it's plus chip EV to jam ace 10 off, but like I think with ICM it's not good.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Allows yourself an escape route as well in case there is heavy action, because you are raising from middle position.
Yeah.
Still plenty of players to act behind.
You do open yourself to get kind of bluffed off your hand, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, you can't have the best of both worlds. Yeah. It's not like that. Otherwise, poker would be easy.
Yeah.
Seven 5 suited for Klein hitting the muck. Velocevic, queen 10 offsuit, not interested as well. But jacks, it's going to get in there.
Yeah, we could see Velocevic passing a plus chip EV hand, though, but that's one of the weaker hands he would open from that spot.
first. Spencer, queen jack in the muck. Kim's got 7-4 clubs.
I think with his chips, I think he's gonna play this.
And I think the reason also is because he's got that deeper stack. It's unlikely his chips will be at risk post flop.
Yeah,
Unlike Spencer, who had a shorter stack, could more likely get it in if it came in some manner.
Yeah, like Kim doesn't have to go broke just because he flops top pair here or something. Whereas, I mean, you don't have to as Spencer, but, you know, if it comes queen high, it
hurts, right?
It's hard to get away, like, you know, but you always have the option.
Hold on. Check on the flop. Brian Kim picking up an open-ended straight draw now.
This is an interesting spot, you know, because it's one of those spots where, like, how often is my opponent checking back and folding as the chip leader in position, stronger range, king high board he's supposed to be betting a lot, you know?
So you're saying that Moneymaker's range leans towards some showdown value a bit more just because he should be c-betting a lot of air?
I don't know, but it's, like, definitely something you could try to infer as Kim. And actually interestingly enough, Kim goes with a very non-standard small size here. Almost like instead of this is a size which implies that he thinks Moneymaker isn't folding very often, and now he's just trying to get to the river for cheap. And then maybe if Moneymaker does happen to have just like ace 3, he gets the fold. But like, to me, it's a spot where with a double flush draw and all those draws, like he's usually like betting big or checking, especially with 7 high. But I think Kim probably thinks Moneymaker's not folding that much and prefers just like quarter pot or third pot or whatever he did.
Kim is going to check, as does Moneymaker. Moneymaker over 10 million, 10.7 to be precise.
Like in my opinion, when Kim sees him roll over jacks, he's probably feeling pretty good about the way he decided to play the hand on the turn.
Didn't cost him too much.
No.
Got to see all 5 cards. Even had a chance to beat some unpaired ace highs with that rivered pair of 7s.
Or ace 6, ace 5.
True.
You know, well, some hand like that. Queen 5 suited. I mean, Moneymaker is the chip leader. From the cutoff, he should theoretically at least be opening kind of wide.
Exactly. This would be too wide, 2 3s.
Yeah, this is. I think 8-handed, not even without ICM, it's probably a fold with these chip stacks. So with ICM, man, I bet you he's supposed to fold like 6s, or like.
Klein did hit it straight to the muck. Spencer now ace king. Great spot for him as he knows Moneymaker is likely to open a wide range from the hijack. Now this time bank coming in is for balancing purposes, right?
I think so. I don't think there's any play for him except all in. Or, you know, 3 million or whatever.
And leave a little back,
yeah.
Reserves.
So I think this is balancing. I agree.
2.5 million.
I thought he said 3.5 for a second, but 2.5 is the price. Into the muck, the queen 10 goes. Here's Mateos, currently sitting in 5th with 15 big blinds. Ace-4 suited, under the gun. Going to activate. Brian Kim's got ace-queen.
Yeah, let's see what he decides to do here. Ace-queen off. Mateos has what? It's like
15 blinds.
Yeah.
$1.4.
Going to 3-bet to 1.4. Mateos did open from under the gun.
Wow. So he's probably folding, but I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he jams. And then I guess the question is, what does Kim do with ace-queen off here? I mean, I guess I have no idea what Kim's going to do. That's one of the reasons why 3-betting it sometimes in these spots is so dicey. Because it's like super gross to fold it, like even with ICM, but like he's probably supposed to. But like you can see right here that would end up being like a terrible fold, because he is actually dominating the bluffs. But like, yeah, Mateos was thinking about it.
It crossed his mind.
But it's such like a ballsy, like just you're wrong and you're just out in eights there. Like,
yeah, that would be a disaster with Yaroshevsky sitting on 8 blinds.
But there's a lot of money in there if you get it through, or whatever. You win if you get it all in. You won't be a favorite, but I kind of wanted him to shove.
You wanted to see what Brian Kim does.
Yeah, for $2 million more. I mean, it's a gross spot. I would have at 50-50. I bet fold, but like I don't know. He might call. Like I don't even know really what's right. I mean, he did 3-bet kind of big actually.
Right, you were thinking more towards like 1.2.
Because he made it almost 3x, like 2.8, right? So that's kind of a big, it's not small.
We'll never know.
We'll never know now. Yep.
Do know that Velocevic is opening king-queen suited.
So after that hand, I feel like Morton does just kind of take a little while sometimes, not because he's thinking about calling. It's just part of his, I think, the showmanship of the like, pretending to think about this one.
Yeah. And when he really does have a decision, it'll be balanced a bit as well. Ding Biao with a matching, well, not matching color, but Louis Vuitton bag as well, slinging off that chair. Here comes Spencer, ace-jack of clubs.
Shoots it up. Thank you guys for watching this with us. You know what? You can follow it even better on the app, which you can download.
You tell them.
If you're not using the app, you're just really not doing the optimal thing, guys. I mean, I hesitate to say that you're not very bright, but it might be true because the app is amazing. I mean, actually, we're sitting right here literally on iPads using the app. Like, the app's on the iPad. We got it up. Oh, this guy's got 2.7. It just, like, instantly updates after the hand with the new chip count. So it does enhance the viewing experience.
It helps to know the stack size of all the players to see why someone might be raising, an early position. It changes things when you realize the big blind is shorter, etc. So obviously, having the app gives you the full experience, and it's also great before we get to the final table where you can sweat other players at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, but like you're not going to, realistically speaking, there might be that one of you out there that actually does remember everyone's chip stack when it's not on the screen. But for everyone else who's not Rain Man, you probably just need to look to the side and see, oh, okay, how many chips everyone has, and it can help you understand a lot of the spots a little bit more.
You always hear the feedback that the players, their favorite thing really is the app, because it also wastes a lot less time. Like, oh, how much you playing? Whenever they might get involved in the pot. I mean, I assume you played the event the other day. You looked at that quite regularly.
I actually didn't use the app very
Brian,
much.
Maybe that's why you're not in the tournament anymore.
I use the app way more when I'm watching and when I'm doing the commentary than when I was playing. It's kind of just this weird thing, actually, when I'm playing. I have this habit of trying not to be on my phone, other than just like picking a song.
For distraction reasons.
Yeah, distraction. And I'm kind of also used to just roughly guessing how much people have based on. Also, I might have used it more if I had a lot of chips. I was also one of the shorter people at the table for most of the time.
I'm playing my stack.
It was.
I hear you, Brian.
It wasn't too important for me to precisely know what people had.
Okay, just promise me next time you play, you're going to use the app just a little bit more.
I promise I will if I get a real run going, get some chips, okay? I mean, I got to have a little bit of fun for a while, but I never really had. I mean, I did max late reg, to be fair.
True.
So,
I was waiting for your name to populate in the app.
Yeah, I was jet lagged. I got like a 4.5 hour nap, and by the time I woke up and showered and ate something, it was already late.
Klein, like you said, taking his time. In his right to do so. Adrian Mateo's pocket eights. Is this one of those spots where we open jam, or do we min raise to induce?
500.
I think it's a spot where different people would do different things. He's going with the min raise to induce / if both of them come in, I'm out.
True,
guess,
right.
Yeah,
that is a good point.
But I probably would have jammed, I think.
It's interesting to see a player like Mateos taking these other options that are risky, right?
Yeah.
Third one was a bit.
Because he does invite Moneymaker to re-jam on him with a hand like, I don't know, Jack 10 suited that now is flipping, which he would avoid had he open jammed.
You do, though. You do get him to jam with like 4s or 3s.
Which is
or
the plus
2s,
side.
Which probably folding.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, yeah, that is the plus.
Couple eights now for Velocevic.
And
Let's see how he plays it.
Yeah, almost the same stack. I mean, he maybe has a slightly bit more than Adrian, right? Because Adrian won the blinds and has 3.3 now. So,
but similar idea.
All in.
Yeah, so he's actually jamming more, like 3 blinds more than what Mateos had, or 2.5 blinds more.
Different approach, same result. I want to see these 2-8s thrown to Moneymaker. Give him a shot at it on the button. We're just spinning around. Let's see. All right, who's the one that's min raising? Who's open jamming?
So see, that's a fun one. Like if you want to parse it as to why, you really don't need to ask Danilo very much, but you would want to ask Adrian. Okay, so you chose min raise. What were your plans, and how much of it was like dependent on maybe getting a live read or something, you know? But, like, if this one the two players in the blinds, if one of them jams on you, are you calling both? Are you folding versus one? Or, you know?
King 10 suited for Ding Biao. Kim opening up front.
King 10 suited is like a hand that sometimes
1.3.
Yeah, he's getting jicky with it.
Attacking Brian Kim.
I mean, you do get hands that dominate you to fold, like better King X and Ace 10. I mean, other than Ace King. You got some playability when called.
What about this Ace Jack? What does it do now?
I mean, it's probably folding. You know, this is a UTG versus +1. Yeah,
You're right. Ding had an amazing Jeju. Won the PLO for 1.1 million into 50K. He also got second place in the 150K no limit hold'em for 2.8 million. Before that, mini scores. Does have 2 Triton titles under his belt and 7.1 million in earnings.
Yeah, I was watching him a lot in the booth in Jeju. He was crushing it.
He's good. And one of those guys that kind of showed up maybe a few stops ago. I can't remember exactly. And no one really knew who he was, but he was just crushing immediately. He's got his own unique style. Klein, ace-9 offsuit. He's looking for a spot and chooses ace-9.
Given his chip stack, +1, that's UTG 7, right? At 8-handed table. It's kind of wide open. Not like super wide, but
it does look strong though.
Looks strong, yeah. I mean, he has an ace blocker.
575.
It's the type of open that if like other players at this table were getting like hands on the stream, like I would want whoever's giving me hands to like tell me that.
Yeah.
Like he opened ace-9 off under the gun 7 off of, 10 blinds in a big ICM spot. Oh, wow.
Kim flopping middle pair. Morton Klein whiffed it, but does have that ace of spades.
I mean, this is a
through.
flop which theoretically mashes Klein's range. His check back is very strange. I think actually versus a check back here, Kim has to think he has the best hand a lot.
Expecting Kim to go to Value Town.
Oh, yeah.
Again, he might price this one pretty small. Yeah.
475K. Not much going for Klein.
No, I feel like you've got to just pass. Wow, this is an ambitious call.
Wow,
oh, he's raising. Okay. That's
interesting. This is next level.
Yeah.
Talk to me, Brian. What's happening?
I mean, I don't. This is. I'm just curious to see what happens on the. The weird thing about this play is, given the size, I mean, like, does Kim ever fold a jack or a 10? I mean, he's never folding a jack, obviously, but like a 10, I guess we're going to find out. But, like, I don't expect Kim to fold his hand here. Let's see what he does.
On.
Yeah.
3 jams.
So
Klein is going to fold to ace-9. Felt that was the best way to represent strength. Didn't work against Brian Kim.
I think he's just coming up with some creative aggression. That's the way I would label that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if Brian Kim was betting a weaker kicker, maybe there is a chance he doesn't jam that turn. Hard to say.
I don't know if you can get him off a jack or a 10. after
Definitely not a
check
jack.
back.
We agree on that.
No, yeah. I mean, sorry, off of a 10. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe if you had a 10 with a kicker worse than what he should be opening, like, you defended with 10-7 suited.
Mm-hmm.
It is a different situation, for sure. But
Well, with that, Klein is the shortest stack. Other short stack is Yurashevsky, who folds as well. Over to Brian Kim's small blind.
and now these two in the blinds have 8 and 9 million respectively, and Moneymaker only has 9.5. So basically, there's kind of a 3-way clump up there for first.
Creeping up.
Yep.
Ten-3 suited for Ding Biao. He's got some naughty thoughts, doesn't he? But not this one because it is suited.
Is it possible to
Yeah,
get 0
they're
for somebody?
kind of deep, though. I mean,
Player-
over 30
Hello?
blinds.
Can I get a Coke 0?
So
That's
it
being
seems
bought
like
on
a
me,
spot
guys.
where you could take
Just
some
the
of your
bottle?
weakest suited stuff and do it with it also.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah. I wouldn't have been surprised at all if he just.
Usually we see the offsuit variety opening, kind of punishing from the big blind, I suppose. Regardless, he did check that one back. Brian Kim does have middle pair. No connection for Ding, who does check this one as well.
Yeah, I do think in some of those spots, again, it depends on stack depth, but you do end up seeing sometimes really weak suited stuff. Because sometimes some of the offsuit stuff is weak stuff, but then also sometimes it's stuff that will be like, have like a king or a queen or a jack just because you want to block him from having a big
Right.
card.
Yes,
you
I've
know,
seen
or
this.
just, yeah, right. So, and I think you sometimes, you never find like king 3 suited will do it, but I've seen on like solver charts or whatever, and some of those spots will be like deuce 7 suited or, you know, like 9-4, like some like really weak suited stuff does, and maybe it's because you want to have some suited stuff in that range that's weak, or I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't have been shocked.
Trip 6s for Kim. Check the turn. Now he baits the bet from Ding Biao, taking a stab.
Double checked it and got air to bluff. What will he do now? Will he just call or raise? If he can continue just seeing his opponent's hand, he obviously just calls.
Exactly.
Because he's so far played this basically perfect against air. But you can't win a huge pot here if you don't check raise. So that, I mean, I'm not saying there aren't merits to it.
He doesn't have to sweat the 7 dropping, which would kill an action for 6 normally, given that he's got the 9. Slow playing does make sense.
And he is still playing it as if he could see Ding's hand.
Ace on the river.
It's a bad card for Ding because ace high kind of got there. But on the flip side, he can bluff an 8 or a 5 some. Thing is that Ding shouldn't have a ton of ace X.
Yeah, ace X doesn't necessarily bet the turn in position, I would think.
Yeah.
If he's bluffing, he's trying to rep that 6. Problem is, Brian Kim's holding the 6. Gives up.
Yeah, ace should be a better card for Brian, for sure.
Thank you.
To have a dealer change. So, in the meantime, why not try out GG Poker, Rush in Cash. Opportunities to win some C dollars in the free roll. Of course, it's always so fun to play on GG Poker due to their emojis, high quality graphics, biggest tournaments online, plenty of welcome bonuses, global million tickets as well. Check it out, GG Poker. Use that sign-up code, Triton_2024. Back to the action. Suited ace for Brian Kim. Now Klein is in the big blind, playing a 5 big blind stack. Might change how he approaches this one.
So yeah, he's deciding to size up a little bit because of that.
Queen Jack. Enough, is it?
Yeah, definitely.
All in from Klein, and Brian Kim immediately making the call. 2.2 million in the middle. Brian Kim, slight favorite to knock out Morten Klein of Norway. King 3 deuce, 2 hearts. Oh, the 10 on the turn. That spices it up.
Preserves the equity from the flop, still 70-30.
The deuce is going to break out, and that is the end of Morten Klein. Brian Kim, now the table chip leader, on 10.6 million in chips. Klein is going to win 110,000 for his performance. Good to see him make a deep run in the first event. Always nice to get a cash under your belt.
Yeah, right away.
I owe this.
Win enough money to pay for some more buy-ins.
And Morten Klein threw some curveballs at these players. Some went his way, others not so much, but played his heart out. Always frequents our Triton stops. There we go. Was unable to get there with the Queen Jack, although he did pick up those outs. And we're down to 7. All players guaranteed 153,000 now. Survive one more, 209K will be the payout.
And now we only have one short stack. Igor Yaroshevsky, 5 blinds.
The micro stack?
Yeah. Then there's a cluster, 654, all about 3 to 4 million. And then...
So that cluster is pretty much waiting for Igor. And that's why Ding Biao is jamming.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, snapped it off. Bad timing as Adrian Mateos wakes up with ace queen. Ding Biao is dominated with the suited queen, looking for the deuce.
Yeah, wow, this is a big pot here. Basically, if Mateos wins as he's supposed to, they kind of shift spots, and Mateos goes up to that third, and Ding will join that cluster.
Both players flopping the queen, but needs to dodge the deuce. The 7 is a great card for
Just
Mateos. Can only chop it now for Ding Biao. Can find queen.
3.1.
Kicker will play. Mateos now 6.5 million. Things have changed as Ding Biao drops to 4th in chips. And are you okay with the shove given the stack distribution with Queen Deuce of Hearts?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's 150K, 300K. There's 750K out there, and like Mateos can't call very wide in that spot. There's a lot of ICM, so you know, you just try to win that 750K.
Sometimes you just run into it.
Yeah.
Now he's in 3rd place, 22 big blinds, 6.45 million in chips, representing 16% of the chips at play. Moneymaker's been a little quiet.
Yeah, for
rightfully so. Queen 5 offsuit.
Somebody was the chip leader coming in. Haven't seen him as active as you might expect, but he hasn't gotten too many spots, it feels like. A lot of really bad hands. You also can't go too crazy at 9-handed tables.
Mm-hmm. We are 7-handed now. Igor with a decision. Queen 4 suited. Just north of 4 big blinds. I guess he's asking the question, do I jam now or do I wait for the big blind to eat me up?
Yeah, like what's better, right? I mean, it does kind of suck for him that it's in the hijack. 4 people to go through. Yeah.
Wanted to think it through just in case.
I think it's probably pretty close.
I suppose it kind of depends on how much fold equity does your 4 big blinds have. Regardless, it is Ding Biao's decision now, King 6 on the button. Who is going to go attack the big blind of Velocevic? Six 5 offsuit, hitting the muck. Ding Biao not shy despite losing that big pot.
No, keeps on attacking.
It's not the type where he gets a chunk of his armor taken out, where he just stops fighting. Now he's like, I'm back in there. Just a flesh wound. Jack 10 suited for Spencer. Into the muck. A7 now for Ding. Is in the cutoff.
Feels like he probably opens this up.
He would be opening into the moneymaker big blind. He doesn't mind. Ace queen for Mateos.
Mateos is 3rd in chips as well. I mean, 20 bligs. He probably just stuffs it, or you know, makes it like 5 million or whatever.
He does stuff it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He's not even doing the.
He's not even leaving any back. He's like, yeah, let's just keep it simple. Pot going to the Spaniard. Assume you've played a lot with Mateos, Rast, or no?
I mean, a lot is probably overselling it, but enough. Yeah, just here or there over the years.
So you can confirm he's a strong player.
Yeah, you know, not even just from playing with him, also watching him now in the booth for a while. Yeah, I like his game a lot.
He's one of those guys that, for me, goes for it a little bit more than others, right? Like
yeah, it seems like he does. It seems like he has a pretty good feel for it overall. Seems to pick spots that make sense and have reasonably good judgment about them. So, which is also probably part of the reason why he seems to do very well.
That is a winning formula.
Because there's other people that go for it a bit too and maybe don't do as well as him.
Right,
So
it's that little bit of finesse.
Yeah.
The timing. And this time, Spencer will be making the call from the big Jack-9 of clubs. Does hit middle pair. Problem is, Brian Kim's got top pair. Thinking about it.
Yeah. Check back or what size? He's coming with, looks like that's like third pot.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Jack-9 in the muck.
Lets it go.
Is that something that maybe you would peel? It seems strange, right? Because you defend the big blind, you flop a reasonable pair, and you just quickly hit the muck.
I think I'm probably peeling it for the 5 outs, knowing that I just also am not winning this pot very much at showdown. It's possible, but like I get bluffed off my hand quite a bit, but I think it's still getting 4-1 on the flop with 5 outs to take your chances for all of it, and just once in a while you get to show down the best hand, but not very often. I think it's still probably good enough, but I mean, it's not unreasonable, and I think we've already seen like the Queen 7 suited pre-flop fold. Like Lewis is being very much towards chip conservation in these spots.
Chip conservation makes sense with
his stack
and his style of play.
His stack and his current position, especially with Igor.
Well, Brian Kim's the new chip leader, right? He's opening ace-6 under the gun. Moneymaker, second in chips, 2 kings, shades down.
Yeah, he's got enough hand to tango with here.
Sizes to 1.4.
I mean, ace-6 off, just...
Oh, ace-6 off, right?
Igor put half his chips in the pot in this hand.
Right.
He only has 650 behind.
So maybe he's thinking he gets an overlay from Brian Kim?
Yeah. Like he's essentially getting... Like he has 950K, right? So he ends up getting all-in versus Moneymaker plus 600 with Kim and the small blind plus the ante. He's getting like 3-1 on his money or whatever, right?
And sometimes he has 2 live cards against like an ace-king.
Yeah, or potentially ace-8 suited, ace-5 suited. Yeah, he sticks it in. Can't really blame him, to be honest.
Bad news, though, because he up against 2 kings. A chuckle.
I mean, think about it. If he wins this pot, right, he has 3 million. If he folds, he will be in the 650 in the small blind, putting a quarter of his chips in the pot. Like, even if he doubles that hand, what, he ends up with like 1.5?
That would make sense.
So
trouble, though.
But I mean, yeah,
set.
he's up against a strong range here. But, you know, yeah, he could be against hands he's doing fine against.
He's got a chance, Brian.
It's not over.
See that, Jack? Is it coming?
Moneymaker looks troubled.
Oh! Okay. Poker's fun.
Okay. Yaroshevsky making the call of Queen 10 offsuit with the odds, as we explained. Downing top set of Moneymaker. That's poker.
Chris looks like he just smelled a skunk right there.
That was dirty.
Doesn't look like someone who thinks poker's fun, as he said.
No. Not so fun.
Yeah.
And not so fun for the other combatants as they don't get a pay jump.
I don't think I beat you yet today. I think you just crushed me all day. I gotta keep you away from me.
Yeah, I think Igor is probably the only person at the table who wanted to see Igor win that pot.
I hope that Igor wants to see Igor win that pot.
I don't think Kim has enough separation there that he wants didn't want a player to go out.
But Moneymaker losing that pot does create more separation between him and second.
Yeah, Kim doesn't hate it.
It is what it is.
I think he prefers Moneymaker to win, but he doesn't hate it. Everyone else is hating it. They're like, "What the hell?
Yeah.
How does Queen 10 win this, man? Shit! Maybe I go out 7th now."
Well, they did miss out on a 56K pay jump.
Yeah.
And Brian Kim missing out on this flop. Jack 5 deuce rainbow. Velocevic with the best of it.
Four.
Range betting, perhaps?
You know, hijack, he's got a tight range, but he's so small versus the chip leader. I wonder if he never has a 5 or a deuce, and Kim does. I don't know.
Well, he's going to pick up that pot up to 4.3 million. These short stacks are just, growing a bit. Watered them.
I think it's a spot where some people might range. I think some people would play that spot differently as well. I mean, your C-bet will, I think it's a spot where if Kim has a deuce, a 5, you're probably just seeing a raise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
So
off of those stacks. Mateos opening ace-queen. Mateos does have one title under his belt. Actually shipped it in Jeju into 30K for 1.175 million.
yeah, you have a lot of overcard hands that miss, and getting blasted off that equity sucks. So my guess is it's not a range bet spot.
Also kind of depends on how the big blind reacts.
Yeah, but he's the chip leader and he's aggressive. So he's, let's say he's not knitting it up there.
6.
But I think there are, these are great players, but in the world of poker, there's a lot of people who range bet there. I think it's probably a spot where, there's a decent amount of range betting by segments of the population. Although I would, it's possible I'm wrong, but if you're asking me on the spot, I would guess it's not a range bet spot with stacks and ICM and this and that.
Fair enough.
Oh.
Oh, don't forget to collect your Blinds and antes,
Yeah.
Milosevic.
You're always one step ahead.
He actually has a decent candidate if it's not a range bet spot to check back. The jack with his kicker being one of the overcards, so you're kind of extra protected against Queen X hands.
Right.
You know?
That makes sense.
Like, you can get all in two-streeting anyway, or win a huge pot two-streeting, so like you don't really need to bet all 3 streets.
Couple sevens for Moneymaker. Ace-Jack suited for Brian Kim. Decision time.
What's he gonna do here? I feel like he's gonna flat. Keep in worse hands. Don't get blown off if you have if he has a better hand. We're in position.
You are right.
Yeah. Oh.
Pocket deuces. This is what you want to see.
What a spot.
Getting a great price. Closing the action. Multi-way.
He's getting almost immediate odds.
Gotta love it.
Over 6 to 1.
Can he find a duck? No, but it's going to be top pair, top kicker for Brian Kim. Jack 10-9, though. Not the safest flop.
No, it's interesting. I'm curious to see what he does here.
Moneymaker does check as the pre-flop rates are over to Kim.
Wouldn't be shocked if Kim checks this back, but yeah, a lot of value in betting as well.
Just 450 gets it done.
Yeah, nice. Really nice. I mean, his opponents didn't even have many outs, but for such a small bet, getting them off of their collective 8 outs is an accomplishment.
Kim now on to just under 12 million in chips, 39 big blinds. Table captain.
I mean, so far it seems like a lot of the spots have been working out for him, but I like a lot of his decisions. What do you think?
Brian Kim?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's playing very solid. He's put himself in a situation to not have to risk too much to win pots. He's chipping up nicely. I think he's playing amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
Your chef, he always gets these kind of like tweener spots. Like, should I raise? He is going to ace-8 offsuit. We are 7-handed. Did kind of see this from Morton Klein earlier, right?
Yeah.
Similar hand.
It was 7 under the gun. This is 6 under the gun. They're just ace blocker open.
Wow, did he say all in? Moneymaker. What a move. He just knows.
Just knows.
Well, take a look at the chip counts. Yaroshevsky's still at the bottom, 2.2 million chips. Brian Kim has been playing very solid. At the top, Moneymaker with that reshove moves him into second place, just past Mateos. Dingyao in the middle, alongside Milosevic and Spencer. Playing for 903,000 for first. King Jack for Mateos.
6.
Mini raise. Mateos now surpassing Moneymaker with that raise and take.
Yeah, so Spencer has kind of avoiding some of these spots where he's taking chances, has greatly increased his odds of now being here with 7 left. But he's also greatly increased the odds of what's happened as well, which is he's one of the shortest stacks now with 7 left.
Yeah, we did, before you came into the booth, when I was with Griffin, Spencer did choose some lines that seemed more risk averse, you know, like a spot where it had ace queen with like 20 blinds and not reshoving, things like this. So he definitely has a different approach to it. And you're right, it did allow him to get some ladders, but now he's in a position where he's kind of handcuffed and forced to play the cards he's dealt. Anyways, Yorshevsky does flop trip 9s against the pre-flop raiser Brian Kim. Going small. Now, Yorshevsky's only playing about 4 blinds.
Yeah. And I think he moves all in here with a 5. Maybe even hands like 7, 8 potentially. So it's like, why not do it with a 9? Like, what is he calling with?
And also looks insanely strong for him to check call the flop.
Yeah, like, what are you calling with, right? Like, because you don't want to call a 5. You want hands like Queen Jack. They have a ton of equity versus a 5 kind of, 6 overcards twice. So, like, yeah, it's like, how do you even... Yes, a 9 would like to call probably, but how do you build out a call range? Like, what else wants to call in your range? So
balance important. Pockets for Mateos. He's going to pitch it. Brian Kim gets a walk.
Thank you.
Getting to that grindy phase of the tournament as these short stacks take turns being at the bottom. Suited connector. Enough for Moneymaker to open. Ace King for Spencer.
yeah, I'm back. I was just thinking about the 9-9-5 hand for a bit. My thoughts go like this. You don't really want to get called when you have a 5, and it's nice to be able to jam the 7-8, 6-7 stuff. And so your 9s, and you have a lot of 9s, kind of just protect that whole part of the rest of your range, make it real strong. So there it is. I think you just only raise and you just do it with 9s and you're not calling. And Spencer takes it down. Big chip up. Ace King.
I'm only shoved on you.
I'm aware.
He waited. He was patient.
They keep giving me good hands.
And rewarded with a good hand and got it through. Big pickup. Wow, and Ding Biao now is in 6th. Not by much, but he is.
I mean, look at that cluster at the bottom.
Yeah.
11, 12, 13, 13 big blinds, then a big jump to 24. Danilo trying to get out of that bottom range, opening King Jack.
Ooh.
Hello, Ace King.
Yeah, it's not going to get through. Brian Kim could wield his chip stack with nefarious plans, but nothing nefarious about this. He just has a
He just got the
hand.
goods. And what price will the goods say? Is it all of it? Or is it 3-bet small to induce?
I think it's more going to be based on the fact that Mateos has 8.4 in the big blind.
Okay.
Is more why he's not. I mean, if it was just all stacks with like 3 and 4 million behind, I think he just rips it. More, but yeah.
Yeah, because Mateos' stack is rather healthy. 8.4 equates to 28 big blinds. Danilo Milosevic is going to lay down that King Jack. Brian Kim raking that one in.
One time, bro.
Yes, sorry.
Break after, right?
We're on a break, right?
Couple fours for Spencer into the muck. Now sixes for Ding Biao. He's got the button.
11 blinds.
Ship it. Danilo's got ace-5 offsuit. Doesn't seem that interested. A bit too loose. Relinquishes. And it looks like players off to a break.
It's just such a gross spot to call. You're just risking your tournament life. You're never a big favorite there.
Well, guys, you are allowed to look at the chip counts as they step away for a short break. Brian Kim at the top of the leaderboard, but man, there's so many short stacks remaining amongst these 7. Welcome back to the booth. And what's your takeaway from that frame of play?
I mean, it was kind of interesting to see Moneymaker not really get too much to work with as the chip leader. Like, he came in with such a dominant chip lead and now is just solidly in third, even though he did take a couple spots, but just wasn't really able to get it going. And I guess on the flip side, just how Kim has kind of catapulted himself up and now has even more chips than Moneymaker started the final table with. A lot of solid, aggressive decisions, a lot of spots that worked out for him.
Yeah, and things are going Kim's way. We do have a break. I will be stepping out. Ali Najad will be stepping in and taking it home with Brian Kim to eventual champion. So we'll see you guys soon.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Another seat and then chose somebody to switch. So wherever he is now, someone was in his old
Correct.
seat, right? He doesn't just look at it and choose out of the players that are there.
The original 9 players were drawn a seat.
Yeah.
Then shortest stack, Igor, gets to either stay in his same seat or he can choose another player to swap with. And we keep going down the 9th, 8th, 7th, and so on, all the way to Chris Moneymaker, who got the last pick. He chose to sit across from number 2 stack, Ding Biao, as well as Kim, who's over there.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, you know, Ding and Kim had a lot of chips, but so did Mateos and Velesevich, who he did sit in position on. You know, and the shortest stack where he is now is 2 to his left. So I'm not sure where he switched seats from.
Well, hold on, Brian.
I feel like the 2 choices would have been where he is or where Ike is.
Look at what's developing. Moneymaker opens +2. Ding Biao flats in position. Now Haxton with 10 big blinds in the small. What does he do with 2 nines?
I mean, he's probably shipping this.
He does.
Yeah, I mean, 10 blinds, and Ding is good. I mean, this is going to go Moneymaker folds. Ding just snaps it off. Like,
no chance Ding would fold if it gets to him.
I mean,
action first on Klein, who sees ace-10. He's been quiet, but like ace-10 with this heavy action, you can't love it.
I think the only chance is if he has a heart attack in his seat and dies before he can push the chips in.
Well, he is going to throw in a time bank just to make sure he's got the right decision.
Oh, no, I meant Ding calling.
Oh.
Well, Morton's going to fold, too.
We got to let Morton act first. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Moneymaker.
I mean, I guess Ding might probably folds if Moneymaker goes all in, but that seems like a crazy all in by me.
There we go.
Okay. This is a snap. See
what you expected.
Ooh.
This kind of landed on the table.
Yeah.
Quite hard.
Rough spot for Ike. I mean,
don't blame him, right?
No. I think his shove is just standard. It's just kind of sucks when you run into it and you're not even flipping here, you know?
Well, he needs to find a 9 to stay in this tournament. Ace, 8, deuce. That was close, but not quite.
This was a super standard hand, in my opinion. I think everybody kind of did what they were supposed to, including Ding not 3-betting jacks versus the chip leader EP Open.
That's right. King on the turn. And that is the end of Isaac Haxton, the first elimination. Out in 9th place. Back to the action. Suited ace for Brian Kim. Now Klein is in the big blind, playing a 5 big blind stack. Might change how he approaches this one.
So yeah, he's deciding to size up a little bit because of that.
Queen Jack. Enough, is it?
Yeah, definitely.
All in from Klein, and Brian Kim immediately making the call. 2.2 million in the middle. Brian Kim, slight favorite to knock out Morten Klein of Norway. King 3 deuce, 2 hearts. Oh, the 10 on the turn. That spices it up.
Preserves the equity from the flop, still 70-30.
The deuce is going to break out, and that is the end of Morten Klein. Brian Kim, now the table chip leader, on 10.6 million in chips. Klein is going to win 110,000 for his performance. Good to see him make a deep run in the first event. Always nice to get a cash under your belt.
Yeah, right away.
I owe this.
Win enough money to pay for some more buy-ins.
And Morten Klein threw some curveballs at these players. Some went his way, others not so much, but played his heart out. Always frequents our Triton stops. There we go. Was unable to get there with the Queen Jack, although he did pick up those outs. And we're down to 7.
Welcome back to the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro for continuing coverage of the 25K GG Millions final table. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. 2 casualties already, Rasty. And the one that I want to talk about briefly as we bring it back is not Morten Klein, who finished in 8th, but rather Ike Haxton, who finished in 9th, $91,000, but denied a title yet again. When will Ike's time come?
Yeah, I mentioned this right when he busted. I mean, Ike had a pretty good last year or two. I feel like his time has been here. Now, that said, he still hasn't won a Triton title. So in that regard, you know, I'm sure it's going to – there isn't really another stop. There's one more stop this year. I'll bet in the next – because, like, the Triton, this is the end of the Player of the Year. How about in the next segment? So the next 4 stops.
Next season.
Next season, he wins the title.
Maybe it will be the year of Ike. There was the year of the Nacho.
It was just the year of Ike, wasn't it?
Yeah, but in terms of that same, let's get it done at Triton vibe, you know?
He's going to get it done at Triton next season.
All right, let's talk briefly then about the landscape as it stands right now. $153,000, that is the on-tap payout. You can see it right there. 2095 means there's a jump of about $56,000 if you can slide into the top 6. Now, turning our attention to the chip counts, Brian Kim continues to remain at the helm, 12 million in front of him. I, for one, remember being at this desk and looking at Chris Moneymaker on the money bubble, sitting on somewhere around 75,000 in chips, Rasty, and yet here he is, above average stack, just 18 bigs, but 7 million, and in the hunt for this title.
Listen, he opened up as a huge chip leader. I mean, he had like 11 million to start the final table, and second had like 6. So, you know, I mean, he's still doing great, but yeah, a little probably. If you had to ask, is he slightly disappointed right now? You would probably say yes.
Danilo Vlasovic, another one of these guys who is not afraid to go against the grain. We saw some incredibly aggressive maneuvering by him here at the booth during our coverage on the day yesterday. And so one wonders if 7 big spins its way up into something they can do a little bit of maneuvering, whether or not we'll see activations out of Danilo. Not to be overlooked, of course, Yaroshevsky, Spencer, Ding Biao. All of these guys certainly have what it takes. But are you going to hitch your wagon to anyone other than Brian Kim at this point?
Yeah, I mean, ruling him out, I take Mateos.
Okay. The Spaniard in second, 7.6 million, not that far ahead of Moneymaker, but a tremendous amount of experience. And obviously, Mateos coming off of that terrific Jeju stop, that performance where he finished first in the 30K 8 max, third in the 40K mystery bounty. Couple of final tables, already notching one here in the very first event of this festival. So then, we're just a few seconds away from getting it back underway out there. What's going to happen, man? This deck could get very shuffled very quickly, just given the stack distribution. And still over $900,000 will go to our eventual champ. Blinds of 200, 400,000, 400K big blind, any, $1 million in orbit. The price of poker. This glimpse brought to you by GG Poker. 7 and 8 bigs. At the bottom, Spencer and Ding Biao neck and neck at 10. Over half the field in that sort of danger zone.
This is the lucky one.
And for those of you who are wondering, how many total blinds was that? While Ali was talking, I calculated it. It's 102. So there's 102 total blinds at the current level, according to that.
With the pace of these levels, is that somewhere around what you would anticipate an FT to have with 7 players, or this is on the lean side?
I think it's on the lean side.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can just see, 8, 7, 10, 10, 30. I mean, that's, yeah, a lot of those guys are short. I mean, I think we'll see, you know, it not be 7 somewhat quickly.
Well, we have an all-in already. King Jack suited from Vlasovic. 2.7 million. Moneymaker wants to spin the wheel. King 5 in a bad way here. Danilo poised to double.
I'm just glad you have the king, so it makes it hurt worse.
5.8 million chip pot. Ace, ace, 8.
I'll just take it 8.
Moneymaker rooting for the chop, asking for the 8.
Oh, no,
That's a good start.
5. That's terrible.
That's a good start.
Can Danilo fade a 5? The answer is yes. A brief squint, as though the queen somehow was a problem.
Yeah, like, does my jack still play?
Yeah.
Yes.
We've all been in that spot.
Thank you very much. Now? But they told me that I prefer this one.
Had made my mind up. You're pushing any 2 cards there, so I just caught the bigger end of the range, maybe.
Got a good, great hand.
I feel like there's 2 very distinct feelings associated with the accounting you just saw there. There's the very negative feeling when you're doing the accounting of counting out the chips that you're about to push to your opponent. And you're like, okay, yep, nope.
Yeah.
2.7. There you go, buddy.
Yeah.
And then there's the, let me just verify if this is right before I add it to my stack. Yep. Oh, correct. 2.7. We'll just add that right there. Thank you very much.
It's all accounting, just emotionally. It's very different for both parties. Yaroshevsky will be feeling good with ace-queen. Takes us to almost all of his chips, 2.8 million.
It's like, hey, buddy, despite the fact that I can see steam coming out of your ears, you counted it right, 2.7. Good job.
Attaboy.
We'll just slide these right over here.
The fact that your core temperature is in the 100s hasn't misguided your mathematics or your vision. Raise and take there for Igor. This is really interesting. I'm trying to remember the last time, Rast, we presided over an FT where there were 4 stacks at 10 bigs or less, and you're talking about a lot of laddering available across the next 4 payouts because we're sitting at 153K. It's 341 for a top 4 finish or better.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about 153, 341, so it's more than double the payout just by being the last one of those 10 big blind stacks to stay alive.
Queen Jack found the bin for Ding Biao. Pocket 9s for Moneymaker, who has slipped into that 10 big blind territory. Finds an open sizing just north of the minimum. Pocket 3s for Lewis Spencer.
He has really avoided some spots like this. I mean, he folded Queen 7 suited. He's really navigated. He just check folded versus the preflop opener with second pair. Okay,
well,
but he didn't avoid this one, and unfortunately, he's gonna need a 3.
The jam to 3 million. Moneymaker, of course, snaps. Note that Lewis was the only stack that money covered. 9s going up against the 3s and performing well on the Jack 10-5 board as the light flickers at the end of the Brits tunnel. 2 to come, 2 outer, and the 10.
It can't be counterfeited. Even a Jack, 9 will play.
Then a king.
Yeah.
GG's issued, as it didn't take long for us to lose another combatant here in this 25K GG Millions. That 153,000 we've been talking about is going to be pocketed by Lewis Spencer. Obviously, cashing to start any given Triton Super High Roller Series Festival is a nice way to get things underway. Just a couple of cashes.
Easy go, easy come.
9 attempts in Jeju, 1 for 1 already here for Spencer, who, like you said, Ras, stayed away from trouble for a while.
I feel like his final table was kind of the story of him kind of just avoiding some spots, just navigating the waters, you know, dodging, weaving, until I guess he found that last spot that he couldn't avoid and unfortunately ran into it.
Well, we haven't seen the last of Lewis by any means. He'll be playing a full slate and back to the action where Mateos has woken up with a couple of jacks. Pocket 3s again being dealt, this time to Brian Kim. Boss stack.
Yeah, Mateos has, it looks like, just under 20 bigs. Kim's getting a really good price to call, but is he going to try to weld his big stack here? Oh, he is. And
there's your answer. Mateos is ready to do it with jacks. Obviously, wasn't hunting a big showdown against a covering stack, but that's exactly the opportunity delivered to El Conquistador, who is looking to take a bite out of BK. Almost 16 million chip pot. This will be good for the chip lead if Mateos can hang on.
I mean, I'm loving my pick right now. Mateos.
What's not to love about ace-9-5? Backdoor spades could be an issue. Some backdoor wheelies, obviously. 3 would be a problem.
Just 2 pots in a row where 3s brick out.
Turn is safe, and Mateos can taste this 15-9 and the chip lead. 1 away. Oh!
Ooh, that was dirty.
red crab on the end. And a merciless 2-ball in the corner pocket by Brian Kim. That'll do it for Adrian. Nobody ever said poker was fair.
No, most certainly not. I mean, Mateos just, you know, he didn't do anything crazy at this final table. I'm not saying he is, but he's known to be aggressive, but just kind of just had the best hand. Money went in a couple times, and just the last time he didn't hold.
A little north of $200,000 will be slathered upon the almost $7.5 million in career Triton earnings that Mateos had coming into this, which will be his 13th career cash. No second title
800
going to be picked up here today. So 5 fight on. Yarashevsky, the short stack. Jack surfacing again, this time for Danilo Velasquez. Kim, ace, queen in the small, almost 20 million total.
Yeah, he's going to rip this. Right, 6, that's only 15 bigs. Yeah, you just get folds a lot. You're not doing that bad when you're called. Yeah.
All in.
This just feels like the Brian Kim show. Just ace on the flop. It's just done.
Again, Brian plays for a big one.
This one, though, is standard. The threes
Didn't
one
just beat 2 red jacks.
feel like could go either way.
Times in a row.
Money pointing out that Brian is doing well against hooks.
Oh.
Maybe not this time, though. On the 10-9-4 board, 78%, almost 4-1 is Velasquez with 2 to come. Let's keep those aces and queens away from the board is his thought, and an ace rolls right off. Well, remember, Mateos hit a 2-outer on the river. We know it can be done. Can Danilo return the favor? No.
You're just like the short stack ninja over here. Look at you.
And Jack's hemorrhaging.
Just survive in advance, baby. I was where you were about 5 hours ago with 1 big. So
another pay ladder.
You're in a good spot.
Whoa,
for the remaining field.
Did you hear what Moneymaker said?
Yeah.
Apparently had 1 big blind.
Yes, I remember this.
Oh, okay.
So Velasquez here at his 3rd ever Triton Super High Roller Series, having cashed 2 times in 5 attempts in Jeju, goes 1 for 1 here in Montenegro, pocketing 5th place money, $272,000, and now $341K is on lockup for the remaining 4. Look at that stack in front of Brian Kim. Moments ago, he had somewhere around, what was it, 10?
Like 11 million. Yeah.
I mean, and bingo.
And we were just saying,
26 mil.
You came in, and how fast is this going to be? Well, bam, bam, bam. We already have 3 people out. How long have you been in the booth? Like 20 minutes?
I didn't remember wearing a blue robe and carrying a scythe, but perhaps the reaping is my fault. Grim in nature.
Well, I mean, now these other... This is an interesting kind of classic ICM spot. Monster chip leader. He has like 2/3 of the chips on the table. 2 guys who are really short, and the other guy has like double them. Kind of, he's like in the super waiting pattern.
Pocket 3s, Kim show.
I'll gamble.
Oh, wow.
Now who's spinning the wheel?
Oh,
Money.
no,
What's he
not the
got?
threes.
King, queen.
Going for the win. Let's go.
Says he'll gamble. By the way,
I said I wanted the double first, so that's good.
there are 2 shorter stacks than money out
He's
here,
over here just
Rast.
smiling ear to ear, but he's gonna get unlucky this time.
This is a bit of an ICM be damned sort of jam, is it not?
I mean, I'll be frank. I don't know whether or not his call is right. It very well might not be. He is in the big blind. Kim is jamming pretty wide, but I mean, he has like 18 blinds.
What he's got is just 3 outs, Rast. Jack 8, 5, 6. Threes are the best hand. Can Money find it?
Queen.
Yes! Be
I
seated,
knew
sir.
it was coming. I just didn't know where. I was like, what the hell?
Well, Brian, I don't think has much to lament, given the
No,
good
it's just a
fortune
little
that
more
he's been
fair of a
enjoying.
fight if I can get down heads up.
I don't think his call is unreasonable. I will say that.
What?
I mean, listen, just when we're talking about for chips.
Over here not playing a single
No,
hand.
for
you
chips,
get heads
it's
up.
definitely
We're
right.
not, we
The
have no
others-
issue.
Yes.
I'm looking at the 2-8 big blind stack out there. I'm looking at the fact that, you know, the pay ladder immediate is about 78,000, let's call it. I'm looking at 609 for second, 903 for first, and I'm wondering if this is a hand we must go with. Now, credit to Moneymaker, because my guess is, Rasty, he got here doing what he's been doing, so he's going to stick with the program. But I know you know the math and some of these intricacies, and so I lean on you for some of this insight.
If the question is must, the answer is no. And I would
It helps when you say just screw
guess
ICM
there
altogether
might be
and just go.
disagreement among people. If I had to guess, I would say most
I don't know. I
people
like his
probably
chances to get heads
fold,
up
but
for whatever
not
reason.
everybody.
Me too, actually.
And I
It-
think some
it
people
does
would
feel
call
that way.
I parked
I
you in
haven't beat
that
him
seat
all
with
day.
King
Like,
Queen,
he's
same spot.
completely owned my soul.
I mean,
the
here's
entire
the
day.
deal. I would guess an ICM thing would
Ukrainian's
calculate
best.
fold. If you just put it in
He's
a
crushing it.
solver, and I don't know. If the thing says call, then you're definitely supposed to call. But the problem is a lot of those like solvers for ICM, they only calculate like 4, like it's called FGS, like future game sims, and it's only like 4 hands into the future. So what they don't capture a lot of times is how much more it can be worth it when you double.
Yeah.
So that would be the thing, and I'm guessing King Queen's probably a fold, King Queen off. I don't
Now
know.
you can root. Now you can root for me this time.
He didn't think about it though. He
Well-
just put it in and said, "Let's gamble. I want to win."
And he's
So.
doing it again here. 38 bigs after doubling through. Brian Kim, who's still the chip leader now.
This one
he jams
seems
him in
good,
over Dingbiao with the pocket eights, who fails to find a queen or a 9. He now is on the overcard hunt.
This one's standard.
Board pairs on the turn, 7.1 million.
Can Ding hit the 6 outer on the river?
Burn down.
Hey!
And the dinner bell
Twice.
rings.
2 times on the river. I guess I got 1 on the river too, so fair.
Ding, ding.
How much? 2, 3
In a
million,
world where we see so many
150.
even-keeled entities, in particular here with these
so close
veteran
Feels like a
Triton
$25
fields.
home game where it's 3 a.m. and you just pump up the blinds every
Just
3
get up,
hands.
I gotta tell you, I love seeing Moneymaker out there being Moneymaker. You know,
Yeah.
2 decades removed from that 2003 victory. And on that note, we do take a moment to remind you that you can enjoy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, Triton Poker on Pluto TV. Excited to announce subscription-free streaming on that platform, a leading streaming television service. It's a new milestone in the Triton Super High Roller Series, providing fans with an unmatched poker experience. Check it out today. Love to have all of you aboard, of course. Mystery side card for Yaroshevsky, who's kind of, I like to say, unagi'd his way into the top 4 here. A little slithery, eel-like maneuvering, just spectating and profiting.
Well, he had a really big triple. So he had like 12 or 1.2. UTG opens, Moneymaker 3 bets next to act. It gets folded to him in the small blind. He has.
Is this the Queen 10?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was there for that.
Okay, you saw that.
Oh yeah.
Well, you weren't in the booth, but you saw
Oh,
it.
I was listening. You
Okay.
know. Set
Yeah.
of kings had it all knotted up until it didn't.
Yeah, just
runner,
king on the flop,
Broadway.
like with low stuff, and then just
Yeah.
ace jack. So
That was a dirty one.
yeah,
This actually has been a fairly unsterilized final table.
yeah.
Bit of a petri dish of beats. Kim, Jack 4, small blind, wants to rip it. Does Ding Biao want to dance? Fresh off a double, Queen 10 offsuit, anticipating a wide array of holdings, would be doing this to him. Just concedes, eyeballing that Yaroshevsky 8 big blind stack. He's got twice that. And he knows that that pay ladder is not at all insignificant. Respect for the ICM on display there by Biao. Ace-7 suited for Igor. Rips it in. Will there be a customer? No. And if they're going to let him cobble away and pick up money pre-flop, I think he'll be just fine with that as opposed to being forced to spin the wheel.
If I have to pick, by the way, on the king-queen, now after having analyzed it previously and it's sat with me, I'm picking fold.
Okay.
I feel fairly confident that an ICM thing will say fold, and you probably do slightly better than that, but I think it's probably not enough for king-queen off. That'd be my guess.
I got to tell you, I love it when we can still sink our teeth into some spots, you know, at FTs with the ICM. Even a lot of, you know, computing power has been thrown at this, but when we find the cuspy stuff, when we find the things that maybe can still yield debate, you know, and don't take us into the binary streets. It's like when you used to be able to argue about something instead of just Google it. 19 million plus out of Brian's King 10 suited, and note Yaroshevsky with King Jack.
Yep, thanks.
Chooses to concede. As the short stack there with 8 bigs, anticipating these jams from Brian, do we not maybe feel a little bit better about that King Jack Rast?
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Is that another cuspy one?
That one.
Where it feels callish?
Yeah.
What's your instinct?
My instinct is call. But I'm not sure.
I was a bit surprised to see Igor bin it, if I'm honest.
Just because I'm looking at the chip stacks, and it turns out that after he folds it, he has like, so it said he had 4, but I guess he had 800K in the pot as the big blind.
Correct.
So he actually has like half of ding. So I think I take my chances against the chip leader there.
Especially when you know that you're just going to have to play a hand at some point in all likelihood, provided that Moneymaker and Ding Biao are going to toe the line in a spot where we do feel like Kim is just going to be warhammering.
Yeah, you can't wait anyone out. Now, that said, when you wait, sometimes, quote-unquote, shit happens.
Right.
You know, just big hands run into each other or whatever. Or Moneymaker says, F it, like, it's close, I'm going with it. You know, I'm just... So you do give yourself that chance, but King Jack's probably performing okay. All right there. You got...
Nacho!
Whoa, Nacho's here, I think.
Million?
You know, you win that pot, you're up to like 9 million.
Kim, Jack 10. Ding Biao.
Yeah.
Let's go with a Doyle. I mean, you talked about sometimes things happen. I mean, Igor's last few ladders have very much been the product of that phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's also a spot where, like, if he calls there, what Brian's down to, like, he would have been down to, like, 16, and Igor's up to, like, 9, kind of ball game's a lot more wide open. So even if someone said, "Oh, look, Brian, you're wrong. Here, I've got the ICM printout. This is the you call king queen off and king jack off just barely a fold." I'd be like, "Okay, great, I'm calling," because the FGS isn't enough in that spot. In other words, the future game sim. So it still might be a fold. I'm not saying that's the case, but you have some opportunities there in the future games, chipping up to 10 million.
On the concept of opportunity, Rast Kim opened to the minimum 800,000 and Moneymaker pounced with King 9. And again, perhaps what you were talking about, Yaroshevsky's restraint with the King Jack is going to work him into a ladder over here unless Money can find a king. 665. 9 of clubs.
I mean, if you have a player who's playing way too aggressive than what they should be, it does make folding more attractive, right? So, like, maybe it's an adjustment from Igor, and
maybe it's going to be profitable.
Yeah.
Because this turn has not connected with money, no added equity, just hunts a cowboy. Can he lasso one? Yes!
Oh my goodness.
What is happening?
Wow.
This final table, honestly, has chosen violence today.
Just a lot of bad beats, and they're on the river.
This is no justice, no peace, my friend.
Yeah.
Guess I'm glad I didn't 3-bet.
I mean, that was something else.
7.75, he said? Wow. 10 million.
Brian Kim taking it in stride, but I think he is a little bit breathless at what just took place there.
Yeah.
That's 10?
Look at your chip leader.
Classic emotional accounting spot I was just referring to. Let's get the camera on Kim doing his accounting, putting the 10 million in.
Don't do it to him.
Oh, look at that face. He's not happy.
A little tension in the lips there. I can't blame it. Brian Steely, by the way. You know, this isn't a dude that's manic about his operations, but
that's about as much as you're going to see in terms of displeasure.
Yeah. Like if he had an IRS audit envelope that he was opening, he'd probably have the same expression on his face.
Now, if we get heads up, at least it'll be more even.
There's the happy accounting added to the stack. Here we go, 20 million. Things are as they should be. 22.1 million. I have a chance if we get heads up.
I mean, the viewers have to be loving it, right?
I mean, there's been a lot of
the commentators are
drama,
kind of
for
reveling.
sure.
Yep.
Kim, ace, king. See, at this point, I might fold this just thinking, you know, like you go to the bathroom, you come back in a game, and all of a sudden you look down at aces, you're like, no, I know what's going on here. None of that afoot here, of course. And for Ding Biao, ace-10 suited, I mean, this is tasty under normal circumstances, but against an ace-king, we have issues.
It's definitely a reship spot. Yeah. Like, very reasonable decision, but
It's straightforward for Ding Biao, and perhaps straight out of here.
Yeah.
You know, we should install one of those little LEDs that kind of show you on the roulette wheel where the balls have fallen, you know, red, black, like, and the numbers. Like pocket threes have been hot or whatnot.
Running from one big up.
Ace 10.
Not much there for
If I shove, you're calling, aren't you?
Mr. Ding Biao.
With the queen.
Backdoor equity available.
Oh.
And there's a little taste of it. Open-ended is Ding, adding 8 outs to the 3 that he flopped.
It's kind of a lot of cards.
11.2.
No.
And the river, on this occasion, does not offer any fireworks. And
I knew you didn't have a king, or felt like you didn't have a king. So.
Unfortunate for China's Ding Biao. The man who was so hot in Jeju. But this will not be his third title. picking up 4th place prize money. Nothing to scoff at. A tasty pickup of $341,000. That's what he's going to be able to add to his career. Triton totals in excess of $7 million coming into this one now. Roughly $7.5 million. His 17th cash, $419K locked up.
He's been like a meteor. He hasn't been on the tour that long,
No.
but he's just ripped in the money, and he's a pretty cool customer.
Yeah, no doubt
Like-
about it. More ways than one, by the way. I love his flavor at the table.
Yeah. Yeah, I was referring to all of it. We're aligned. So here we are. We have two guys with a lot of chips, and Igor, who, I mean, is probably going out in 3rd, but he's had no chips the entire final table. So, like, he's just that lucky guy out of all the short stacks that were just dreaming of making their way into the podium. He's the one who did it.
You know those posters that they hang up in offices that's like determination and like a picture and whatever? That's what we need here. Except it should be a picture of Moneymaker with that one big blind that he had at one point in time and go, you can do it too.
Yes. It's amazing. It's the actual like chip in the chair story.
Legit.
The legit one that started it back in the day. He might do it.
K9 unit, woofing. 1.7, ace jack for money. Now listen, Rast.
When you make it 1.7?
Igor's got 4 bigs.
I mean, there's just no way he's folding this. It's just all in, right? Put like so much pressure on Kim here with
5 million.
Not all of it, but a 3-bet to 5 million. Mission control.
Yeah, so
You've earned a pot.
I guess he was deciding he was going to 3-bet fold probably. Which is reasonable.
Those are the two guys that are supposed to be looking at one another and going, hey, there is an implicit agreement that we're supposed to book our tickets to heads-up play. Of course, Kim can do, you know, less of the finger wagging given that money has him covered. He's supposed to be a bit more cuffed. So when he speaks up, the ranges are supposed to be strong.
Oh, he gives up 10-9 off there on the button.
Well served, given that money's got an ace-8 here, and Yaroshevsky is ready to dance. Queen 3 offsuit, what he has decided is going to be the moment, given half of his stack was in there in the big blind and big blind ante.
Can't seem to do it one bit this time.
3-7 in the middle.
Oh.
3 on the board, but an 8 as well. Yaroshevsky. 5 outs. 6 of spades is not one of them. Will we see more filth on the river? Not on this occasion.
Tell me again, brother. Tell me again.
And that's about as happy as someone is ever going to be getting showered. Yaroshevsky very much outperforming a lean stack here at this FT. Out in 3rd. He's going to be quite pleased with that effort, though.
$419,000.
Yeah,
Not
add
bad.
that to his 1.8 million plus in career Triton earnings. His 7th cash, back-to-back cashes if you take ourselves back to Jeju, where he finished 7th in the 100K main event. So it's back-to-back FTs, in fact, for Igor. Always nice to paddle downstream. But as we would have suspected, it will be Chris Moneymaker and Brian Kim, the two Americans, squaring off. A 5-3 chip lead for money. Going into heads up with the blinds at 250 and 500. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll get things underway here at the Maestral.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Welcome back to Heads Up action here at the 25K GG Millions, event number 1 of 14, day 2 coverage here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, Maestral Hotel, Resort and Casino. Ali Najad, Brian Rask, Brian Kim, and Chris Moneymaker. 2 10s and a queen. The very first hand of Heads Up, a limped pot pre. Advantage Moneymaker for clear reasons. Kim happy to check fold. Roughly a 2-to-1 chip lead at the onset for Moneymaker, who had one big blind at one point in this event. True chip in a chair, Cinderella story in progress, but he's got his hands full in Brian Kim.
Yeah, I'm curious to see any of the pre-flop strategy decisions by them, like, you know, is someone going to do a lot of limping, a lot of 3-betting?
Well, if you're Brian Kim's coach, what are you telling him coming into this one? As we see him limp the king-queen, flop a Broadway gutty, and second pair against the diaper.
Yeah, I think I'm saying like a low vol pre-flop strategy, try to keep the SPR higher and play more post-flop, and you know, maybe also you get lucky and pick off some like random moneymaker pre-flop aggression that he's shown.
Fast.
12 hands.
He actually had, you
Yeah,
know how he
12 hands.
shipped.
Thank you.
Go on.
You know how he shipped King 9 there?
Yeah.
Right? He did the same thing earlier in the final table with like Ace 6 off in a spot. The guy didn't call, but you know, it was just I think it was like Ace 6 off versus like the low jack open or something. It was not a standard reshove by any means, but just the other guy didn't have a hand to call.
I called it roughly a 2-to-1 chip lead for some forsaken reason, but as we can see there, it's 5-3. Ace 10 suited here for Moneymaker. He makes it $1.25 million to go. Ace 8 for Kim.
Oh, well.
Oh boy.
Kim and I don't have the same coach.
He has chosen to jam.
Oh boy. Get like sevens.
Moneymaker's not going to fold this.
No,
Yeah.
sir. Suspecting that maybe it was one of those middling pairs, and instead, as we can see, it is a dominant ace and a dominant position. He finds himself here. On his feet. 68%.
Thank you.
For a Triton title. Wow.
10-9-3 brings him ever closer to that title.
Yeah, I
now
wouldn't mind seeing a 3 right there.
95%.
That flop is one-way traffic, sir.
Ace.
An 8
happened
on
before.
the turn.
It has.
Running trips. That's
Come
what
and
it's
shake
going to
your
take
hand.
for
I know,
Brian
it's-
Kim to double and stay alive, and he isn't able to do it. So a very short-lived heads-up battle will yield Chris Moneymaker his first ever Triton title here at his second ever festival. For Brian Kim, left to collect second place, $609,000. That's what he's going to be adding to his career Triton total. Coming into this one, roughly $4.2 million. It's going to be his 15th cash. But for Moneymaker,
What's that?
an actual Cinderella story. Rast takes home the 900K plus. Tack that onto the $2 million plus he had coming into this one, all of which he won by finishing 5th in the 250K Lux on Pay Invitational in London back in 2023 when the man cashes EFTs.
I mean, one big blind to win, right? That's what he said.
He's batting 500.
That's
Played 3 events
sick.
in London, 1 for 3, now 1 for 1 here. That's a great average.
Yeah.
As you got to
With the
look
win.
there at the final payouts. And Chris Moneymaker, over 2 decades removed from what some might argue was a bit of a Cinderella story, the David and Goliath maybe, of him being that amateur, having played a $40 satellite to get himself into the World Series of Poker, and then that 10K seat turned in to one of the greatest moments in poker history, one that just catapulted the entire industry. Maybe, just maybe, this will be a turning point in the Triton Super High Roller Series where we begin to see more fresh faces. Certainly hope it is. I mean, I don't even feel like there's that much to unpack. It was such a short-lived affair for us.
Yeah, once it got down to 7-handed, basically right around the time you stepped in the booth, it just was wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and we were done.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt like that initial part with Randy with 9 and 8 actually took longer than the part from 7 down to the end almost. It was
Remarkably
crazy.
so. You may
Yeah.
not be inaccurate about that.
Yeah.
So as is standard and customary, we're about to send it back into the studio where Money himself is standing by with our Marianella Pereira. But unbeknownst to all of you at home, that's not going to be the end of today's coverage. We will go to a break shortly thereafter, but we're going to come back. We're going to bring you a little bit of the tail end of day 2, which is another 25K. It's going to take us about 30 or 40 minutes to re-rack, but go on, grab a snack, do what you got to do. Whatever you do, do not walk away from us. We want to see you right back here in about 30 or 40 minutes time for continuing coverage. But in the interim, we send it down to Marianella Pereira, and we'll see you in a little bit.
I am standing next to a man who is synonymous for getting things off to a fast start. Chris Moneymaker, 2003, you took down the main, first attempt. Now, this isn't your first Triton, but at your first Triton, pretty nice finish, sir. You finished 5th in that invitational, taking $2 million, and here you are, your second event, you're holding a title. It's got to feel good.
I mean, of course it feels good. I mean, you know, between the first event, this event, and then last week I final tabled the Venom online. I mean, it's just been a whirlwind of a couple months, and obviously getting this win, I mean, I wasn't going to lose today. Once I started building from what we'll talk about in a minute, it was destiny.
Let's talk about that. You came with quite the facial expression. I mean, you were sitting with 1 BB on the bubble. I think you were feeling pretty ill at that moment. Never in a million years probably thought you'd be holding the title right now. And that, and then that ace came.
No, obviously I didn't think I'd be sitting here, but you know, the one thing that the old Chris would have done is I would have for sure punted off my stack. I at least waited. You know, the old me would have put it in with deuce 4 in the big blind, and I waited and wanted to have 1/2 big blind. I wanted to get all the way down to a 1/2 big blind to really start spinning. And obviously I hit a 3-outer on the river, and then I hit like a 6-outer like a couple hands later to double again, and I'm just like thinking to myself, you know what? This is going to be 2003. I'm not going to lose any more hands today.
Yeah. And we can give a little insider info because we were on the same flight in, and I mean, you were out for the count, sir. I tried to say hello. I think you slept a good 12 hours. Is that the run good? Is that?
Don't tell everybody my secrets. Yeah, you get old, you just got to sleep. I mean, yeah, I passed out. I mean, I stayed up the entire night before the flight, so I would sleep on the flight. And yeah, you saw me. I mean, we landed in here, and they're like, sir. I'm like, okay, I'm getting up.
I was there. I'm like, he'll get up eventually, guys. But you know, Chris, it's been like 20 years since this amazing moment. What is it that keeps you coming back? That keeps that fire burning?
I mean, I love the game. I mean, it's the competition. It's just you know, trying to compete and seeing if I can, you know, play with these guys. And I love the game. I mean, I want to grow the game. You know, I don't really come out and play a whole lot of high rollers, but I mean, when I do enjoy it. It's you know, I probably won't play a ton more, but like, you know, I'm sure I'll be out on a Triton again because they do a first class tournament. It's just really insane how good they run tournaments. But you know, I'm sure I'll be making a trip back out at some point.
Yeah, when you make an appearance, you clinch titles. And speaking of titles, without further ado, Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi is here to present this amazing trophy for you. Hold it high, sir. Chris Moneymaker, your GG Millions champion.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Show him the hand history. Did also tell him to download the app in your honor, but yeah. But it wasn't my idea. It was producer James. Just saying.
Listen, I went for it. It was an interesting hand. I had a lot of thoughts, a lot of reasons why I played it the way I did, and the guy who raised on the button, I figure mostly for value as 8s, 9s, and 10s, or like ace 7.
Well,
and I'm going to be flipping against that range, and sometimes I just get it through, but Ike had to wake up with the aces.
We got something happening. Ding Biao opens the cutoff with a min raise. Morton Klein in the small line, king queen offsuit, reshoving 7 big blinds. Is he priced in?
He does have a lot of chips here. I mean, $1 million, he's getting over 2 to 1. He probably needs, he doesn't really have any ICM on this call. Like, $1 million to win 2.2. So what, he needs like just over 30% equity. Yeah.
He is priced in, making that call. Going to put Klein at risk. Does have 38%.
Yeah, interesting spot. Morton can't get too many folds, but has a good hand.
Uh-oh. Heart draw for Ding Biao. Pairs would be good if he can turn it.
Morton does have a king, though, if 2 hearts come.
And the 9. Doesn't change anything, as a 10 would give both players a straight. And the king on the river is going to seal it for Morton Klein, moving up to 3.2 million in chips, and the short stacks cruising upwards.
Yeah, both of them have picked up some chips. That was you'd want him to fold. Like, I think Mateos can't call there with ace-10 with ICM, maybe not even like ace-jack.
Mm-hmm. So there's merits to both.
So I think there's merits to both. Whereas some of those hands might, like ace-10 suited, might peel like a normal 3-bet, like to 1.4 or whatever. But the flip side is when you are crushed, you do get to if he jams,
Yeah.
you get to fold and save the 3 million.
Sometimes in some realities
So,
it plays out differently.
Yeah, but yeah, when your opponent has a weak hand, you just win, and you don't have to fade any post-flop stuff out of position.
Couple 4s in the muck for Klein as Brian Kim opens +1. What about these 2 5s for Moneymaker?
I mean, under the gun +1. I mean, I think you can get away with just flatting here. You're getting a great price, right? Like 325. You're getting like 3 to 1 on a flat. Yeah.
Moneymaker agrees.
Encourage the big blind to come in quite a bit.
Did you want to play multi-way with a set money hand?
Yeah. Lowish pairs are hands that benefit from just like the more the merrier kind of.
Hoping someone hits a big hand with you.
Just hoping you make a set, and the more that come in, the better odds you're getting immediately on the call.
Makes sense. 1-5 did get folded. Jack 7-4 rainbow, top pair, top kicker for Kim. Checking over.
Great flop for Brian Kim here. Just top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw. It's one Moneymaker could get in some trouble.
It is a small bet of 350K that Moneymaker faces.
Yeah, this is a little over quarter pot.
Making the call.
Moneymaker doesn't want to see as like a 3 here, really. Unless he plans on getting there.
No 3 on the turn. It is the 9 of spades.
That card should prevent Moneymaker from losing any more money. If Kim barrels. This is a pretty impossible, well, it would be an ambitious turn call. But Kim now, you know, does have to worry about 9s, 7s, 4s, maybe Jack 9 suited, although he's blocking that. There's even only one combo possible. I mean, he's still ahead of most hands. Stuff like Jack 10, 9, 10 suited, etc. all now have more equity, and you might want to charge them. So yeah, he's coming with what in a tournament situation is a pretty big size, right?
It is half pot.
A little, yeah. Maybe even slightly over half, more like B60. And this would be a crazy call by Moneymaker.
Yeah, it does have 3 overcards, 2 to 5s. Shades coming down.
I mean, you can come up with hands you're beating, like King, Queen, King 10, Queen 10 suited, some spades. I mean, there's a decent number, but the problem is those hands all have a lot of equity, and when you're behind, you're just dead.
Seems like a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, and when you're getting bluffed by Queen 10, you might get bluffed on the river. Like, are you really calling 2 shells, you know, more with 5s?
Go on.
So Chris Moneymaker, he was sitting in another seat and then chose somebody to switch. So wherever he is now, someone is in his old seat, right? He doesn't just look at it and choose out of the players that are there.
So the original 9 players were drawn a seat.
Yeah.
Then shortest stack, Igor, gets to either stay in his same seat or he can choose another player to swap with. And we keep going down the 9th, 8th, 7th, and so on, all the way to Chris Moneymaker, who got the last pick. He chose to sit across from number 2 stack, Ding Biao, as well as Kim, who's over there.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, you know, Ding and Kim had a lot of chips, but so did Mateos and Velesevich, who he did sit in position on. You know, and the shortest stack where he is now is 2 to his left. So I'm not sure where he switched seats from.
Well, hold on, Brian.
I feel like the 2 choices would have been where he is or where Ike is.
Look at what's developing. Moneymaker opens +2. Ding Biao flats in position. Now Haxton with 10 big blinds in the small. What does he do with 2 9s?
I mean, he's probably shipping this.
He does.
Yeah, I mean, 10 blinds, and Ding is good. I mean, this is going to go Moneymaker folds. Ding just snaps it off. Like,
no chance Ding would fold if it gets to him.
I mean,
Action first on Klein, who sees ace-10. He's been quiet, but like ace-10 with this heavy action, you can't love it.
I think the only chance is if he has a heart attack in his seat and dies before he can push the chips in.
Well, he is going to throw in a time bank just to make sure he's got the right decision.
Oh, no, I meant Ding calling.
Oh.
Well, Morton's going to fold, too. But
We got to let Morton act first. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Moneymaker.
I mean, I guess Ding might probably folds if Moneymaker goes all in, but that seems like a crazy all in by me.
There we go.
Okay. This is a snap. See
what you expected.
Ooh.
This kind of landed on the table.
Yeah.
Quite hard.
Rough spot for Ike. I mean,
don't blame him, right?
No. I think his shove is just standard. It's just kind of sucks when you run into it and you're not even flipping here, you know?
Well, he needs to find a 9 to stay in this tournament. Ace. 8 deuce. That was close, but not quite.
This was a super standard hand, in my opinion. I think everybody kind of did what they were supposed to, including Ding not 3-betting jacks versus the chip leader EP Open.
That's right. King on the turn. And that is the end of Isaac Haxton, the first elimination. Out in 9th place. He was the guy that did have 37 cashes at our Triton stops, but no titles.
Ike?
Ike, that is, yes.
Still no titles.
Still no titles.
Okay.
Plenty of final tables.
I think like once upon a time, like if you went back like 3 years ago, you'd be like, damn, Ike just isn't running very well. But Ike's done all right for himself in the last couple of years. So even though the streak's still continuing at Triton for this amazing player, I mean, Ike Haxton is one of the greatest to ever play. I think it's just a Triton thing at this point.
Yeah.
Because he's, won Super High Roller Bowl, won this. He's in the top 10 money earners now on the tournament.
I mean, he still has 11 million in cashes, which is amazing. At Triton, has been playing it since 2018. Here in Montenegro, he was playing all of the No Limit, short deck, all those events. So good to see. Seven-5 suited for Klein hitting the muck. Velocevic, Queen 10 offsuit, not interested as well. But Jacks, it's going to get in there.
Yeah, we could see Velocevic passing a plus chip EV hand, though, but that's one of the weaker hands he would open from that spot.
Spencer, Queen Jack in the muck. Kim's got 7-4 clubs.
I think with his chips, I think he's gonna play this.
And I think the reason also is because he's got that deeper stack. It's unlikely his chips will be at risk post flop.
Yeah,
unlike Spencer, who had a shorter stack, could more likely get it in if it came in some manner.
Yeah, like Kim doesn't have to go broke just because he flops top pair here or something. Whereas, I mean, you don't have to as Spencer, but if it comes queen high, it
hurts, right?
It's hard to get away, but you always have the option.
Hold on. Check on the flop. Brian Kim picking up an open-ended straight draw now.
This is an interesting spot, because it's one of those spots where, how often is my opponent checking back and folding as the chip leader in position, stronger range, king high board he's supposed to be betting a lot,
So you're saying that Moneymaker's range leans towards some showdown value a bit more just because he should be c-betting a lot of air?
I don't know, but it's definitely something you could try to infer as Kim. And actually, interestingly enough, Kim goes with a very non-standard small size here. Almost like instead of this is a size which implies that he thinks Moneymaker isn't folding very often, and now he's just trying to get to the river for cheap. And then maybe if Moneymaker does happen to have just ace 3, he gets the fold. But like, to me, it's a spot where with a double flush draw and all those draws, like he's usually like betting big or checking, especially with 7 high. But I think Kim probably thinks Moneymaker's not folding that much and prefers just like quarter pot or third pot or whatever he did.
Kim is going to check, as does Moneymaker. Moneymaker over 10 million, 10.7 to be precise. Those guys that kind of showed up maybe a few stops ago. I can't remember exactly. And no one really knew who he was, but he was just crushing immediately. He's got his own unique style. Klein, ace-9 offsuit. He's looking for a spot and chooses ace-9.
Given his chip stack, +1, that's UTG7, right? At 8-handed table. It's kind of wide open. Not like super wide, but
it does look strong though.
Looks strong, yeah. I mean, he has an ace blocker.
Mm-hmm.
575.
It's the type of open that if like other players at this table were getting like hands on the stream, like I would want whoever's giving me hands to like tell me that.
Yeah.
Like he opened ace-9 off under the gun 7 off of, 10 blinds in a big ICM spot. Oh wow.
Kim flopping middle pair. Morton Klein whiffed it, but does have that ace of spades.
I mean, this is a
through.
flop which theoretically mashes Klein's range. His check back is very strange. I think actually versus a check back here, Kim has to think he has the best hand a lot.
Expecting Kim to go to Value Town.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Again, he might price this one pretty small. Yeah.
475K. Not much going for Klein.
No, I feel like you've got to just pass. Wow, this is an ambitious call.
Wow,
oh, he's raising. Okay. That's
interesting. This is next level.
Yeah.
Talk to me, Brian. What's happening?
I mean, I'm just curious to see what happens on the the weird thing about this play is given the size, I mean, like, does Kim ever fold a jack or a 10? I mean, he's never folding a jack, obviously, but like a 10, I guess we're going to find out. But, like, I don't expect Kim to fold his hand here. Let's see what he does.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Pre-jams.
So
Klein is going to fold the ace-9. Felt that was the best way to represent strength. Didn't work against Brian. Back to the action. Suited ace for Brian Kim. Now Klein is in the big blind, playing a 5 big blind stack. Might change how he approaches this one.
So yeah, he's deciding to size up a little bit because of that.
Queen Jack. Enough, is it?
Yeah, definitely.
All in from Klein, and Brian Kim immediately making the call. 2.2 million in the middle. Brian Kim, slight favorite to knock out Morten Klein of Norway. King 3 deuce, 2 hearts. Oh, the 10 on the turn. That spices it up.
Preserves the equity from the flop, still 70-30.
The deuce is going to break out, and that is the end of Morten Klein. Brian Kim, now the table chip leader on 10.6 million in chips. Klein is going to win 110,000 for his performance. Good to see him make a deep run in the first event. Always nice to get a cash under your belt.
Yeah, right away.
I owe this.
Win enough money to pay for some more buy-ins.
And Morten Klein threw some curveballs at these players. Some went his way, others not so much, but played his heart out. Always frequents our Triton stops. There we go. Was unable to get there with the Queen Jack, although he did pick up those outs. And we're down to 7.
But I mean, it's not unreasonable, and I think we've already seen like the Queen 7 suited pre-flop fold. Like Lewis is being very much towards chip conservation in these spots.
Chip conservation makes sense with
his stack
and his style of play.
His stack and his current position, especially with Igor.
Well, Brian Kim's the new chip leader, right? He's opening ace-6 under the gun. Moneymaker, second in chips, 2 kings, shades down.
Yeah, he's got enough hand to tango with here.
Sizes to 1.4.
I mean, ace-6 off, just...
Oh, ace-6 off, right?
Igor put half his chips in the pot in this hand.
Right.
He only has 650 behind.
So maybe he's thinking he gets an overlay from Brian Kim?
Yeah. Like he's essentially getting... Like he has 950K, right? So he ends up getting all in versus Moneymaker plus 600 with Kim and the small blind plus the ante. He's getting like 3-1 on his money or whatever, right?
And sometimes he has 2 live cards against like an ace-king.
Yeah, or potentially ace-8 suited, ace-5 suited. Yeah, he sticks it in. Can't really blame him, to be honest.
Bad news, though, because he up against 2 kings. A chuckle.
I mean, think about it. If he wins this pot, right, he has 3 million. If he folds, he will be in the 650 in the small blind, putting a quarter of his chips in the pot. Like, even if he doubles that hand, what, he ends up with like 1.5?
That would make sense.
So
trouble, though.
But I mean, yeah,
set.
he's up against a strong range here. But, you know, yeah, he could be against hands he's doing fine against.
He's got a chance, Brian.
Total help.
It's not over.
See that, Jack? Is it coming?
Moneymaker looks troubled.
Oh! Okay. Oh, poker's fun.
Okay. Yaroshevsky making the call, Queen 10 offsuit with the off.
Who are wondering how many total blinds was that? While Ali was talking, I calculated it. It's 102. So there's 102 total blinds at the current level, according to that.
With the pace of these levels, is that somewhere around what you would anticipate an FT to have with 7 players, or this is on the lean side?
I think it's on the lean side.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can just see, 8, 7, 10, 10, 30. That's, Yeah, a lot of those guys are short. I mean, I think we'll see, you know, it not be 7 somewhat quickly.
Well, we have an all-in already. King Jack suited from Velocevic. 2.7 million. Moneymaker wants to spin the wheel. King 5 in a bad way here. Danilo poised. 2 double.
I'm just glad you have the king, so it makes it hurt worse.
5.8 million chip pot. Ace, ace, 8.
I'll just take it. 8. We'll be nice.
Moneymaker rooting for the chop, asking for the 8.
Oh, no.
That's a good
Deuce and
start.
5. That's terrible.
That's a good start.
Can Danilo fade a 5? The answer is yes. A brief squint, as though the queen somehow was a problem.
Yeah, like, does my jack still play?
Yeah.
Yes.
We've all been bigs or less, and you're talking about a lot of laddering available across the next 4 payouts because we're sitting at 153K. It's 341 for a top 4 finish or better.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about 153, 341, so it's more than double payout just by being the last one of those 10 big blind stacks to stay alive.
Queen Jack found the bin for Ding Biao. Pocket 9s for Moneymaker, who has slipped into that 10 big blind territory. Finds an open sizing just north of the minimum. Pocket 3s for Lewis Spencer.
He has really avoided some spots like this. I mean, he folded Queen 7 suited. He's really navigated. He just check folded versus the preflop opener with second pair. Okay,
Well,
but he didn't avoid this one, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, he's gonna need a 3.
The jam to 3 million. Moneymaker, of course, snaps. Note that Lewis was the only stack that money covered. 9s going up against the 3s and performing well on the Jack 10-5 board as the light flickers at the end of the Brits tunnel. 2 to come, 2 outer, and the 10.
It can't be counterfeited. Even a jack, 9 will play.
Then a king.
Yeah, GG.
GG's issued, as it didn't take long for us to lose another combatant here in this 25K GG Millions. That 153,000 we've been talking about is going to be pocketed by Lewis Spencer. Obviously, cashing to start any given Triton Super High Roller Series Festival is a nice way to get things underway. Just a couple of cashes.
Easy go, easy come.
9 attempts in Jeju, 1 for 1 already here for Spencer, who, like you said, Ras, stayed away from trouble
Yeah,
for
I
a
feel
while.
like his final table was kind of the story of him kind of just avoiding some spots, just navigating the waters, you know, dodging, weaving, until I guess he found that last spot that he couldn't avoid and unfortunately ran into it.
Well, we haven't seen the last of Lewis by any means. He'll be playing a full slate and back to the action where Mateos has woken up with a couple of jacks. Pocket 3s again being dealt, this time to Brian Kim. Boss stack.
Yeah, Mateos has, it looks like, just under 20 bigs. Kim's getting a really good price to call, but is he going to try to weld his big stack here? Oh, he is. And
There's your answer. Mateos is ready to do it with jacks. Obviously, wasn't hunting a big showdown against a covering stack, but that's exactly the opportunity delivered to El Conquistador, who is looking to take a bite out of BK. Almost 16 million chip pot. This will be good for the chip lead if Mateos can hang on.
I mean, I'm loving my pick right now. Mateos.
What's not to love about ace-9-5? Backdoor spades could be an issue. Some backdoor wheelies. Obviously, 3 would be a problem.
Just 2 pots in a row where 3s brick out.
Turn is safe, and Mateos can taste this 15-9 and the chip lead. 1 away. Oh!
Ooh, that was dirty.
Red crab on the end. And a merciless 2-ball in the corner pocket by Brian Kim. That'll do it for Adrian. Nobody ever said poker was fair.
No, most certainly not. I mean, Mateos just, you know, he didn't do anything crazy at this final table. I'm not saying he is, but he's known to be aggressive, but just kind of just had the best hand. Money went in a couple times, and just the last time he didn't hold.
A little north of 200,000 here today. So 5 fight on. Yaroshevsky, the short stack. Jack surfacing again, this time for Danilo Velasquez. Kim ace-queen in the small, almost 20 million total.
Yeah, he's going to rip this. Right, 6, that's only 15 bigs. Yeah, you just get folds a lot. You're not doing that bad when you're called. Yeah.
Hold in.
This just feels like the Brian Kim show. Just ace on the flop. It's just done.
Again, Brian plays for a big one.
This one, though, is standard. The 3s
Didn't
one
just beat 2 red jacks.
feel like could go either way.
Times in a row.
Money pointing out that Brian is doing well against hooks.
Oh.
Maybe not this time, though. On the 10-9-4 board, 78%, almost 4-1 is Velasquez with 2 to come. Let's keep those aces and queens away from the board is his thought, and an ace rolls right off. Well, remember, Mateos hit a 2-outer on the river. We know it can be done. Can Danilo return the favor? No.
You're just like a short stack ninja over here. Look at you.
And Jack's hemorrhaging.
Just survive in advance, baby. I was where you were about 5 hours ago with 1 big. So.
Another pay ladder.
You're in a good spot.
Whoa,
for the remaining field.
Did you hear what Moneymaker said?
Yeah.
Apparently he had 1 big blind.
Yes, I remember this.
Oh, okay.
So Velasquez here at his 3rd ever Triton Super High Roller Series, having cashed 2 times in 5 attempts in Jeju, goes 1 for 1 here in Montenegro, pocketing 5th place money, $272,000, and now 341K is on lockup for the Scythe, but perhaps the reaping is my fault. Grim in nature.
Well, I mean, now these other... This is an interesting kind of classic ICM spot. Monster chip leader. He has like 2/3 of the chips on the table. 2 guys who are really short, and the other guy has like double them. Kind of, he's like in the super waiting pattern.
Pocket 3s, Kim show.
I'll gamble.
Oh, wow.
Now who's spinning the wheel?
Oh,
Money,
no,
what's he
not the
got?
threes.
King, queen.
Going for the win. Let's go.
Says he'll gamble. By the way,
I said I wanted the double first, so that's good.
there are 2 shorter stacks than money out
He's
here,
over just
Rast.
smiling ear to ear, but he's gonna get unlucky this time.
This is a bit of an ICM be damned sort of jam, is it not?
I mean, I'll be frank. I don't know whether or not his call is right. It very well might not be. He is in the big blind. Kim is jamming pretty wide, but I mean, he has like 18 blinds.
What he's got is just 3 outs, Rast. Jack 8, 5, 6. 3s are the best hand. Can money find it?
Queen.
Yes! Be seated,
I knew
sir.
it was coming. I just didn't know where. I was like, what the hell?
Well, Brian, I don't think has
People would call
that way.
I parked
I
you in
haven't beat
that
him
seat
all
with
day.
King
Like,
Queen,
he's
same spot.
completely owned my soul.
I mean,
the
here's
entire
the
day.
deal. I would guess an ICM thing would
Ukrainian's
calculate
best.
fold if you just put it in
He's
a
crushing it.
solver. And I don't know if the thing says call, then you're definitely supposed to call. But the problem is a lot of those like solvers for ICM, they only calculate like 4. Like it's called FGS, like future game sims, and it's only like 4 hands into the future. So what they don't capture a lot of times is how much more it can be worth it when you double.
Yeah.
So that would be the thing, and I'm guessing King Queen's probably a fold, King Queen off. I don't
Now
know.
you can root. Now you can root for me this time.
He didn't think about it though. He
Well-
just put it in and said, "Let's gamble. I want to win."
And he's
So.
doing it again here. 38 bigs after doubling through. Brian Kim, who's still the chip leader now.
This one
he jams
seems
him in
good,
over
though.
Ding Biao with the pocket eights, who fails to find a queen or a 9. He now is on the overcard hunt.
This one's standard.
Board pairs on the turn, 7.1 million.
Can Ding hit the 6 outer on the river?
Burn down.
Hey!
And the dinner bell
Twice.
rings.
2 times on the river. I guess I got 1 on the river too, so fair.
Ding, ding. Much been the product of that phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's also a spot where, like, if he calls there, what Brian's down to, like, he would have been down to, like, 16, and Igor's up to, like, 9, kind of ball game's a lot more wide open. So even if someone said, "Oh, look, Brian, you're wrong. Here, I've got the ICM printout. This is the you call King Queen off and King Jack off, just barely a fold." I'd be like, "Okay, great, I'm calling," because the FGS isn't enough in that spot. In other words, the future game sim. So it still might be a fold. I'm not saying that's the case, but you have some opportunities there in the future games,
Well,
chipping up to 10 million.
On
Anyway.
the concept of
that or the other.
opportunity, Rast Kim opened to the minimum 800,000, and Moneymaker pounced with King 9. And again, perhaps what you were talking about, Yaroshevsky's restraint with the King Jack is going to work him into a ladder over here unless Money can find a king. 665. 9 of clubs.
I mean, if you have a player who's playing way too aggressive than what they should be, it does make folding more attractive, right? So, like, maybe it's an adjustment from Igor, and
maybe it's going to be profitable.
Yeah.
Because this turn has not connected with money, no added equity, just hunts a cowboy. Can he lasso one? Yes!
Oh my goodness.
What is happening?
Wow.
This final table, honestly, has chosen violence today. They're kind of reveling.
Yep.
Kim, ace, king. See, at this point, I might fold this just thinking, you know, like you go to the bathroom, you come back in a game, and all of a sudden you look down at aces, you're like, no, I know what's going on here. None of that afoot here, of course. And for Ding Biao, ace-10 suited, I mean, this is tasty under normal circumstances, but against an ace-king, we have issues.
It's definitely a reship spot. Yeah. Like, very reasonable decision, but
Sure. It's straightforward for Ding Biao, and perhaps straight out of here.
Yeah.
You know, we should install one of those little LEDs that kind of show you on the roulette wheel where the balls have fallen, you know, red, black, like, and the numbers. Like pocket threes have been hot or whatnot.
Running from one big up.
Ace 10.
Not much there for
If I shove, you're calling, aren't you?
Mr. Ding Biao.
With the queen.
Backdoor equity available.
Oh.
And there's a little taste of it. Open-ended is Ding, adding 8 outs to the 3 that he flopped.
It's kind of a lot of cards.
11.2.
No.
And the river, on this occasion, does not offer any fireworks. And
I knew you didn't have a king, or felt like you didn't have a king. So.
Unfortunate
you're a nice guy. That's
for
why the
China's
chips
Ding
are good
Biao.
table.
The man who was So hot
Good game.
in Jeju. But this will not be his third title. Picking up fourth place prize money. Nothing to scoff at. A tasty pickup of $341,000. That's what he's going to be able to add to his career. Triton totals in excess. Ranges are supposed to be strong.
Oh, he gives up 10-9 off there on the button.
Well served, given that money's got an ace-8 here, and Yaroshevsky is ready to dance. Queen 3 offsuit, what he has decided is going to be the moment, given half of his stack was in there in the big blind and big blind ante.
Can't seem to do it one bit this time.
3-7 in the middle. Oh, a 3 on the board, but an 8 as well. Yaroshevsky. 5 outs. 6 of spades is not one of them. Will we see more filth on the river? Not on this occasion.
Hell of a game, brother. Hell of a game.
And that's about as happy as someone is ever going to be getting showered. Yaroshevsky very much outperforming a lean stack here at this FT. Out in third. He's going to be quite pleased with that effort, though.
$419,000.
Yeah, add that to his 1.8 million plus in career Triton earnings. His 7th cash, back-to-back cashes if you take ourselves back to Jeju, where he finished 7th in the 100K main event. So it's back-to-back FTs, in fact, for Igor. Always nice to paddle downstream. I called it roughly a 2-to-1 chip lead for some forsaken reason, but as we can see there, it's 5-3. Ace-10 suited here for Moneymaker. He makes it $1.25 million to go. Ace-8 for Kim.
Oh, well.
Oh boy.
Kim and I don't have the same coach.
He has chosen to jam.
Oh, boy. Get like 7s.
Moneymaker's not going to fold this.
No, sir. Suspecting that maybe it was one of those middling pairs, and instead, as we can see, it is a dominant ace and a dominant position. He finds himself here. On his feet. 68%.
Thank you.
For a Triton title. Wow.
10-9-3 brings him ever closer to that title.
Yeah,
now,
I wouldn't mind seeing a 3 right
95%.
That flop is one-way traffic, sir.
Ace.
An 8
Happened
on
before.
the turn.
It has.
Running trips. That's
Come
what
to
it's going to
shake your
take for
hand.
Brian
I know,
Kim to double and stay alive, and he isn't able to do it. So a very short-lived heads-up battle will yield Chris Moneymaker his first ever Triton title here at his second ever festival. For Brian Kim, left to collect second place, $609,000. That's what he's going to be adding to his career Triton total. Coming into this one, roughly $4.2 million. It's going to be his 15th cash, but for Moneymaker,
What's that?
we're back under the cover of darkness at the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. It is not the 25K GG Millions, but it is a 25K. Day one action, last 3 levels on tap. Ali Najad, Brian Rast with you on the heels of having crowned Chris Moneymaker the champ in that 25K GG Millions. Got a bit to unpack, so let's dive right into this Triton Poker Plus app to do so. Up top, we find Andy Ni of China, the man who double check raised deuce 3 quite famously. That rippled through the crowds. 2.1 million, chip leading. Then behind him, we have Brewer, Buldigan, Suvarna, Hecklin, obviously plenty of talent. Going to scroll down here toward the bottom of the chip counts. 32nd is the Montenegrin, Dejan K, 120,000, 4 bigs, and a number of other shorties out there in the field. Let's look at the payouts as well. Min cash will come at 23rd, 39,200 up top. We're going to be paying 785,000. Now, Rasty, I'm going to turn to you, bring you in as we get our first glimpse at what will be our featured table. Looking to kind of unpack anything interesting that you're seeing. The Shaman O'Dwyer sitting there, 430,000. Kyatley and company. Anything standing out just yet?
I mean, just a lot of good players. You know, a lot of guys that I just remember really having some good runs in Jeju. Kulev had a number of runs there.
Paulius?
Paulius,
yeah.
yes. Paulie
Okay.
V, in fact. But yeah, and, you know, not to mention some other, you know, Davies has been around forever. Ibinger, a really good player.
Sure.
So, yeah, just a real solid table. I mean, Steve, you already mentioned.
Yeah, Davies, 8 bigs, by the way, sub 10 big blind stack. Could see him looking for a spot to do some spinning. The biggest stack at the table does belong to Kyatley. He is to the left of Paulius. This is a bit pesky for those 22 big blinds. And to the chip counts we go, 15 and 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante. This is unfamiliar soundtrack here. Some liberties being taken in the media library. I don't know if Rast, is this Love Line? Like, what's going on? This is.
Yeah, they got rid of like the funky bass groove where I'm always kind of like dancing in my chair. Now
I confess I'm discombobulated by this. Someone should have warned us. What is this? You know, I'm all for a little bit of
the outro was nice.
experimentation, but
I did drop it. I'll pick it up.
here we go.
Chris, go to
Crew settling in for the night shift.
What do we got out of here? All right.
Brewer having a spot of tea. A little caffeine to bring us down the home stretch for day one. 32 players remaining of originally 135 entries. 9 away from the money bubble, which bursts at 23 left. Krasimir Nechev, Jack 10 suited on the button. Min raise open here, operating off of 17 bigs. Kyatley, boss stack. Ace 5, and he's going to rip it. Nechev concedes. Didn't really take long to do so either. So the rich getting richer in the early going.
Very aggressive.
Drops a little KGB on Kiat there.
I coach you.
Kyatley, by the way, still hunting his first ever Triton title, 7 million in career earnings, 21 cashes. Front-loaded Jeju with 4 cashes, 1 final table before whiffing the last 6. Brewer, ace 6 suited, making it 60.
If I recall correct, the Vandolin is 6 highs. but
No
mistake.
takers.
I mean, it is something that is possible. It's achievable, winning a Triton title. Over the years now here, and you've been in the booth much more than
You
me.
can go the other way.
Even though
You can start very honest and then try to be dishonest.
generally they're won by XYZ pro who's super
Double
good. sometimes they're not.
Yeah.
Well, that's particularly frustrating, Rasty, for the guys who count themselves among the XYZ pros, as you put it.
Suddenly decide to be dishonest. Not working.
And
But it
watch
doesn't
their
work
peers
opposite either, I feel like.
collecting accolades and, you know, making multiple final tables, but just not able to get over that hump.
Yeah, like Jason Cohn. You know what?
I
you
mean-
know what I'm seeing when you were saying that, and I'm Jason Cohn. Do you remember when like LeBron went to Miami? It's a real famous meme, and they're sitting on there like, how many titles are you gonna win? And they're like, we're not gonna win one, not two, not three, not four, not five. It was just like, and they kept going. Obviously, it's super ridiculous. Well, Jason's like, not 8, not 9, not.
Kulev says not 30, but 65, and Ibinger wags a finger in his face with the inferior suited ace. Good bit of runaway between here and the money bubble, so imagine relatively straightforward poker will be the order of the day.
You say that, but so far we've been seeing. I don't want to say that this isn't crazy, but you know, ace-5 off, just like repiled, and here we go, UTG +1, ace-9 suited 3-bet.
Kulev, 4 bets to 640, and little finger wag to Matthias.
You play
for the fence?
I mean, it's not actually.
A free peek.
Medium.
One.
Medium level of honesty, though.
Provided.
Not the most dishonest thing I've seen, but
Just protecting the money.
you're not the big blind, Matthias.
Okay.
Yes.
He did open on his gun last hand.
Calm yourself.
Stop.
You're a bit shaky right now.
No, I was happy seeing that hand.
Sure.
Ace 5 would be painful.
Good to see morale is high here at the feature today. Was going to talk about Kulev and that great Jeju festival that he had. 26th in the 20K 8 max, 4th in the 40K mystery bounty, 6th in the 150K, 9th in the 100K. So making deep runs when it counts. $2.5 million in career Triton earnings, 10 cashes under his belt, no titles.
Yeah, he made a lot of final tables in Jeju. I do remember seeing Kulev there, plying his craft.
630.
Quite a bit.
Asking for a count with 10-8 offsuit. Defends, to the flop we go.
Count the lady.
7-7-5. Paulius, 2 overs. Backdoor diamonds, has a check to him.
Kulev also 2 overs. Some backdoor straight possibilities. The 8 not blocking 7-8 suited.
Check back and diamond draw acquired for the pre-flop raiser who did not see bet. Kulev again checking. Paulius can activate rather comfortably in this spot with 165 out there.
I mean, he can, but he doesn't have to. He definitely can have the best hand, and if he does have the best hand, his opponent likely has very few outs, you know, like 4. So it's a spot you can, you know, you can kind of go either way, I think, with his hand.
Does decide to sprinkle 65 out there and take it down. The man with 1.3 million in career Triton earnings here at his 3rd ever festival. 3 cashes under his belt and a title as well. That came in the 25K silver main in Jeju. One of the 3 cashes he has on his resume. 27th in the 100K main, 15K in the no limit 8 max.
Yes, sir.
31st place in the 15K no limit 8 max.
So I'd say bet's probably a little more standard, but I would not have been surprised to see him check. That's the way I would phrase that. Now Seth.
Oh, wait, going fast.
Oh. Oh, it looks like he... Oh, they're in the red time bank. Part of the tournament now.
Fast action.
Yeah.
As we get closer to the bubble, there are time banks that are specifically to be utilized in pre-flop decision making in unopened pots, as the shot clock does
Table break bubble. It's not for the bubble.
dwindle
Table break bubbles out.
to 10 minutes. Or 10 seconds, rather. 10 minutes would be a lifetime for a pre-flop decision.
Yeah.
Pocket 10s. Not much time required for Brewer to min-raise open.
Yeah, it's for the table break. Whatever.
Ah, but maybe they will keep it. They will keep it in before the bubble.
They usually like leave it in. And, like,
Suited
they
one gapper
stop
for
it.
Matthias.
Like, and then when there's like 20 feet after that,
He defends.
Fast action. Fast action. Sounds good.
Little gut shot on a club-free board for Ibinger. 1 over card to Brewer's 10s as Matthias checks over. In comes a C-bet, 55 dimes.
It's a dicey spot immediately. Brewer probably can't have 6-9 suited, so it's clean, but his cards are so low. Yeah, he's just gonna pass right away.
Nice pickup for Brewer.
Yeah, I feel like originally the fast action had more of like a clear system, and now that was like, put it in.
Yeah. Which I'm kind of okay with, I guess.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. And looking back,
It does speed up the pace of play, actually.
Brewer was there in Jeju with 2 final
Yeah,
tables.
There's a bunch of
Final
people
table, the
looking at
100K
now instead.
no limit main
That makes
event.
a huge difference.
8th place, as well as the 40K mystery bounty, 6th place. In Jeju earlier this year.
Played a full slate.
For
Not
a
very
total
good.
of 2 Triton titles of
Very
over
good.
7 million in earnings.
20 cashes. 5s for Kiatley. Played as a limp.
Look what you got us into.
Suited connector for Kulev. He's interested.
These are the spots D-Negs really refuse to play his hand. Like, he'll have like a totally playable hand, but it's like something weird's going on, and he thinks he's gonna get busted, and he's like, I'm out.
I'm out. He's got some ideas.
Not one time. It like tilts him too much.
Davies.
You all right?
We'll get a cheap peek
I was gonna min
at the
raise,
flop.
but my hand's too good.
Doesn't find any improvement on this King 9-6 board, while Kulev does to get in front of Lee's 5s. Two checks in front of Kulev, who has a spade draw to go with the pair, the whole wide world, and turns the flush, no waiting. Davies does have a jack of spades and an 8, so he's got that jack-eye flush draw and a gutter.
What a turn card. Everybody gets something. Yeah, Davies has a reasonable hand to bluff with. Kiat picked up a set, and Kulev checked back and hit a flush.
I confess, man, I completely buried the lead that it was the 5 of spades specifically giving Kiatley the set. That is certainly worthy of more excitement, and one can't blame Seth Davies for thinking this pot is up for grabs here. Little does he realize he's toasted for the time being.
Yeah, Kiat's going to call, and I think Kulev is going to find a raise here. He'll be happy to get it in with Seth, and it's just his 9-high flush is good so much, and he's not going to have a ton of flushes. Heck, he can have some one-spade type hands that he wants to bluff with. You know, he did check back in position, so he probably bets a decent number of his flush draws, not all of them. Oh, wow, Kiat raised.
To 95,000, though, kind of clicky.
Yeah, I guess he's saying, I'm happy to get it in with Seth because he's short enough, and I want to charge him when he has hands like this.
And the fact that he did click has left Kulev flatting behind him.
Instead of raising
I like to go
himself.
on the water. Right.
I wouldn't
So
call myself quite the swimmer.
Elizabeth was talking about.
Yeah.
I think Seth probably just
Especially here,
dips
it's
out here.
great.
I mean, this is, he can't know that his jack is good.
Right.
And if it's not good, he's pretty much dead. So, despite getting a great price.
Ducking out of the way as the pot grows to 365,000. Kulev doesn't want to see a pair on the board. Little does he know it. And now a 4-liner to go with 3 spades. Davey's probably thinking, please don't let a 9-high straight be good here after having binned it despite the price. But board development quite poor for the set of 5s.
Yeah. Yeah, he's hoping that this is just going to go. I mean, he pretty much has to check here. And he's hoping it goes check, check, and his hand is good versus like 2 pair or something. But, you know, once Kulev bets, especially if he uses any kind of reasonable sizing, which he's probably going to do, Kiat kind of just has a bluff, basically just has a bluff catcher.
What's that?
Like swing heel down, it's like this on Monaco or something.
Yeah, well, it's a lot easier to get in the water here. Like Monaco, it's always a lot colder. And like during the EPT,
Then you have to ask yourself, once this bet comes, like, what am I beating? You know, you could maybe something like Queen Jack with the Queen of Spades, Ace
like, you know,
X with the Ace of Spades. How, you know, how many of those hands don't raise pre-flop? Do all of them just flat turn? Like, is he flatting with, if he has Ace 10, which has nothing other than the Ace of Spades? Is he flatting that or raising it?
Full pot bet from Kulev, over half of his remaining stack. And now the big stacked Kiat Lee has to try to find the combos that a set of 5s beats in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, he's losing 2 flushes, maybe a straight. Does Kulev pot a straight on the river? I don't know, but he might. And then I think it's like trying to figure out what bluffs he can have. That's why I was dipping into hands like Queen Jack, Ace X, which would be like the Queen of Spades, Ace of Spades hands that missed. But, you know, how many of them is he both just limping behind plus cold calling the raise, you know, with Seth left to act?
Sure.
Dicey spot.
Yeah. It feels like we can come up with plenty of hands that we're going to fall to as played, and not quite as many hands that we're going to be picking off with the set of 5s. Is that fair?
Yeah, that said, Kulev is a person who takes a decent amount of aggressive lines, and in pots like these, it might get him paid. You know, he
yeah,
takes
reputational
some
kind of issues potentially for Kiat in terms of being able to lay down. So he does pay it off. And note that the check back by Kulev on the flop with a whole lot of hand enabled that pot to develop in the way that it did. A chunky piece of Kiat's stack. Balance transferred. Over to Kulev. And Alex. Now the chip leader. No, behind Brewer still. Kiat falls to 26 bigs. Always dangerous and now slightly more armed.
Yeah.
Is the Bulgarian. Ace 10, under the gun. Paulius raising to 60.
Not the most comfortable development for Chris Brewer because, you know, he was the table chip leader with 1.9, but now Kulev just chipped up to 1.4 and he's directly in position.
Raise and take there for Vaitiekunas. Lithuanian. 1.3 million career Triton earnings. Touched on that earlier. 1 title, 3 cashes. I love just how multinational every single Triton festival is. And when we're on the European continent in particular, it is never too far to travel for anyone in what is one of the most popular parts of the world for the game. Of course, we have omitted short deck from the docket this time around. PLO in place in consideration of that. Tremendous popularity of 4-card in Europe.
Yeah, maybe the widest array of flags when it's Tritons in Europe.
Oh, yeah. I like your side. King 4 suited. Brewer activating here with the big stack. Kulev set mining with the second biggest stack. $195 in the middle. As the big boys square off, and Brewer smashes this one. Top pair, diamond draw. Kulev's 3s may not be interested much longer. $50K the C-bet. Kulev chewed on it for a second there. Brian?
Yeah, I think maybe he was feeling a little bit enticed by small sizing. Wanted to maybe float, you
That's
know.
fine. Let him hit.
Damn, that's strong.
No, maybe. Well, it depends. If you had a pocket tail, not that strong. But I was. That was good, man. You know, I don't really do that strong against hands holding.
Sporting post-mortem there between Brewer and Kulev, both of whom will sit this one out. Deuce 4 offsuit. Yields a walk to Kiat.
What was that?
Well, welcome to all of you who are streaming us right now around the world, no matter where that be or on what platform, Twitch, Triton Poker Plus app, or YouTube. I personally monitor the YouTube chat every time I'm here in the booth, so shout out to those of you. Roll call, where are you streaming us from? And while you're at the keyboard, grab your mouse, slide it over the like button, slide it over subscribe, give us a click on both. This is all we ask in exchange for free of charge, delivering you what I safely can say is the finest in streaming poker entertainment. Appreciate the support and the engagement.
And while you're at it, download the Triton app. It's the finest way to sweat poker. Really just combining the stream and the app. There's just all the information you would ever want.
It's literally the same exact thing that Rast and I are using to navigate our way through spots here in the booth as Krasimir navigates 300,000 forward with this ace-10 offsuit. Kulev just 240 more to call.
240's kind of a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Guess I could have omitted the word just on that occasion.
Here.
I mean, when you have a really dusty hand.
Okay. Wow. They must have played really slow.
I guess the blinds are 30K. Just wasn't unreasonable.
Yeah, they're going to catch up.
Oh.
Well, today's event is brought to you in part by Poker Stake, the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series and the ultimate platform for people looking for a taste and pro players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. We're talking about rake and transaction fee-free business. It's the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player and reap the rewards of victory. Check them out at pokerstake.com and stake your champion.
Excuse me.
Shout out Craig Peterson in New Zealand.
Like going behind.
Yeah, I know.
Brian Jensen in Denmark. Michael Lynch, Indiana in the U.S. Cobra Quote says Congo. Good on you, by the way, if you are indeed in the Congo. Paddy Byrne, Ireland. We knew that once we read the word Paddy, just for the record. Discover Asia out in Thailand. Outer table action now. Santosh Sivarna and company. Let's take a peek at what's afoot. Pre-flop. Sivarna appears to have limped. Check back from Nacho. Blind versus blind action. A flop of ace-10-4. And Sivarna sprinkles 30K in there. Takes it down. Santosh, such a well-liked member of the Triton regulars community, who really has garnered plenty of respect with each successive appearance that he makes at our festivals. You've watched him evolve as well, Rasty, in spite of limited sort of opportunities to observe him.
Yeah. Coming in, making some deep runs, and just generally a positive, cheery.
Oh, yeah. How do you do in Jeju?
Looks like in Jeju he got 15th in the 150K. That's a nice one to cash in. And 20th in the 20K no limit 8-handed. Cashed for a little over 300,000. adding to his 5.7 million in earnings with 16 cashes and 1 Triton title.
Tobias Schwecht at one of our other outer tables here has made it 60K to go. Squiddy, Sam Grafton in the big blind defends. Ace, 8, deuce, all hearts is the flop. Grafton's check. Met with a C-bet of 30K by Tobias. In the foreground, screen left. Grafton wants to peek at a turn. Another 60 into the middle, and that turn is a heart. 4 to a flush on board now. Grafton looked like he was reaching for chips. Ultimately wraps the table and checks. Perfectly obscured, by the way, by this cell phone that's being worked.
Also obscured, looks like Nikki P there to the right of the dealer.
Yeah,
Pretty
that is
sure.
Nikki P.
Yep. Obscured by a head.
Looks like Tobias did check back, so the river is delivered. 10 of diamonds. Action on Grafton. Deep into the shot clock. I think he may have a time bank marker when it's all said and done. But took his time before drawing up this 245,000, let's call it, bet. Schwecht asking how much. And given he hasn't snap folded here, despite the presence of the 4 hearts on board, one wonders whether or not he doesn't have a flush nestled into his range. Maybe not the nuttiest variety, but he's not done with it, it would appear, Rasty.
No.
Bringing you up to speed, this was a Schwecht open, Grafton defense, all heart flop. It was check call of just 30K. Then it went check check on the turn when that 4th heart arrived. And here on the river, this 245 is being chewed on
I think
by Tobias.
Grafton's range is probably like an 8 or a deuce as bluffs, and then he can have hearts. Oh wow, 10
Let's
of hearts.
see, it was pocket 10s for Schwecht with the 10 of hearts. Chips are being delivered his way, and I believe it was a jack 8 of spades,
Yeah.
I'm being told, for Grafton. So just the pair of 8s turned into a bluff.
Yeah. Which makes a lot of sense, because that's going to be one of the worst hands he can have on the river, right? Either hard for him to have worse than basically bottom or middle pair, especially on that run out. And on that run out specifically, an 8 has some incentive to bluff because, you know, his opponent can. I think an 8 has like no showdown essentially.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
what I
ace
mean.
jack off. Dude, ace 10 suited, I probably fold. Like, that'd be so sad.
Nice pickup there for Schwecht as we revisit the feature where the mood remains light.
I probably fold like 8s too.
Ace queen, far from light, is Kulev. Gets after it. Betting 70. Raising to 70, rather. Brewer, King 5 suited. Comes along, let's take a peek. 2 threes, 2 clubs, and a 10. Unimproved are both holdings, although Kulev's advantage does grow.
Maybe you. I don't plan on anything.
Brewer's check. Brings the C bet of 35.
I mean, King 5 backdoor flush draw here. He definitely could be up to no good, whether it's calling or raising. I mean, raising seems pretty reasonable, actually.
And he agrees with you, making it 140,000. He's going to have more of the 3X combos.
Yeah.
And on balance, presumably, he would be check raising those combos with some frequency.
Yeah, mostly check raising them, like, predominantly, and then mixing in a bunch of other kind of random hands, such as this one. This is a spot where he actually has like a, I think the big blind has like a decently high check raise percentage. So.
Well, Kulev is well aware of that. And so obviously this ace queen is contemplating whether or not it is less 3X and more funny business, which as we can see it is on this occasion.
Kulev is not a man afraid to tango, so let's see what he thinks. Let's it go.
The fact that Kulev would just go through that time bank and think it over, though, is so consistent with his character, as you described it, a man not afraid to tango. He's just not out there looking for reasons to concede pots. He's actually quite the opposite. He's looking for reasons to maybe find thin value, put you to the test, you know, get out into the murk.
Yeah, throw out a bluff, take a spot, but we can just see, like, as this pot is evidence of that he doesn't continue every time.
No.
You know, this
No.
time he was like, this one's close, dicey. I'm going to let this one go.
And I think, you know, we all recognize that there's spots where, yeah, sure, maybe I'm letting go of a hand that's in the lead, but if the proposition on future streets is, you know, further difficult, unclear sort of decision-making types of spots the vast majority of the time, we're not obligated. We can simply re-rack, you know. Some people have a taste for that spot, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that quality also is when you start to see the line that's drawn between kind of the maniac and the good, tough, aggressive player, right?
Total.
You know, say another person who might come to mind would be very universally accepted example of this would be your guy El Conquistador, the
Mateos.
Adrian Mateos. Like, he's a very good player. I think most people would agree with that.
Oh, sure.
But he's aggressive. He
Well,
takes spots.
On the topic of aggressive, by the way, Brewer just jamming 2.1 million into here. Kulev not making a meal of the Jack-10 off, understandably.
At least one of
But
go on. with
But
the
it's
point.
just like, okay, so maniacs take spots too, right? But see, a good aggressive player kind of might know where the line is, knows how to not do it every time, you know, not do it too much, taking the right spots when maybe the cards or the blockers or the combo says it's good and not when it's not. You know, so there is some finesse to it. It's not just a bludgeon hammer that you just wield like Thor.
If it makes you, or I mean, I think it makes you that much more difficult to play against. And Kulev, as a specific example, probably a bit non-zero. Kiat Lee's decision to call with those set of fives.
This I know, but
Some customer dependence, maybe some reputational aspect, as we alluded to.
Yeah, certainly.
In that prior altercation where Kulev had the spade flush on the turn.
80.
Got paid to the tune of full pot on the river, despite the 4-liner and 3 spades out there. Back in the present, Vaiti Equinas.
Like 7?
Min-raise opens. Kulev asking for a count from the small. Ace
and condition of
8.
the fine print.
Suited.
No. Ooh.
Ripping.
Classic mistake.
Paulius, this is 18 bigs coming in.
I mean, wow.
You a
See
bit
what he
surprised
thinks
to see
about
this?
Not necessarily. This is a tough spot. Okay, Paulius just passes. We must be getting. Oh, we're pretty close to the money. Yeah.
Well, 29 remaining in the field.
Yeah, must be close. I mean, the money's probably like 20 something.
If I'm not mistaken, I thought it was at 23.
Yeah, we're.
13 times.
Is that considered close enough to be making this sort of move?
It's pretty close.
I mean, still 6 away?
I'm talking 135 people, 6 off.
I'm doing great.
Yeah, people. You're thinking about cashing at this point for sure. 6 out of 30. So was that like 80% of the field basically cashes from this point?
Plenty of short stacks about the room as well. These are
Yeah.
facts not lost on everyone in the field, courtesy of the Triton
Comfortable
Poker
in
Plus
the
app, which they all have
interest,
close at hand.
Old Jacks right here.
Yeah, and Paulie V has
I really am in the winner's
655K. He's 18th, so you know he can kind of fold his way there. So he's a great stack to attack.
Grafton down to 1 big elsewhere in the field. Davies right here with 3 bigs. Shaman O'Dwyer here as well with 7 bigs. Shalot a 10 big blind stack. Nashev.
If anybody can
here,
do it
11
with
bigs.
3 big blinds, though, it might be Seth.
Well, Brewer looking to do it with King 9, picking a bad time from the cutoff. His open. Pushed back on by Kulev, 3-betting to 240,000. Ibinger looks down at big slick offsuit of his own in the small.
Yeah, and he's gonna take this, I think.
Yeah. Throws a crab claw around the remaining tokens.
It's just one of those spots where, despite the fact that, you know, you can fold to the money, I mean, Kulev, I mean, you can be dominating him here.
Whoa.
Wow.
A lot.
Ace King for both of you.
Oh, wow.
Davies woke up to a couple of 7s. Main pot is going to be the lean part of the stake. But with both parties holding ace king, they block one another.
Give him a penalty.
He has one call.
Disqualification.
Oh.
He has
Oh, I
one
thought that
ace.
was the
That's it. Oh.
And he's actually disappointed as well.
Come on.
I think if you bring
What
that
is
dude onto
this?
yourself, I can
There we
understand.
go.
I didn't.
I want to be the next
You
Chris
acted
Money.
Once you
disappointed.
showed ace called and showed ace king, it's like good. Once you called,
I
I
wanna
was
be the
disappointed.
next Money.
Chris Moneymaker. I mean, he had like the same
Yeah,
stats, right?
same spot. He was
Bulk
in
of the
before.
biscuits on the side, 1 million plus of them. Queen 5-4, Davies in front.
Ibinger cannot win the pot.
Nope. Club coverage for Kulev. No club on the turn, however. So the side rates to be chopped, and now it is official. Courtesy of the turn, Davies hangs on and a triple up and cheese. What were you saying about anybody that could do it off of 3 bigs, Rasty?
Seth, I knew it. I can feel it.
Next Chris Moneymaker incoming.
I have like, what, 10 big blinds then?
I wasn't very windful-like, though.
What would you think he would have folded?
He would have found a way to put in 90% of his stack and check it out. I don't know how.
Play a 4-bet pot with 2 big blinds.
He would have put it in, too. I know he's watching this, too. He's going to text me something.
I'd fold jacks, all 7s. 7's are a little more live.
I'm big blind, yeah.
I'm so back. Let's go. What a shit
You covered 2 people before this.
I should probably be asking for
No harm, no foul.
Sevens is good.
For the 2 ace kings.
Still in the last call.
No,
call. Last list.
Oh, yeah. Oh, receive. Let's go.
I can run it down.
Oh.
King 8 opens, ace queen delivered to Davies.
This is gonna be a nice pickup for him. 180 out there right now is just gonna slide into his stack. All of a sudden, Seth went from 2 big blinds to I don't know what he's gonna have after this, like 15.
You willed this one in, Rasty. Called your shot. You didn't have to wait long for it to manifest.
Yeah, he's like a decent favorite to cash now.
Well, shout out to Adri99 in the YouTube chat from Sweden, Elias Groot from the Netherlands, Darla out in Texas.
Did you think you had aces? Actually?
Someone
Said I had aces?
with the handle Hassan Habib
No one at this
in
table
Aswan,
thought you had
Egypt.
aces.
I don't think it's our actual man, Bad Doggy,
Indianapolis?
from back in the day, online.
No, it's like
I thought he might have kings.
it's like
Steve
2.5
Dwyer,
hour
ace jack
flight,
off.
2 hour flight. Yeah, that sounded.
Here we are. He's one of the shortest stacks in the tournament.
I mean, Denver's
No, I mean like at the moment.
Feels like you gotta
Denver's
rip
close.
it. Yeah.
Denver's like an hour flight.
Can't just fold your way. Oh.
Denver.
Awful development to the direct
City's
left
probably
of the
not very
Shaman,
far.
who's
2.5
280K, 7 bigs. Is in
Dallas isn't that
awful
far either.
shape against this impending
2.5 hours.
response from Brewer.
Texas isn't that far from you guys. Or
Comes
from,
in the form of a flat.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 hour
7
flight.
bigs. I mean, it's only 7-handed too. It says
There's
he's
like
under the
tons and
gun,
tons
but
of
this
flights.
isn't 9 or 8. Yeah, I think
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I like
lot of
Steve's
teams
play. It is what it is.
Well, he might be all right with his play. He's not going to feel quite as great about being up against Ace King, however, for his tournament life. Let's see whether or not something supernatural can be summoned from the vast repertoire that the Shaman has. 660K pot. Queen 9-4, Ace King, still comfortably in front.
No help for Steve.
Jack, that which he seeks. And now we add a 10, courtesy of an 8 on the turn. From 3 outs to 7. And there it is! Runner, runner, queen high straight. Did you notice how O'Dwyer...
confident that Ace Jack was winning.
Giving a speech after he busts as well, so I was expecting a speech.
Never seemed in doubt.
I wasn't focused enough.
No one distracted me.
He studies luck. He's super into it, man. He gave me this Buddha trinket. I've talked about it. I bring it with me to the set every day in my backpack. Not so much because I share a lot of the belief, but I'm more fearful of losing it or not respecting it. You know, I guess I skew more heavily toward believing bad things can happen in terms of juju versus good. Queen 10 suited as Brewer got munched on for 7 bigs moments ago. Right back in the saddle. Up we go to 80,000 ducklings for Ibinger.
I think he's just using the clock. It's a pretty easy pass, actually.
You will see some sporting time taking as we kind of approach the bubble.
Ooh.
Spots like this. Hence the fast action system being implemented. Ace-4 suited not being implemented by Kyatley in the small in spite of some temptation.
Yeah, that was one where not stalling.
No.
Definitely thinking about what to do.
Well, the Shaman, Queen 3, dominated. He's already done it to Brewer once before. Not sure whether or not this qualifies off of the newly minted 580 back. 2 bigs already deposited.
Really stewing over this one. And wants to keep his newly acquired chips.
Oh, I used one on the last turn? Okay.
I tried to give you a couple of times.
Shaman does lay it down.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Well, one for sure.
Where are you at, chat? Talk to us. Maybe some questions for Rast? As we have 27 players remaining now. Drawing closer to the bubble. Sam Grafton off of that one big blind. Showered in 28th. Shallow, shortest stack in the room now. Only one sub 10 bigs with 155K in front of him. Andy Nee, still the overall chip leader, 2.2 plus elsewhere in the room.
All in.
PV, Rip City. $5.55 if you do. Nobody does. This is where I feel like maybe the guys should start playing props for just a little, you know, stay invested in what's going on. A lot of money to be made by spectating during certain portions of the program. If you're one of these middling stacks, you're grinding the app, you see, you know, the chance to maybe slide into the money, but don't want to get too bored.
In between all the folding, some just legit old school gambling.
Yeah, a little red-black flop.
I think I might need props to stay involved right now. It's getting late out here.
Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but we do have a barista not far from the set who did make me a delightful, undoubtedly calorie-rich mochaccino of some sort earlier, and I'm riding real high. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little contraband sprinkled onto the top of that foam. I'm buzzing, Rasty. You think she gave me something special?
A Coca Frappuccino.
A Cocaccino. I got Mocaine. That's what I got.
You know, I had a shirt back in the day that said Pokane.
Pokane?
It was a Pokane shirt,
okay.
yeah.
With a K or a C?
K.
Okay.
I
Brewer,
think.
10-9 suited. Limped.
Pokaine. Said a couple other things.
Saying, let's take a peek. And middle pair for Alex out in front of this gutter for Chris. He's the one reaching, though, a covering stack. Boss man at this table. 5th biggest stack.
If I remember correctly, it was Antonio's shirt, and somehow I ended up with it.
Well, you guys definitely ran thick as thieves for quite some time. I'm guessing somebody crashed at someone's pad, left something behind, and you just,
the Pokane shirt.
Possession is 9/10 of ownership. You know that. Kulev did make the call
I'm
here.
pretty sure. I haven't seen this shirt in a long, long time, so I think it's gone.
Yeah.
I don't think I have it anymore.
TBD whether or not Brewer's aspirations of trying to take this one are gone. And there is your answer. Barreling once more, 150. Now, this is a good bit of hand for Alex Rast in a limp blind versus blind confrontation, but is Brewer simply leveraging some of this impending ICME sort of approach to the bubble factor against this other big stack at the table.
I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but I think it's also just Brewer has a hand that makes sense to do this with. You know, he's got 2 overs to the 6 and the 7, and he can hit a straight draw. The real question is he going to bluff the river? Now, it's probably not one of the cards he was thinking about bluffing the river with, because now it's not really a great card if you're trying to get a 7 to fold.
Repping the king becomes a bit ambitious in these spots.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, you know, did you limp with, you know, pocket 9s? It's possible, but you just can't really expect to get a 7 to fold anymore. I mean, the only way was is you put them all in. That would be the, you know, you're just 700K, 1.4x. Like, I'm repping a bigger full house than a 7. Make it, please fold.
Yeah, bigger full house. Maybe the king's there every now and again too, and you're just trying to polarize. Kulev ends up checking it back. That will narrow the gap.
Yeah,
between the two.
Kulev basically decides that's either a give up
or
a check raise. So I'm just gonna check my hand back and expect to win.
There's so much self-loathing that comes with firing for value on the river there and getting stuffed. You immediately are like, what was I thinking? Why am I here?
Yeah.
Have a good night. Thanks.
I got to tell you, a lot of respect for the fact that Brewer and Kulev have been sparring here at this featured table, where nobody has a sub-10 big blind stack. Davies has bounced all the way up to 14 bigs. No longer the shorty, had 3 blinds not long ago. Peek at the chip counts. Brought to you by by Poker Stake. Blinds of 20 and 40,000.
1 billion yen.
Yeah, I'm not in Jeju anymore.
Is it? I have no idea.
Yeah.
How much is that?
Well, a million is like...
You know, folks at home, if you're getting tired, you find one eye shutting, the other eye shutting, but you just want to get to the end of the day with us. Try standing up. I just did it like 5 minutes ago. I feel great. Get that blood flowing.
A billion is 1,000 million.
I didn't even have 650,000.
Yeah, me too. Me too. 1 billion.
Oh, billion? Yeah, it's 1,000 million.
A billion is 1,000 million.
Yeah, so 100. Yeah, you're right. Huh?
Brewer does not attack from the button. Leaves Ibinger to await Kulev's decision making, and
it's like base
Alex
2 instead of
doesn't need ace queen to get involved, but he happens to have it. What awaits Ibinger? They're sweating it together. Looks like the first one wasn't the greatest card.
So the way we do numbers, it's base 1,000, right? Because it's every 1,000. Like
King 10 suited.
Wow.
Ibinger.
It's all 1,000 more. But theirs starts at like 1,000, and then the next
call,
unit
and
is
all of a sudden we play for $1 million.
100,000. And then the next unit is 10 million. Yeah, it's
pretty big pot.
475 it is.
Is that the wager? I accept. I accept.
You can already, I counted for you.
Okay, go on. Go on. Just put him out of his misery. Ace of diamonds.
Matthias helping himself to the pot prematurely, is working the queen of hearts, but of course Kulev hits that card in a far better fashion. Top pair, top kicker.
Let's see a royal flush.
Oh,
how about that for a sopping wet turn?
Royal flush.
That'd be jack. 3 of diamonds.
Open-ended straight flush draw for Ibinger. Needs a 9 ace or a heart. Is it available? Yes, the 9 of hearts.
Straight flush.
King high.
I took it already. It's fine.
You need the ante.
Yes. Yes.
I guess it is.
He made it look easy.
No,
Kulev taking it in stride.
Yeah, Kulev
got 950.
Kulev's out.
Well played, well played, well played.
26 left.
Damn it. I wanted the ace of hearts.
Progressive jackpot.
We're gonna have to endure the German humor some more.
It's Austrian.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
You heard about the Anschluss, it's the same thing.
Oh yeah, 20.
Were you the back last time?
That's very dark.
Well,
no.
it's still acceptable though.
The button's not right.
The
When
button's not
history
right.
backs you up, you know.
I need the anti-back. Yeah.
Well, I called for some questions in the chat. We did get one from Enro Dobio.
Unless I'm gonna get.
He says, Rast, who is the most unique but highly
Gonna write a
skilled player
petition about that one.
you've ever faced?
That was
So maybe not someone who's
Yeah.
super straightforward GTO-ish,
I
but
think poker code
kind of
and
puts their own
Triton
spin
are
on
doing
it.
some business.
Still top
I mean,
tier.
you're laughing now. But
Anyone come to mind?
10 years
Highly
from now.
skilled player. Yeah, I'll say the Great Dane.
Gus Hansen.
Yeah.
How much do you have now?
Just thinking about the guys you've tussled with
those are
throughout the
your
years, that
farm
feels like a very
75.
solid selection.
Those are my
And a name that I've talked about already in our coverage
Just because of
from
that,
here
I make it 80,000.
in Montenegro. When talking about first impressions that die hard and can be cultivated to great gains later on in one's career, Gus came to mind. You know, burst onto the scene as a maniac, and then obviously got a lot better throughout the years, but people had a tough time shaking that sort of perception of him for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much he really plays No Limit Hold'em anymore. So it's kind of like if you put him in this Triton tournament with a bunch of guys who are No Limit Hold'em crushers. Like, I don't know. Obviously, once upon a time, he was a very good No Limit Hold'em tournament player, you know, years ago. But I played with Gus over the years in many different games, and he's a very skilled player. He's a good mixed game player, great mixed game player. Probably better than his reputation, because most people, oh, he's lost money online or whatever. Listen, his game selection is not good, but he's a great player. But Gus, you know, there are times back in the day where Gus is like, you know, playing this triple draw specialist heads up and in a pot limit Omaha tables with guys playing pot. He's, you know, 5-tabling all different games against specialists, and no one else is playing the same 5 tables, only Gus. So, you know, he's kind of, you know, kind of a maniac, but he's a really skilled poker player. I think people get it kind of confused. He's also just unique in that, you know, he tilts, kind of does crazy stuff sometimes that I think if you asked him, do you think this is the best play? And he was taking True Serum, he'd be like, no, man, I'm just fucking around. I mean, that's how I think. But
one of my favorite Gussie stories was when we were down at the Aussie Millions together.
Yeah.
And no one had heard from him for like 48 hours, so he had kind of a proof of life moment, you know.
Yeah.
Went up to his hotel room and caught him blackout shades drawn, laptop open, multi-table action, super long session, multiple room service tins stacked up, you know. Old Gussie was upside down in the machine, I think.
I mean, he's a pretty brilliant guy. He's like a great games player. By the way, at least back in the day, he was one of the very best backgammon players in the whole world.
Well, he still plays a little bit of backgammon.
No,
and
sure, he's still
games
great.
being played by Ibinger. Kulev, ace, queen. Fell to the king 10 of hearts moments ago. And now might Ibinger.
Queen 7 suited it is.
Wow.
Take another bite out of Kulev. And note that he would be doing it as a covering stack on this occasion.
We're going to say bye-bye?
Likely, yes.
Replay again.
Kulev at risk.
Nice hand, Alex. 970,000 to you. Was a short dream.
Look at the superstition jockeying going on. Matthias knew something we didn't know as the jacks fall behind on the ace-high flop in a 2 million chip pot.
Don't go.
Jack of spades on the river.
Queen.
Try harder.
No Broadway draw for Matthias.
I'm not.
Channel it, man.
Can Ibinger
Jack of
find
spades.
a jack? It's paint, but not the right one. They are fist bumping over here by our count.
I had
Still in.
975. You had less than 975?
I think you have.
Well, we're going to have to do a little bit of accounting here. Matthias is on his feet. Maybe there was some margin of error, but we'll know in a moment. Whatever it is, I mean, a decimating blow, even if Matthias does still have a chip. But try telling that to Chris Moneymaker, who won event number 1 after being down to just one big.
It's what, like 1/3 of the level I have here.
So yeah,
you can do.
Here's a quarter. Let's see what you can do with it.
No stipulations.
We can technically still call clock, right? We could.
I don't think so.
You don't think we could? I thought that was a rule that people like, obviously. I guess they get the shot clock shortened. I think
I don't think you could do it mid-hand.
Yeah.
Someone's just like, all right, I'm going to use all my 10 megs this hand.
They did it in the Bahamas. They did it in the Bahamas. They did it to Lewis.
Did they?
He had 5K chips when the big blinds.
Blind's brother.
50K. They had just made the
Your
money.
blind's
Oh my
brother.
God. He took all his time banks and threw it out. Adrian called
Try
the
harder
full
that next time.
Well, he was allowed to use 3 time banks.
That's
It's just an arbitrary amount of time banks.
Wait.
There was some world-class flooring going on.
I think they already busted Matthias from the tournament.
Oh yeah, they do that sometimes.
No, I think I had one good blind. No?
Yes.
We might be down to the final table tonight, man.
I mean, this is a...
Get you for some more yen.
This is certainly not...
26 players remaining. Kulev.
Couldn't make it.
At it again. Ace-Jack, legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, 1. We have Matthias with
25K, this ace-4.
So it's 2.
Yeah, it's 2. Technically, it's 2.
You're just like, oh, we have...
I got another pick for you. This
On the
one's
unique and highly
really out
skilled
of
tip?
left field, though.
Well, hang
Okay.
on, I'm just observing Ibinger over here, respecting the fact
Of
that
his
he's
half big
digging
blind
in
decision.
0.5 BBs. By the way, we're down to 25. 2 away for the money, from the money. So some stalling is certainly profitable for Matthias.
All right,
we're
so-
not at hand for hand.
While he stalls.
Yeah.
Here's my other pick.
Okay.
This one's very unconventional. You wouldn't guess. You might have been able to guess Gus. So my next pick.
Okay, can I want to bring up 2 people.
Sure, yeah.
It's 24, I think.
I want to say the Blade, Aaron Katz.
Yes, he's a good pick. That wasn't who
That
I was
wasn't it?
picking.
Okay, the only other one that I would come up with is the Blez.
He's also a good pick, although I would say like less unconventional. But yeah, but
Okay, so I'm 0 for 2. Who is this mystery person?
I mean, both of those people are probably objectively better players than the person I'm about to say.
Are we going with Marcus, the unknown?
But no. I'm going with Rick Solomon.
Oh, that is an excellent selection. As the ace-4 ultimately
There you go. This is black.
around the clock here.
Oh, baccarat
does
9, I don't
fold.
beat
By
baccarat.
like 7 or 8 hands. 7 or 8 hands.
Rick Solomon, a VIP. He played the Triton Million. He's paid us visits.
Sometimes I try. You know I try.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to say he's Steven Chidwick, but like he plays kind of goofy and balls out. And listen, I've played sessions. I haven't played with Rick a ton in recent years. Played with him more back, but I just can tell you, I remember times when he'd straddle, and it wasn't even always just like 200, 400, and he makes it 800. It'd be like 200, 400, and he's making it like 1,500 or some weird. He's just, the game's too small, and he's just doing random aggressive straddling all the time and whatever. And I'm just like, he's V-pipping like 60%, and somehow he's just not incinerating his stack. Like he's actually, for a guy who's, I'm like, I don't know if I could V-pip 65% in this 8-handed game and do as well as him. I'm just being honest. So it's just, he definitely has some poker talent.
It's less because it's
100% Rick Solomon is.
Rick Solomon is a very winning player in nosebleed high-stakes cash games throughout the years. Obviously picked some good spots, but I mean, he is as dangerous as it
It would
gets.
be like 5 hands and then draw for hands.
I mean, that's how Moneymaker won the tournament.
Yeah.
It would be sick that if I bubble again. You had 9
Yeah, that would be sick.
Yeah. 2 bubbles in one day. 2 bubbles in one day.
Are we doing a redraw now? Okay. few tables need to get up.
Okay. Ooh.
And we're one of them, right?
Oh no! Terrible beat.
Okay.
You weren't concentrating, Steve.